John Forkenstrong, the Black Monarch, stands ready, his gaze firm and resolute. Meanwhile, in a realm shrouded in darkness, a name whispered only in fear echoes through the desolate halls, the king of all that is evil, whose very name is cursed. His presence alone radiates pure, unadulterated evil. For centuries, it has been said that none can oppose the Dark Lord. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the oppressive silence, a defiant cry echoing through the grand hall. An armored figure stands poised, bathed in a faint, ethereal light, his presence a stark contrast to the surrounding gloom. He calls out, his voice unwavering, "Come out, Dark Lord. I've come for you." With a chilling declaration, he states, "Nice to meet you, Dark Lord. I will kill you." As he stood before the Dark Lord, John Forkenstrong began to declare his purpose, announcing that this confrontation was a matter of his very identity. For he was none other than warrior Forkenstrong. But before he could finish, the Dark Lord cut him off, his voice dripping with disdain, calling him how arrogant, arrogant. John Forkenstrong, undeterred, simply stated, "You are," before the Dark Lord again interrupted, demanding he shut it. "You damn trash." As the Dark Lord's words hung in the air, John Forkenstrong raised his arm, a surge of power emanating from him, causing a ripple of purple energy to envelop his foe. The magical force continued to press against the Dark Lord, its vibrant purple glow intensifying. The Dark Lord, however, merely raised a hand, his own dark aura flaring to meet the attack, and declared, "Rear, there needn't be any talk between us." With his purple energy swirling around him, the Dark Lord proclaimed, "Let us finally end this, here and now." John Forkenstrong, seemingly exasperated by the constant interruptions, muttered to himself, "I want to say this because I've waited for ages, but why do you keep cutting me mid-sentence?" As the tension mounts, the Dark Lord silences his opponent with a sharp command. Undaunted, John Forkenstrong retorts, declaring there are only two types of people in the world, before challenging his foe. "Are you some kind of racist?" The Dark Lord's eyes narrow in fury, his voice laced with venom as he warns, "Do not mock me, you filthy inhuman." As a golden aura flares around his armor, the narrative confirms the identity of the warrior as Forkenstrong. He continues his declaration, proclaiming himself the chosen one and the one who annihilates evil, having come to cut down the head of evil. However, the Dark Lord's own dark aura flares, mockingly revealing the legacy of the Holy Sword, the sword of glory that shall eradicate all evil, to be nothing more than a crude goblin axe. With a flourish, the Dark Lord presents the weapon, emphasizing its true, humble nature. John Forkenstrong can only stare in bewildered surprise, uttering a confused, crude goblin axe. Still reeling from the revelation, he could only utter a disbelieving, "No, is that the Holy Sword?" The Dark Lord, however, remained unfazed, assuring him, "Worry not, now that you've cleared up your misunderstandings. I have granted you the real one. I hope you find it to your liking. You can find anything you want in here." Looking up, a flicker of hope crossed his face as he questioned, "Something else you mean? The one you've yet to give me. Here for real this time." Suddenly, a radiant, golden blade materialized before him, a voice declaring, "This is the real Holy Sword." Before he could fully react, it was replaced by an ancient, gnarled staff, introduced as the wooden staff of the ancient spirit. He shook his head, dismissing the offerings. "No, that's not it. Something more sharper than this." Another magnificent, glowing sword, even more ornate than the last, appeared in its place. A descriptive box highlighted its power, legendary, large and beautiful weapon crusher of the First Order plus 87. Yet, he still wasn't satisfied, muttering, "No, not this. This is great too, but..." Surrounded by an array of glowing, powerful artifacts, he remained frustrated, his ideal weapon still out of reach. Still unsatisfied, John Forkenstrong examines a sleek, semi-automatic gun, a weapon of the otherworld, offered by the Dark Lord. Growing visibly annoyed, the Dark Lord scoffs, questioning if he is some kind of dork knight, before challenging him to accept a weapon or face his wrath. Yet, even a massive, ornate axe fails to impress him, as he dismisses it with a firm no, convinced it's not what he seeks. Surrounded by a silent assembly of knights, he continues to survey the array of legendary armaments, his gaze still searching. A deep sigh escapes him as he realizes the holy sword he desires is nowhere to be found, resigning himself to whatever challenge the Dark Lord intends to throw his way. Without further delay, the Dark Lord's hand flares with a potent purple energy, unleashing a swift, decisive strike. His face contorted in anger and confusion, John demands to know if the Dark Lord is merely toying with him. But the confrontation is already over, and he can only utter a defeated, "I lost." The Dark Lord's hand continues to glow with the lingering purple energy, a silent testament to his swift victory. He remains fixated on the elusive holy sword, a quest that has clearly taken its toll. The very idea of it echoes in his mind. He sighs, utterly exhausted by the relentless pursuit. A new chapter begins, marked by a significant passage of time. 3 decades have passed. The narrative shifts to a secluded dungeon, known only as the Forgotten Citadel. A desolate, ancient tower stands as a testament to forgotten eras. Now a seasoned warrior, John Forkenstrong stands amidst the ruins, his sword drawn. He approaches the entrance of the citadel, ready to delve into its depths. Deep within the forgotten citadel, John Forkenstrong found himself facing a shadowy, red-glowing entity, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as the creature simply addressed him as adventurer. From the shadows, a skeletal, crowned figure emerged, its eyes burning red, mocking him with a dismissive, "Is that all? How boring." The guardian then revealed his identity, declaring, "For I am the guardian of the forgotten citadel, Wraith. You cannot defeat me with that measly skill." Ignoring the taunt, John Forkenstrong roared, his glowing sword arcing downwards with a shattering force. The blade connected, sending Rear recoiling as red particles erupted from the impact. A slight smirk played on his lips, acknowledging he was a strong enemy. As the guardian fell, Rear lay broken on the ground, his form fading, a final, raspy kikek escaping him. John Forkenstrong stood victorious, his glowing sword pointed downwards, offering a dry, "Thanks for the compliment," to the dissipating foe. The guardian's remnants shattered into blue light, leaving only a faint erg, as he vanished completely. As he delves deeper into the ancient ruins, Johnson introduces himself, his voice echoing with a quiet determination. He considers himself nothing more than a normal adventurer, yet his quest is anything but ordinary, seeking the holy sword, rumored to be hidden within this very dungeon for ages. His journey with his comrades had been long and arduous, all in pursuit of this fabled weapon, said to possess unimaginable power. Now, facing down monstrous enemies, he scoffs at their perceived weakness, wondering if even an S-rank threat could truly challenge him. After countless trials, they had finally located the dungeon said to hold the special magic sword, arriving at its threshold. Yet, the deeper he ventured, the more perilous this place became, leaving him to hope his companions were safe. With a confident smirk, he declares the end for his current foe. His expression then shifts, a thoughtful gaze replacing his earlier bravado. Suddenly, shadowy figures emerge from the darkness, their eerie cackles filling the air as they express shock at his continued existence. He muses on the fundamental differences between people in the world, then challenges, "Are you some kind of racist?" Approaching his companions, John Forkenstrong remarks that he was just about to go looking for them, inquiring if anything had happened so far, to which one of them replies, "We're completely fine." He then admits their search was fruitless, stating, "Actually, we couldn't find the holy sword. It's not here. I'm afraid it's somewhere else." A sense of disappointment settles as he concludes, "I think we were completely fooled." A different voice reflects on an ancient scroll, expressing a hope that the information about the holy sword from the Guy's Base Guild would be more reliable. Despite its age, the scroll feels significant, carrying a weight that resonates deeply. The black-haired figure, now the focus, questions the concept of a guild, and then, with a wry smile, asks what one would want if not repayment, concluding that, in the end, that's just how people are. He continues, likening life to a small boat sailing across a vast ocean, always moving forward to a single point, even if that path is full of pain and hardships. This, he declares, is their journey, the pilgrim's path to find the holy sword, and there's no need to be overly happy or sad about mere coins along the way. His gaze remains steady, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. As the ultimate purpose of this arduous quest is revealed, for the legacy of the great warrior. Deep within the dungeon's oppressive silence, John Forkenstrong's voice cuts through the gloom, demanding his companion open their pouch. A moment later, Vindal senses a profound shift in the air, a question hanging heavy as an overwhelming surge of mana washes over them. The entire group, including the agile black-haired figure, gazes down into a newly revealed chasm, a vast, dark expanse opening before them. The black-haired figure reacts with a sharp intake of breath, sensing something profound stirring within the depths. Standing at the precipice, the four companions overlook a colossal, dimly lit chamber, its ancient architecture hinting at forgotten power. John Forkenstrong's back is to the viewer, his posture tense with anticipation. He declares the mana they feel is enough to chill even the gods, the entire place vibrating with an energy that signals an imminent battle. A heavy, resonant sound echoes from the depths. From the overwhelming mana and the echoing sound, a monstrous entity with glowing red eyes and menacing horns finally reveals itself, its presence filling the vast chamber with dread. As the air crackles with immense power, the mysterious knight warns his companions that the threat is upon them, urging them to prepare, while Vindal, overwhelmed, can only pray for their safety. From the darkness, a guttural voice echoes, a chilling command to flee. The source of the voice reveals itself, a towering, armored demon with glowing red eyes and menacing horns, its presence radiating pure malice. With a heavy, deliberate step, the demon advances, its voice rumbling as it addresses them simply as humans. Unwilling to back down, the mysterious knight lunges forward, his sword drawn, defiantly shouting, "Shut your mouth, you dirty inhuman." Before he can even finish his defiant cry, the demon moves with impossible speed, striking the knight with overwhelming force and sending him violently recoiling. The mysterious knight lies defeated on the cold stone floor, his sword clattering beside him, as the horned demon stands triumphantly over his fallen form. John Forkenstrong and Vindal watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief as they witness their companion's swift defeat, a silent question hanging in the air. The demon's power proves too great, and soon, John Forkenstrong himself is overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground in defeat, his own struggle ending in a cry of pain. As the possessed John Forkenstrong confronts the mysterious knight, he dismisses the idea of a human presence, declaring his opponent a rival to be identified immediately. His eyes now glowing with an eerie yellow light, the Dark Lord, speaking through John's body, repeats the words "Holy Sword" with an unsettling intensity. An immense, oppressive mana radiates from his entire being, a palpable force that fills the ancient chamber. His hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade, the Dark Lord issues a chilling command: "Bring me the Holy Sword." The other knights, including the mysterious knight, Vindal, and Arel Alfrin, look on in stunned silence, a sharp, metallic sound echoing the tension. Arel Alfrin, her face etched with dawning horror, whispers a terrifying realization. Could that be the Wraith of the Holy Sword? The figure, though bearing John Forkenstrong's form, is not him. It is another entity, one who stole his body and now wields its power freely. With a guttural cry, the Dark Lord, its eyes burning with malevolent yellow energy, confirms its identity as a cursed evil spirit. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the mana emanating from the possessed John Forkenstrong, Arel Alfrin urgently declares that they must flee immediately. As the Dark Lord's chilling presence settled over them, the mysterious knight turned to Arel Alfrin, asking what consumed her thoughts, while she could only utter the name Wraith, questioning its true meaning. Without another word, the mysterious knight moved with blinding speed, drawing his bow. He pulled the string taut, a silent promise of swift retribution, for waiting only led to demise. The bowstring hummed with tension, fully drawn and ready to unleash its deadly payload. With a sharp release, the arrow shot forth, a dark streak aimed directly at the Dark Lord. It struck true, impacting the Dark Lord with enough force to send him reeling backward. A confident smirk played on the mysterious knight's lips, declaring his arrows never missed their mark. Indeed, a volley of arrows followed, each finding its target on the Dark Lord's form. Despite the assault, the Dark Lord remained standing, his eyes glowing with fury as he manifested a colossal hammer, ready to unleash his own devastating power. The black-armored knight continues his relentless assault. A voice echoing with cold confidence. "Did you forget? It's an arrow that doesn't miss." The Dark Lord, still reeling from the previous volley, flinches as another arrow whistles past. Even as he tries to evade, more arrows find their mark, striking his armored form with sharp impacts. With a massive hammer now clutched in his hand, he glares at the female knight, standing nearby. But another whistling projectile forces his head to snap back in surprise. Enraged, he bellows, "Mage! Quickly, magic! Right now, quickly!" The female knight, seeing the escalating danger, warns her companion, "Stay back." Ignoring her, the Dark Lord raises a staff, his body enveloped in a furious, crackling green aura as immense power surges forth. As the Dark Lord prepared his devastating magic, the mysterious knight moved with impossible speed, a burst of green energy erupting around him. His form blurred, accelerating into a focused, emerald-hued assault. A distant figure cried out in alarm, as the knight's attack manifested as a powerful, concentrated strike. He continued his relentless advance, declaring that while unfortunate, his first rule was to abandon the unreasonable, questioning if those who could survive shouldn't actually do so. Before the Dark Lord could fully react, the knight's glowing green fist connected with John Forkenstrong's face, a sickening crack echoing through the air. The sheer force of the impact lifted the possessed knight off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. He landed hard on the shattered ground, lying motionless amidst the debris. Nearby, Rarick watched the scene unfold, muttering about what he had heard regarding the Holy Sword. His expression was grim, a mixture of awe and concern etched onto his aged face. Still standing over the fallen foe, the mysterious knight questions the Dark Lord, asking if he possesses the Holy Sword. A moment of silence hangs in the air as he begins to respond, a single word escaping his lips. Then, with a sudden, heavy sound, John Forkenstrong collapses completely, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Nearby, Rarick kneels beside the fallen warrior, observing the aftermath of the devastating blow. The mysterious knight looks down at the defeated figure, a grim realization dawning on him as he declares that this foe is unlike the mindless dead he usually faces. Rarick's thoughts drift to the immense mana emanating from John Forkenstrong, mana strong enough to give them nightmares, and physical abilities that seem impossible for any human. Only one person truly fits that terrifying description. A voice cries out, recognizing the fallen warrior. "Warrior, Forkenstrong," it exclaims, adding, "I'm a fan." The distressed individual, their face etched with pain, struggles to speak, managing only, "Could I?" The mysterious knight holds the struggling person's head, who can only utter a soft, "Ah." The knight's hand rests on the person's cheek as a stark declaration echoes, "The warrior is dead." Rarick, observing the scene, interjects, "Wait a minute," before clarifying, 30 years ago. The mysterious knight continues to hold the prone John Forkenstrong, reiterating the grim fact: the warrior died. A narration box explains that after a fierce battle, the warrior heroically fell, but the truth was he had been betrayed, leading the distressed person to ask John Forkenstrong, "You're the warrior, who did you look like then?" A voice implores John Forkenstrong to come back. "The world has not yet forgotten you." Before adding, "Right, the holy sword." The mysterious knight, still standing over John Forkenstrong, demands, "Where is the holy sword? That will prove your—" Despite being thrown to the ground with a heavy impact, the mysterious knight's resolve remains unbroken. As John Forkenstrong dismisses his words as nonsense, the knight presses on, questioning why those who truly know the truth always remain silent, insisting that the warrior in question truly died on the battlefield. He continues, his voice unwavering, describing how the warrior abandoned his comrades and survived through dishonorable means. And not only that, he also lost the holy sword, a failure so profound it begs the question, what kind of warrior loses such a sacred artifact? John Forkenstrong listens, his expression grim, the weight of the knight's words settling heavily upon him. The knight's voice echoes with disdain, finding the entire situation utterly embarrassing. This warrior, Forkenstrong, was supposedly 56 years old, and this betrayal had been a secret for 30 long years. The battlefield is a maelstrom of steel and shadows, as countless armored figures, the revenants, surge forward, only for one to be met with a brutal, resounding impact. John Forkenstrong stands firm amidst the chaos, his grip tight on his weapon as he refuses to back down. The conflict rages on, a relentless tide of enemies clashing against the defenders. One of the revenants bellows a command, urging its brethren to bring death upon their foes. But John Forkenstrong, stepping on a fallen foe, dismisses them as mere scumbags, wondering if his harshness is truly unwarranted. Nearby, Vindal seizes the opportunity, declaring his intent to unleash area of effect magic upon the horde. His mana reserves were completely drained, leaving him vulnerable as the shadowy revenants continued to swarm. Yet, Rarik's voice cut through the chaos, urging them to prepare, while John Forkenstrong, known as Rear, declared his intent to turn the tide of battle into a legend. He stood firm, his back aching from the relentless parries, but his resolve unbroken as he challenged the horde, reminding them of the blows he had already endured for his allies. Even with depleted mana, Vindal managed to unleash a focused burst of blue energy, his gauntlet hand striking a revenant and causing it to disintegrate instantly. Then, a sudden surge of purple energy erupted around John Forkenstrong, his sword glowing with an ominous light, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he prepared a devastating attack. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a massive wave of purple energy, obliterating multiple revenants in a single, overwhelming strike. Meanwhile, Vindal rode through the desolate landscape, a sense of unease settling over him as he wondered if their efforts would be enough. He soon rejoined Rarik, who, holding a glowing orb, confirmed their worst fears. A new, formidable presence had arrived. Indeed, an imposing figure, surrounded by a vast army of the undead, revealed himself as the King of the Dead. From the shadows emerges the first knight serving the Dark Lord, the King of the Dead, a figure known only as the Wraith King. With a chilling greeting, he addresses his unseen opponent, who recognizes him as the Nameless One. A moment of confusion passes as the Wraith King attempts to clarify his identity, but his words are cut short by a sharp command to silence. A metallic clang rings out, as a knight's helmet recoils from an unseen impact, a faint blue energy shimmering around it. A young knight with white hair steps forward, his voice firm, refusing to heed the words of such a filthy fiend. He holds aloft a glowing orb, its light illuminating his determined expression. Then, Arel Alfrin's voice rings out with conviction, declaring that she will personally confront the threat. An elderly knight beside her questions the necessity of her direct intervention, his words met with a surprised "What?" from Arel Alfrin. His gaze sweeps over the horizon, where a vast army of knights, banners flying, arrives just in time. As the allied forces arrived, the imposing figure of Forkenstrong stood ready, his presence radiating an undeniable power. Arel Alfrin watched the scene unfold, her expression a mix of concern and urgency as she urged her companions to hurry. Meanwhile, Rarik, seemingly unfazed by the immediate danger, casually admitted to having gotten a little lost, wondering aloud if his opponent was enjoying himself. The Wraith King, also known as the Nameless One, acknowledged the sentiment, declaring his intention to now have some fun of his own. His shadowed opponent, the one now being called the Named One, pondered the irony, questioning the contradiction of being named the Nameless One and then the Named One. The Wraith King simply conceded, agreeing that the logic held true. With a surge of power, his armor began to glow, as he challenged the Named One to bring forth their full might. Yet, the Named One countered with a cryptic remark, suggesting that the title itself was not fitting for him. Ignoring the retort, the Wraith King advanced, his glowing sword now drawn, ready to engage in battle. As the Wraith King prepares for battle, his opponent's voice echoes, "But take a look. Only then will you nightmares." The elderly knight, Rarik, watches, a dawning horror in his mind, wondering what he is witnessing. The foe continues, describing the object as horrendous, questioning if it is a magic sword, only for the Wraith King to firmly deny it. With a surge of power, John Forkenstrong stands, his arm glowing with brilliant yellow energy as he wields the mysterious weapon. The truth is then revealed. It is a holy sword. The revelation hangs in the air, a profound declaration that echoes across the land, the words "holy sword" resonating with immense significance. Back in his quarters, Rarick sits up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he repeats the words, "It's the holy sword." His face contorted in shock and awe, the elderly knight can only utter the name of the legendary weapon, a mix of fear and wonder in his voice. Elsewhere, the sound of a cart rattling through a desolate landscape is punctuated by the sudden realization of its occupants, one of whom exclaims in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" The source of all this commotion is revealed in its full glory, a magnificent, glowing red sword, intricately designed and radiating immense power. The creaking of a cart wheel echoes through a desolate landscape. As one of the two travelers seated within announces, "We've arrived." They had reached the horrifying, cursed, dreadful valley, a place one could step into but never leave. Prompting the scruffy-bearded man to remark, "That's a long name for one place." His hooded companion quickly cautioned him, "Hi, don't say that." This was rumored to be the lair of the Wraiths, a place where countless adventurers had tried to escape after entering, but none had ever succeeded. The scruffy man, hearing the whispers, questioned, "Wraith King?" His hooded companion turned to him, explaining, I see you don't know about the Wraith King. He's the king of the Wraiths and the first Wraith King among them, also called the Named One." The scruffy man's eyes widened as he recalled, "He's a terrifying fellow who curses the living and leads a whole army of Wraiths." He then added, "And I've heard that he died so long ago. Is he still alive?" His companion, however, deflected, "But what does that have to do at a place like this?" The scruffy man's realization dawned. "No way you're going to tell me this place." He acknowledges the strange situation, confirming the rumors that the legendary sword is indeed here, a peculiar truth. With a dismissive gesture, he hands over the weapon, asking what it is, as if it holds no significance to him. As Rear grasps the blade, it ignites with a vibrant purple glow, revealing itself as the forgotten citadel's magic sword, and he cries out, overwhelmed by the immense power now coursing through him. He declares the sword his compensation, promising to let its power intoxicate him. A mocking laugh escapes him, dismissing those who speak of weakness. Mounting a large, horned beast, Rear announces his departure for the battlefield, urging caution to those he leaves behind. The scruffy man watches him go, a sigh escaping him as he muses on the legendary sword, wondering if he too will reach a happy stage with such power. Rear disappears into the dark depths of a cavern, his glowing purple sword the last visible sign of his passage. Meanwhile, the true holy sword is said to be located nearby. A skeletal figure, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, manifests with a dark, swirling aura. It lets out a guttural roar, threatening to kill. The Wraith expresses its frustration, wondering if it's about to be devoured and admitting to anger management issues. It then provocatively states that no one has died yet in this place, calling its unseen opponent an anti-cult man for pushing its limits. Suddenly, the skeletal figure finds itself overwhelmed, pinned to the ground by several dark, cloaked assailants. One of the cloaked figures asserts their dominance, declaring this the land of the dead, while another demands to know the Wraith's identity and orders it to leave. The cloaked figures continue to restrain the struggling Wraith, demanding it bring them the holy sword, leaving the Wraith confused about how to comply. The Wraith struggles violently, protesting the bullying and declaring it can no longer tolerate the indignity. Elsewhere, a hand with a firm grip begins to draw a sword from its scabbard, preparing for action. The skeletal Wraith, a guardian of the land of the dead, finds itself under relentless assault, its form shimmering with a faint blue aura as a cloaked assailant strikes with potent energy. More cloaked figures join the fray, their combined might pushing the ancient guardian back as a voice from their ranks demands it simply leave. The Wraith, its glowing green eyes wide with disbelief, can barely comprehend how these attackers are inflicting physical damage, a feat thought impossible against its kind. Meanwhile, John Forkenstrong, observing the one-sided battle, begins to draw his legendary blade, a silent prayer for mercy on his lips as he prepares to intervene. A sudden alarm ripples through the cloaked figures, their attention drawn away from the Wraith as a collective cry of "Quick, run!" echoes among them. The warrior's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he continues to pull the heavy blade from its sheath. With a final, resonant clang, John Forkenstrong's sword is fully drawn, held ready for battle. A realization dawns upon the cloaked figures. It's him. Without hesitation, John Forkenstrong strides forward, his blade leading the way towards the now panicked assailants. He walks away from the desolate, rocky terrain, his armored form a stark contrast to the barren landscape. Suddenly, a cloaked figure addresses the skeletal Wraith, pleading, "Oh, King of the Dead, please, relay justice upon us." The cloaked figure continues, observing the Wraith's reaction. "That was quite remarkable to reveal your identity." As the Wraith's glowing blue eye is shown, the figure adds, I see you don't remember me. Well, that's understandable. A lot of time has passed since." With a subtle shift in their voice, the cloaked figure offers, "In that case, let me help you remember." A vision of his past self, the blonde knight, appears, declaring, "Let's have fun like we did before, O Wraith King, the named one." The skeletal wraith's eye widens slightly in a flicker of recognition. Ah. A familiar voice echoes, challenging the Dark Lord, asking if he remembers him. With a chilling chuckle, the Dark Lord responds, finding it impossible to forget the one who stood against him. He names John Forkenstrong, the warrior who humiliated him and thwarted his revenge. Yet, the Dark Lord feigns confusion, remarking on how little the warrior seems to have suffered despite the harm inflicted, almost as if he were just an old man who had lost his mind. John Forkenstrong refutes the notion, declaring that he is no longer the same, having grown stronger since the time he shamed a people. In a desolate, rocky expanse, the Dark Lord demands to know the true reason for his presence. The warrior's grip tightens as he asks if the Dark Lord is there to finally bring him down. Standing before the legendary sword, John Forkenstrong declares his presence, having come solely for the rumors surrounding it, prompting the Dark Lord to echo his words with a hint of curiosity. He knows the tales well, a weapon capable of piercing the heavens, overturning the earth, splitting mountains, crushing oceans, and even bending spirits to its will, and he intends to verify its power himself. But before he can act, the Dark Lord extends a hand, interrupting his focus. The ancient evil mocks him as an old, aged warrior incapable of ending his existence. John Forkenstrong, however, sees no reason to heed the demon's words. The Dark Lord then reveals his true nature, a lich whose very soul has transcended death itself. Undeterred, the warrior calmly states his intention to torture the lich until he begs for death. Taken aback, the Dark Lord questions why John Forkenstrong, who supposedly wields the power of all holy swords, would even be seeking this particular weapon again. With a slight turn of his head, the warrior admits the simple truth: he doesn't possess it. Still disbelieving, the Dark Lord scoffed, "Are you truly trying to tell me, the greatest warrior, that you lost the holy sword?" John Forkenstrong simply replied, "No, I just don't have it." The Dark Lord's thoughts raced, finding the claim absurd. No mighty warrior would be so foolish as to lose such a sacred weapon. Not even a child would believe such a flimsy excuse. John Forkenstrong simply acknowledged the Dark Lord's disbelief, who then smugly accused him of trying to fool him, claiming he had been caught in a lie. Turning his back, John Forkenstrong dismissed the taunt, as tongue you there. Enraged by the insult, the Dark Lord's eyes flared yellow as he demanded, "Let's communicate a bit." Before the Dark Lord could react, John Forkenstrong moved with blinding speed, his sword arcing in a powerful, decisive strike. The Dark Lord found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered, muttering about a physical communication and confessing he didn't know what had just happened. John Forkenstrong stood over him, the tip of his blade resting menacingly near his face, a silent, chilling question hanging in the air. "If you really think I lost the holy sword?" Still reeling from the previous assault, the Dark Lord is sent flying, a blur of dark energy. Following through with brutal finality, John Forkenstrong's sword descends. The impact radiates outward, shattering the very air around the defeated foe. Crashing down, his form broken, the Dark Lord appears utterly defeated. Yet, from the depths of his despair, a voice echoes, "You're no longer a match for me." Resonating with dark power, he declares, "I am the laws of the dead, in this land of the dead, filled with corpses." As a chilling cyan aura erupts from his form, twisting and reforming his body. The transformation complete, the Dark Lord stands anew, proclaiming, "There is no one who can defeat me." His eyes now glow with an eerie light, a menacing grin spreading across his revitalized face. The Dark Lord, now radiating a chilling cyan aura, summons a shadowy entity, commanding it to harvest his opponent's very soul. He reiterates his order with a sneer, urging the newly manifested Reaper to kill John Forkenstrong swiftly. Responding to the command, the skeletal Reaper lunges forward, its form blurring with potent cyan energy. As the Wraith King's wishes are echoed, the spectral hand extends, closing the distance with terrifying speed. John Forkenstrong, however, remains unfazed, questioning the creature's audacity even as it attacks. The Reaper presses its assault, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. But before it can connect, a sudden force repels the shadowy figure, causing its cyan energy to flicker and dissipate. A powerful impact resonates through the air, delivered by the warrior's hand. Standing calmly amidst the fading magical residue, John Forkenstrong surveys the scene, a faint cyan glow now surrounding him. A sudden, powerful surge of energy erupts, signaling the beginning of a new, ominous offensive. From the depths, a monstrous, furry limb begins to emerge, as the Dark Lord's chilling laughter echoes, proclaiming the creature's terrifying nature. Undaunted by the new threat, John Forkenstrong stands ready, a sword glowing with cyan energy clutched firmly in his hand, challenging his foe to bring it on. His blue eye narrows, reflecting an unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the Dark Lord observes from a distance, surrounded by jagged cyan crystals, his eyes glowing crimson as he declares this next confrontation will not be so easily won. With a surge of malevolent power, sharp cyan crystal spikes erupt violently from the ground, infused with a sinister red energy. The Dark Lord raises his hands, red energy flaring around him, commanding the deadly spikes to converge and unleash their destructive force. His eye glows with an intense, crimson light, a testament to the raw power he wields. As the attack closes in, a powerful impact or magical deflection reverberates, met by John Forkenstrong's steadfast stance. A single word hangs in the air, a stark marker of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a guttural chuckle emanates from a monstrous, green-skinned figure with glowing eyes, as a cloaked traveler watches on, a silent observer to the unfolding spectacle. The monstrous entity, its form radiating an eerie green glow, declares its intent to reveal something significant. Its gaze then falls upon a sword, embedded in the earth and pulsing with a soft, cyan light, emphasizing its importance. The traveler, counting down the revelation, realizes with a gasp that this is no ordinary weapon, but the fabled legendary sword. A single syllable of disbelief escapes the traveler's lips, their eye widening in astonishment. The monstrous figure, identified as the king despite its current form, is then admonished by the traveler, who questions its unconventional methods. Overwhelmed by the sight, the traveler recoils, declaring the monster's return as nothing less than that of a devil. Back in his own confrontation, John Forkenstrong's eyes widen in realization as he questions the true nature of the legendary sword. The monstrous Dark Lord, still clutching the glowing legendary sword, continues his explanation, stating that it was all part of a course of action. As John Forkenstrong takes in the sight of the weapon, he identifies it as the rumored longsword. The Dark Lord offers a dismissive smirk as John reiterates, the legendary sword of rumors, longsword. The Dark Lord then reveals the truth, stating, "To tell you the truth, there was no longsword in the first place. It was just a false rumor to attract adventurers to this place." He elaborates on his motives. With the recent plague and war, the adventurers were all dying out at all, so this was our only option for harvesting the souls of the adventurers. John, still processing the deception, asks, "What's the point in telling me?" The Dark Lord simply responds with a dismissive, "Tut-tut." John sighs, then questions further, "Sigh whatever. What's the point in killing you?" The Dark Lord replies, "You're just doing something survival." John Forkenstrong stands before the monstrous figure, his expression unreadable. The Dark Lord then asserts his dominance. "I can take care of you anytime I want. But it's not like I came here to do that." The Dark Lord dismisses the conversation, stating that since he has revealed the truth about the legendary longsword, their interaction is complete, adding that he could easily end John's life, but it would be a futile effort, as he would simply return. A metallic clink echoes as John begins to walk away, but then he pauses, a single word escaping his lips, "Come back." The Dark Lord watches him, a hint of amusement in his voice, remarking that John is fleeing just like any other hero, and points him towards the exit, urging him to leave quickly. With a sharp tap, the Dark Lord's hand lands on John's shoulder, stopping him, before he asks if John possesses the power to bring back someone who has died. He clarifies, not merely a mindless wraith, but a true, complete resurrection, his hand glowing with a faint blue energy as he speaks. The Dark Lord's gaze sharpens, questioning John's perception of him, asking if he believes him to be a divine dragon capable of such a feat. He then elaborates, explaining that while true resurrection is beyond him, summoning a dead soul and having it possess another body is indeed possible. He adds, however, that such a being would merely be a lich. The Dark Lord then looks at John, a subtle challenge in his eyes, asking for his thoughts on this revelation. Having weighed the grim implications of the Dark Lord's offer, he finally looks up, his decision made. The Dark Lord's gaze sharpens, repeating the audacious request back to him, "Make a lich for me." A formidable presence, the conqueror stands resolute, his gaze piercing. Later, heavy armored boots crunch through the forest undergrowth. An armored figure and his cloaked companion make their way deeper into the woods. Suddenly, they come to a halt, a subtle rustle of movement catching their attention. The armored figure scans the dense foliage ahead. From the shadows, a group of rough-looking individuals, clearly bandits, emerge into the clearing. "Are you bandits?" he challenges, his voice echoing through the trees. "Get lost out of our way," or, before he can finish, a swift arrow pierces his chest. A choked gasp escapes him as he collapses to the ground, the forest floor rushing up to meet him. The bandits, confident in their ambush, announce their presence, demanding everything the travelers possess, or they would suffer the same fate as their friend. But the armored figure, far from defeated, simply scoffs, his gauntlet hand flaring with an ominous green energy. A bandit recoils, stunned and disbelieving, as the attack lands, unable to comprehend the sudden, brutal counter. The armored figure stands triumphant over a fallen foe, his body still radiating the potent green aura. The remaining bandits, recovering from their shock, express their disbelief that the corpse could still speak, let alone fight. One bandit, gripping his dagger, tries to rally his comrades, dismissing the armored figure as merely a remnant. Another bandit, observing the armored figure's persistent green glow, mistakes him for a drunkard and confidently declares that killing him will be easy. But before they can act, the hooded companion moves, a blur of motion across the forest floor. A bandit, caught completely off guard, can only utter a confused question as the hooded figure's incredible speed overwhelms him. The armored figure's green energy attack continued its devastating work, incinerating one of the bandits. Another bandit screamed in terror, witnessing the horrific power. A third cried out in agony, caught in the fiery aftermath. The green flames raged, consuming everything in their path. Overwhelmed, the remaining bandits turned and fled into the forest. As they ran, the armored figure's voice rang out, a chilling declaration of their fate. Yet, as they scrambled for their lives, the hooded figure struck with blinding speed, tripping one of the fleeing bandits. The bandit collapsed, a strange green energy now emanating from his body. The last two bandits disappeared into the dense foliage, desperate to escape. The remaining bandits had indeed scattered, their fear palpable as they fled deeper into the forest. Turning to the hooded figure, the armored man inquired, "Were you truly going to obliterate everything just to capture a single bandit?" The hooded figure replied, "Don't worry, the inside is still vast, but it's empty now." He then added, with a hint of surprise, "By the way, you are incredibly skilled. You even survived an arrow to the head." The hooded figure lowered his cowl, revealing a face that was not quite human, as he calmly stated, "I'm a lich." A crimson blade, radiating an ominous glow, stood as a silent testament to the power at play. One of the bandits lay motionless on the ground, his weapon discarded beside him. The lich, now with his hood back up, continued, "Am I a bandit this time? I have to conceal my identity like this constantly. It's tiresome. I can't just go around proclaiming I'm a lich. People would mistake me for a monster or a common bandit." He then explained his deeper purpose. "Should I then spread word of a lich being here? I truly cherish this church, but my eyes were opened. I desired to find a way to eliminate the Dark Lord, once and for all." A faint chuckle escaped him as he concluded, "Fufu, I'm not abandoning the church. It's annoying, but I won't leave the church, but..." The hooded figure's voice echoes, reminding his companion that he must remain in perfect condition until their contract is fulfilled. His eyes glowing with an eerie cyan light, he presses for understanding, prompting the armored figure to question if he intends to turn him into a lich. Standing over the prone form of the incapacitated bandit, the lich confirms his intention, declaring he will indeed make him a lich and bring him back to life. With tribal-like markings visible on his face, he explains that while it may seem simple, creating a dead knight is a difficult task, far more complex than merely creating a lich. Every life, he muses, is cursed with oblivion upon death, and to become a lich, one must endure the pain of their life and find peace and rest. It is both a curse and a blessing, he states, a breaking of the natural order, yet the armored figure retorts, accusing him of committing a taboo for his own interests. The armored figure challenges him further, asking if he truly intends to reincarnate someone who was once his best friend, now cursed by the world. With a determined expression, John Forkenstrong dismisses the concern, stating his only priority is finding the holy sword, a declaration the lich finds rather amusing. The lich shrugs off the moral quandary, casually remarking that the man lying there is merely a close friend they are playing around with, before revealing his true importance. He was the guardian of the holy sword. He concludes that the guardian can tell them exactly where the holy sword is located. He offers a deal, promising freedom if John Forkenstrong helps him, vowing never to appear before him again. Considering the proposal, John asks what would happen if he refused, his masked gaze fixed on the hooded figure. After a moment of silent deliberation, a firm handshake seals their agreement, a trade made between two unlikely allies. As they prepare to depart, the lich adds, almost as an afterthought, that there's something else John should know. He explains the grim truth of their task, revealing that the heart beating within the bandit's body already belongs to the dead, and that even half the heart of a fool can pierce an eye. With a sigh, he admits he doesn't know the specifics of such things, then asks where they should go next. He then offers to guide John to the necessary location. Without further delay, the two figures begin their journey, walking side by side through the desolate landscape. Their forms grow smaller as they move away from a massive, ancient tree, disappearing into the distance. The journey leads them deep into a verdant expanse, a place known as the ancient tree forest, or the elves' garden. As they arrive, the hooded figure questions, "So we can get the essence of the forest in this place?" John considers the implications, knowing that bringing back the dead always demands a heavy toll. It requires a sacrifice, a price to be paid. The lich acknowledges his thought. "That's true, why?" He continues, gesturing towards a massive tree, "To the place where an old friend of mine lives." Suddenly, a massive, dark-furred bear emerges from the dense foliage, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The creature's presence is undeniable, a formidable guardian of this ancient place. John stands ready, his armored form a stark contrast to the wild nature around him. The bear lets out a guttural growl, its gaze fixed on the intruders. He slides down a steep, moss-covered incline, his armored form kicking up loose earth. Reaching the bottom, he finds the lich already there, both of them now facing a massive, dark-furred creature. "Bear," the lich states simply, then clarifies, "It's not just a bear. This one is called a guardian of the forest." John, ever eager for a challenge, agrees. It's also fun taking on a new situation today. Then let's attack immediately. But before he can move, the bear lets out a thunderous roar, its red eyes flaring, causing him to flinch back, a surprised escaping him. Ignoring the warning, John charges forward, sword drawn, shouting, "For His Majesty the Emperor," as he swings, the blade connecting with a dull thud. The impact, however, sends him reeling backward, his armored body hitting the ground with a heavy thud, leaving him stunned. He mutters, disoriented. He looks up, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sheer size of the beast now towering over him, a single word escaping his lips, "Mother." The guardian of the forest wastes no time, bringing a massive, glowing red paw down with crushing force. The blow sends John tumbling violently across the forest floor, his body rolling helplessly from the sheer power of the strike. He stands before the colossal guardian, its red eyes burning with primal fury. "Do you understand, Wraith King?" the beast seems to demand, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air as he processes the challenge. Behind him, the other travelers are in a panic. "BR!" one screams, "It's past. There's no hope. Don't depend on that guy's words." "Stand back, please," the orange-clad traveler insists, a metallic click echoing as he prepares for the inevitable. John Forkenstrong turns his back on the monster, dismissing the others. "There's no need for mercenaries," he mutters, walking away from the confrontation. The hooded figure, the lich, stands amidst the terrified group, his back to them. With a swift, decisive motion, he draws a gleaming sword from beneath his cloak. The travelers exchange glances. "Mercenary," one asks. "I've only heard of rumors, but I can finally see his power." Meanwhile, a new presence emerges, a powerful aura radiating from a man with dark hair, his left arm glowing with immense magical energy. The power of. With a powerful physique and a gaze that holds untold stories, John Forkenstrong stands ready. As a massive bear-like guardian lets out a guttural roar. From a rocky perch, an armored figure watches the unfolding scene, while Adel dismisses the creature as completely worthless. The armored figure's gloved hand begins to shimmer with an ethereal glow, a taunt that sends shockwaves of fear through nearby guards. Enraged, the forest guardian charges, its eyes burning crimson. But the armored warrior stands victorious, the massive beast now subdued at his feet. A red, clawed energy manifesting from his power. He unleashes a devastating blow, sending the massive forest guardian reeling. Two soldiers watching from a distance react with surprise. As the creature roars in agony, it stumbles back, blood spraying from its maw. Adel mutters in disbelief, as the armored figure stands over the reeling beast. The massive creature finally collapses, the force of the impact shaking the ground. The red energy tears through its form, delivering the final, fatal blow. The armored figure stands triumphant over the fallen guardian, the crimson aura dissipating around him. Adel turns, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Two armored soldiers exchange glances, one muttering about the unexpected display of power, wondering how the armored figure could use magic. Adel, holding his staff, explains that combining sheer physical strength to overwhelm a foe is, in itself, a form of magic. His arm glows faintly as he emphasizes his point, declaring, "That is magic." Meanwhile, a hooded figure and a bearded man trek through a dense forest, their journey taking them deeper into unknown territory. The bearded man warns his companion that they are about to enter the forest tender's territory, urging caution from this point onward. He expresses concern about arrows and the dirty elves they might encounter, emphasizing the need for vigilance. The bearded man elaborates, explaining that it's not just the arrows they need to worry about, but also the master of this forest who has a terrible temper, insisting they move quickly to avoid trouble. The hooded figure remains silent, their gaze fixed forward. He stares down at the bearded man, his masked face unreadable, demanding to know if he understands. Before the man can fully respond, the hooded figure grabs him by the collar, his grip firm and unyielding. Released from the sudden hold, the bearded man clutches his arm, a clear sign of discomfort as the hooded figure stands over him. Their attention soon shifts to a colossal tree, its trunk violently ripped apart. Massive roots exposed and splintered from the sheer force. Surveying the devastation, the bearded man can only wonder if a giant beaver was responsible for such destruction. Yet, the hooded figure knows better, understanding that the forest tenders are not the only danger lurking in these woods, and this level of destruction points to something far more formidable. A heavy, rhythmic thud echoes through the forest as a massive, fur-covered foot impacts the earth. Unaware of the approaching threat, two armored soldiers stand guard deeper within the forest. The hooded figure and his companion continued their journey through the forest, the recent destruction a stark reminder of the dangers lurking within, a danger they knew was the work of humans. The bearded man mused aloud, wondering if the tales of war between humans and barbarians had truly escalated to reach even this remote forest. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the air, demanding they stop and raise their hands, threatening to stab them if they moved. It was Warang, a knight in full armor. The hooded figure, unfazed, simply offered a cryptic question, asking Warang if he was trying to make a new lich. The knight, ignoring the strange remark, pressed for their identities, demanding to know how they had come to be in this place. The hooded figure remained silent, simply waiting for the knight's next move. His companion, the bearded man, scoffed, declaring them to be mere wanderers, yet expressing surprise at the claim that this forest now belonged to an empire, and questioned the knight's own right to it. Hwarang responded with imperial authority, stating he was acting under the emperor's direct order to reclaim ancestral lands from the barbarians of the forest. He concluded by declaring the forest a zone of conquest, and that their tolerance for outsiders had reached its end. Hwarang looms over a fallen knight, his voice cutting through the tense air as he demands to know if they understand the consequences of intruding upon a conquest area. He warns them that if they do not return now, his forces will respond with martial law, a declaration that elicits a choked sound from the bearded man. A chilling purple aura flares around the hooded figure, a silent, ominous response that seems to dismiss the knight commander's threats. Yet, a soft, almost amused chuckle escapes the hooded figure, who calmly states they have no intention of making a fuss, and will return, urging the knights to proceed with their work. As they begin to walk away, the bearded man grumbles about the hooded figure's strange laughter. Hwarang, now mounted, watches their retreating forms, his gaze sharp as he declares his intention to inspect their faces. The bearded man, still chuckling, asks if he can finally kill them, only to be sharply silenced by the hooded figure. He then wonders aloud if the human king had ultimately invaded the undead rendered zone, finding the situation increasingly annoying. Meanwhile, a knight reports to Hwarang, pointing towards a sub-commander of 50, prompting a thoughtful hum from the knight commander. A massive, furry arm, stained with dirt and blood, lies still on the ground, an exclamation of surprise hanging in the air. Two figures on horseback, a bearded man and an armored knight, gaze down at the defeated beast, while the unhooded figure, now revealed with long gray hair, stands confidently before them, declaring the mission complete. The knight, still mounted, expresses disbelief, wondering aloud how the powerful monster was truly captured. The gray-haired figure dismisses the praise, stating it was simply part of his duty, even as the beast below lets out a low growl, and the knight adds that rumors of him taking down such creatures with bare hands seem to be true. A surge of pain or defiance emanates from the creature, confirming the knight's observation. The mage simply reiterates that completing such tasks is what mages do. The bearded man and the armored knight continue to observe him from their horses, his hand resting on a staff, its orb glowing softly. The mage observes the scene, noting that the creature is thankfully still alive, while the bearded man beside him remarks on the young man's strength, believing he won't be executed. Turning to face the armored knight, the bearded man challenges him, warning that he will soon run out of mana. The knight, his back to the viewer, retorts, accusing the bearded man of losing his mind and lamenting that he could have at least kept his life if he had regained his senses. His expression grim, the knight declares the bearded man executed, asking if he has any last words. The bearded man stands his ground, his spears held ready. A determined glint in his eyes, he prepares for the inevitable clash. Suddenly, a spear flies through the air, forcing the knight to cry out and dodge the swift attack. But the assault is relentless, and multiple spears find their mark, striking two knights with brutal force, one recoiling in pain as the other takes a direct hit to the chest. The onslaught continues, impaling one knight with several projectiles, his scream of agony echoing as another knight stumbles back, clutching his own wounds. Deep within a shadowed forest, a sudden cry shatters the silence, announcing an ambush as unseen figures scramble to form ranks. Among the armored ambushers, an elf-like archer with pointed ears leads the charge, issuing a stern command to prevent any escape. As the group stands amidst the ancient trees, their leader declares, "Don't spare a single one alive. Those who step a foot in our forest shall become fertilizer for the trees." The conqueror, Firk and strong, stands as a formidable figure, his muscular physique and long, golden hair a testament to his power. Meanwhile, on a desolate battlefield, Hwarang commands his knights to unleash a volley of arrows, the air thick with their deadly flight. One knight, caught off guard, recoils as multiple arrows pierce his armor, the impact jarring his entire body. Despite the casualties, the knights press their attack, their bows drawn taut as more arrows streak across the sky. Hwarang, seeing a comrade fall, kneels beside the injured 50 commander, his voice laced with concern. The commander, Helmet Askew, laments his lapse in judgment, realizing the enemy's true strength and fearing their imminent annihilation. Before they can regroup, a sudden surge of blue lightning erupts, engulfing the knights in a devastating magical attack that cracks the very ground beneath them. 50 commander watches, eyes wide with terror, as the overwhelming power of the magic washes over them, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Amidst the chaos of the arrow barrage, the bearded sergeant calls out to the struggling knights, urging them to hold their ground, while another knight expertly deflects the incoming projectiles. He watches the skilled warrior, a sergeant of the army himself, observing the precise movements of the young knight. With a practiced ease, Hwarang deflects another volley of arrows with his shield. The sergeant, still offering guidance, urges the other knights to emulate Hwarang's defensive prowess, even as he playfully questions their focus. He points to the young knight, highlighting his exceptional skill in the face of the relentless assault. Just as he describes, Hwarang continues his flawless defense, A close-up reveals the precise moment his gauntlet hand deflects an arrow, sending splinters flying. The sergeant watches with a knowing smile, remarking on Warang's natural talent and peaceful demeanor, seeing a reflection of his younger self. Suddenly, a light-haired figure emerges from the fray, raising their hands in a clear gesture of surrender. Kneeling with his hands bound, the light-haired captive identifies himself simply as a mercenary. However, the hooded figure standing over him dismisses his claim, stating there is no such thing as surrender for a human. Nearby, John Forkenstrong and other armored figures observe, one mentioning the forest guardian, while another grimly adds that only death awaits them. The hooded figure then turns to John Forkenstrong, who questions the captive's identity, asking if he is a dark elf. The hooded figure echoes the sentiment, wondering aloud what a dark elf is doing in such a place. The captive, his pointed ears now visible, reacts with a furious outburst, demanding to know why they call him a dark elf, when an elf is simply an elf, before cursing his interrogator as a frost bastard. As the tension escalates, the hooded figure extends a hand, commanding them to stop. John Forkenstrong, acknowledging the command, agrees to halt the proceedings right there. Turning back to the captive, John Forkenstrong warns him that he has given no reason to spare his life, leaving the elf looking utterly confused by the statement. Still secured, the captive struggles internally, wondering what kind of cruel old man would go to such lengths to hold him. Suddenly, John Forkenstrong descends from above, delivering a powerful, arcing kick. He lands gracefully, then addresses the captive, urging him to calm down and discuss the situation rationally, to simply listen and convey information. But the captive, his face contorted in anger, snaps back, refusing to speak to the damned bastards. The hooded figure then speaks, accusing the captive's kin of invading the land, calling them devilish bastards who killed their innocent kin and destroyed the forest. Still defiant, the captive declares that even if torn apart, their grudge would remain unquenched. John Forkenstrong counters, reminding him that his side broke the agreement first, and it seems he will have to be the one to initiate the conversation. With a surge of emerald energy, he extends his hand towards the captive, a powerful magical aura emanating from his palm. The captive recoils as the magic takes hold, and John Forkenstrong commands him to return to his true self, Gom the Druid. As the druid's form shifted, John Forkenstrong's grip tightened, his voice laced with fury, demanding to know what had just transpired, but the hooded figure quickly interjected, ordering him to release his hold. The transformed druid, now clearly in distress, struggled weakly beneath the warrior's grasp. Ignoring the hooded figure's command, John Forkenstrong simply reiterated, his resolve unwavering. The hooded figure, observing the scene, accused him of underhanded tactics. A chilling chuckle escaped the hooded figure, who then taunted John Forkenstrong, warning him not to lose his precious Gom and dismissing his concerns. The hooded figure continued, preparing to deliver a final, cutting remark. Declaring that they do not negotiate with traitors, the figure then added a mournful, almost nostalgic, comment about Gom having been a good Gom. John Forkenstrong's face contorted in a furious grimace, his patience clearly at its end as he muttered a warning. Still gripping the transformed druid, John Forkenstrong demands to know the meaning of the hooded figure's actions, his voice laced with frustration. The hooded figure, unfazed, dismisses John's concerns, muttering about the inconvenience of others before questioning John's identity as the Wraith King. With a casual air, the hooded figure expresses annoyance at the expressions of others, yet warns against killing them. Unable to tolerate the provocation any longer, John unleashes a surge of blue energy, launching an attack while still restraining the druid. The attack streaks forward, only for the hooded figure to effortlessly deflect it with a burst of crackling purple lightning, sending John recoiling from the impact. Meanwhile, the druid's hand begins to glow with an eerie green light, a faint, unsettling chuckle escaping him as he wonders how he came to be in this state. The hooded figure, now surrounded by newly summoned armored guards, calmly commands everyone to gather, emphasizing the importance of manners. As the situation escalates, a menacing red sword, pulsing with dark energy, appears, ready for injection time. At a human army outpost, a hand clutches a scroll, its contents revealing a pressing inquiry. Who is this? Meanwhile, an eye-patched general listens intently. As 50 Commander reports, his voice filled with shame. The general asks what happened to him, wondering if he was ambushed. 50 Commander, clearly distressed, can only manage a frustrated grunt. He finally confesses, saying, "I'm ashamed, sir. In the middle of questioning some suspicious people, we were ambushed." The general repeats, "Suspicious people?" as 50 Commander explains that an old man and a strange assailant appeared out of nowhere, laying waste to the entire squad through sheer force alone. Processing the information, the general simply states, "Oh, okay, got it. An old man and a strange assailant." 50 Commander then presents a scroll, announcing, "Sir, Ornt." The scroll contains a post-haste message from the Kingdom of Orn, requesting aid from the human army. The general presses for details, asking if the old man 50 Commander mentioned had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scar across his face. He describes the man as strangely repulsive, adding that he should be dead by now, as even elven healing wouldn't save him from such injuries. The general then asserts that the ones who should truly be dead are the elves. He continues, questioning the man's significance and why the royal order is searching for him. 50 Commander warns him that knowing too much could be dangerous, even for a general, implying his head wouldn't be safe. The general lets out a small sound of acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for the warning. He then calls out to 50 Commander, who immediately responds with a respectful yes, sir. Turning away, the general begins to walk. He issues a direct command, instructing 50 Commander to guide him. Deep within a verdant forest, ancient roots and gnarled branches intertwine, forming a natural archway. Beyond it stands the shrine of the forest tenders, centered around the colossal tree of Udud, as a lone figure approaches its sacred grounds. A soft, resonant chime echoes as a hand reaches into a pool of glowing green liquid, stirring its ethereal surface. Before the antlered Great Elder, the hooded figure asks, "Great Elder, do you see?" The spring of Udud, a mystical wellspring, is said to reveal the dangers threatening the forest. With glowing blue eyes fixed on the scrying pool, the Great Elder confirms, "Yes, can see." He murmurs, his gaze unwavering, "I was wondering if the holes in the forest turn out to be a cookhouse." "No, Great Elder, not that one." The hooded figure, now looking intently at the vision, instructs, "Take a look." Frontline captain and warrior are caught by ambush. A hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to the gravity of the revealed ambush, as the sound of a deep hum fills the air. The Great Elder, his glowing blue eyes fixed on an unseen presence, speaks with a deep, resonant voice, acknowledging the arrival of Strong. A heavy, armored boot steps through a pool of blood, crunching on something unseen as arrows protrude from fallen soldiers scattered across the forest floor. John Strong surveys the grim scene, a silent question hanging in the air, realizing the reinforcements he called for never arrived, and no one is left alive. The devastation stretches before him, a chilling testament to the brutal battle that took place. He brings a hand to his mouth, a look of deep concern etched on his face. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he observes the disturbed earth. The air itself feels heavy with a malevolent presence, confirming his suspicions. It's dark magic. A fallen armored figure glows with an eerie purple light, identified as a dark polluter, a lich. This entity, powered by Sarah magic, possesses a unique ability to absorb its surroundings, having decimated the entire unit and pushed further into the territory. Two figures, a soldier in chainmail and a cloaked companion, observe the aftermath of a battle, the soldier exclaiming about the dark magic present and questioning if the old man they encountered was a dark mage. His companion quickly dismisses the idea, insisting that the old man was a great hero, not a dark mage. Meanwhile, the masked figure known as the Wraith King, who they had been pursuing, muses on the nature of powerful individuals, noting that the more skilled someone becomes, the more disheveled they often appear, and since the old man was a master of the great sword, he must be the most rotten professional of all. The soldier, still processing the information, finally connects the dots, realizing the old man was a legendary warrior. The Wraith King, his masked face showing a hint of a red glow from one eye, acknowledges his own talkativeness, apologizing for revealing too much. Before they can react, he moves with impossible speed, drawing his sword in a blur. The blade arcs, striking the chainmail soldier with brutal force, sending a spray of blood into the air. He then adds that some things are best kept secret. With the soldier incapacitated, the Wraith King turns and walks away, acknowledging their persistent pursuit. The masked figure, known as the Wraith King, stands silently as a voice challenges him, asking if he understands. A long-haired man, his expression smug, then adds that he has returned alone, and that he simply despises pathetic individuals like the Wraith King. As the Wraith King walks away through a dense forest, the long-haired man's thoughts echo, confirming the intelligence that he is indeed cooperating with the Wraith King. He watches the retreating figure, musing about the warrior and lich, an idol from his past. A crimson symbol glows intensely, followed by the appearance of a vibrant purple magical circle, pulsating with arcane energy, revealing a bearded man trapped within a glowing cage, who defiantly shouts that it is ridiculous, and he would rather be killed instead. He laments that the enemy has prepared a box like a prison for a fight. Looking up at the Wraith King in the distance, the trapped man challenges him, asking if he didn't hear him, and asserting that this place is as good as any to start a fight. The bearded captive, held by his hair, cries out in desperation, requesting a manga, a duel to the death, rather than endure such humiliation. Meanwhile, the elder, observing the scene, muses aloud about the spell that silences people, lamenting his own aging memory. He then scoffs at the Wraith King's perceived softness, claiming that letting these captives live is as good as killing them, yet acknowledging that a spark of justice still resides within the warrior. Holding a small, glowing orb, the Wraith King questions his father's words, while the elder, his own memory failing, reassures him that he is merely worried about his daughter's age. With a determined expression, the elder reveals his true intention, to use the captives as leverage to obtain the fabled essence of the forest. As he speaks, an ancient, moss-covered tree-like face appears, symbolizing the essence, which he describes as the veiled treasure of mysteries. Its immense power has been protected and hidden in absolute secrecy since the era of their predecessors, a secret he believes was kept from them when they fought the Dark Lord Rogant. He concludes that with his perfect plan, he wouldn't even need to threaten their lives to obtain the essence, a revelation that makes the Wraith King question if this is truly the warrior he knows. As a vibrant green aura flares around the Elder, the Wraith King finally understands his father's true goal, the essence itself. The Great Elder, observing the Wraith King's rough handling of his captive, chides him, declaring that adults are speaking. He turns, demanding to be released, but the Elder questions his very presence. Still holding the struggling captive, the Wraith King attempts to justify his actions, claiming he was merely investigating a fallen boulder, a sentiment echoed by another captive nearby, while the first groans in pain. The Great Elder dismisses his explanation as rubbish, insisting that no one can leave until all the magic is undone and the negotiations are complete. The Wraith King counters, warning the Elder that he is gravely mistaken, and questioning if he truly believes the spirits of the forest will so easily hand over their precious essence. The essence of the ancient forest, the very heart of this ancient place, is revealed to be the last remaining treasure, something an outsider could never truly comprehend. Unfazed, the Great Elder dismisses the Wraith King's concerns, reiterating his command that no one can leave until the negotiations are concluded. A tense silence hangs between them, purple magical energy swirling around the two powerful figures. Until the Wraith King breaks it with a chilling declaration. If his terms are not met, he will have no choice but to destroy the entire forest and forcibly take the essence. The Wraith King presses the Great Elder, demanding to know if he understands the gravity of the situation, his voice echoing with a chilling question. He then asks if the Elder is attempting to create a new lich, while nearby, Darnum observes the tense exchange, recognizing the armored figure as the warrior Firkenstrong. Darnum turns his attention to Gom, asking if he is all right, to which Gom replies with a heavy sigh. Admitting that he is not, he then laments that the old man, the Great Elder, is a complete hooligan and a beggar-looking individual. Darnum, however, dismisses Gom's complaints, reminding him that it has been a while since they last met, and that the Elder is likely just bluffing. Gom, still visibly distressed, expresses his disbelief that the warrior Firkenstrong could be the same person he knew from 50 years ago, muttering that he can't believe it. Darnum then explains that despite his current appearance, he could never forget his brother-in-arms, the one who fought alongside him against death, the great hero. As Darnum speaks, the glowing purple pillars in the background cast an ethereal light on the scene, and Gom kneels in a gesture of profound respect, greeting the great warrior. As Gom remains kneeling before the masked figure, Darnum sighs, finding the display a bit excessive, noting that those who are always going to play you tend to do just that. Gom, however, ignores him, pleading with the masked king to rise, questioning how he could show such deference to his emperor, and asking why he has only now returned after all this time. Meanwhile, the Great Elder, seated on his imposing throne, begins a somber monologue, reflecting on a warrior from a forgotten age, where chaos once again casts its shadow over the world, and the remnants of old gods threaten its very existence. He continues, his voice heavy with accusation, lamenting how those who were once blood allies now turn their swords and spears against each other, and urges them to witness the devastating consequences of such conflict. The Elder's gaze intensifies as he recalls the human kings, once a sword friend, who ravaged their forest. His voice rising in volume, he asserts that all of this could have been prevented, questioning how one could simply stand by and watch it unfold. A chilling laugh escapes him, as he asks if they truly did not hear the screams echoing from the forest. With a powerful gesture, he cries out, demanding to know if they feel no sorrow for their countless siblings who have been slain. His final words hang heavy in the air, a stark accusation of passive observation. As the Great Elder's impassioned words hang in the air, Darnum turns to Firkenstrong, his voice urgent as he implores him to halt the impending conflict. But Firken's response is immediate and unyielding, a stark refusal that echoes with finality. Darnum persists, explaining that his true objective was not to fight, but to prevent the war and claim a vital essence. He acknowledges Firken's identity as the warrior, yet his words carry a hint of disappointment. Firken, unmoved, reveals a deeper connection to the conflict, mentioning his own history with the human king. Darnum's expression shifts to one of disbelief, muttering that Firken's words are too much. He continues to express his frustration, his voice laced with exasperation at the situation. With a final, dismissive sound, Firken turns and begins to walk away. Darnum watches him go, still trying to reason with the retreating figure. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gives way, sending Firkenstrong plummeting through a shower of debris. He hits the earth with a violent impact, cracking the very ground beneath him. Lying amidst the scattered rubble, he quickly begins to stir. Pushing himself up from the fractured earth, Firkenstrong rises, debris still falling around him. He finds himself face to face with a masked figure, who asks if he is all right, then dismissively adds, "Not you, the singer." A low chuckle escapes the masked figure, as a glowing purple cage is revealed nearby. Firkenstrong's expression hardens as he mutters, "They couldn't have gone too far, you so careless then, because it's been a while." The masked figure turns and begins to walk away, leaving Firkenstrong to observe three indistinct figures in the distance. As the masked figure departs, a staff adorned with glowing green leaves is briefly glimpsed. A figure with long, flowing blonde hair and prominent antlers looks up, a gentle smile playing on their lips as they ask, "Ah, my lad, did you come all the way here, just to visit your baby daughter?" Turning to walk away through the sun-dappled forest, they continue, "While I was the one trying to visit, you're as impatient as always. Then, let's leisurely." Meanwhile, the great elder, his hands clasped in contemplation, looks down with a serene expression, offering a simple, "Catch up with each other, friend." Buried beneath a mound of earth and debris, a figure struggles to break free. Even as dark purple tendrils erupt from the ground, twisting around him with an ominous, almost playful, "hee" sound. The magical restraints tighten their grip. And John Forkenstrong, his golden hair now visible, can only think, what is this, a tentacle video? With a guttural growl, he flexes, shattering the rocky prison around his arm. As the tendrils continue their assault, he commands them, "Stop minding these tentacles." His voice rings with authority, "And go." The purple energy recedes into the ground, obeying his final instruction, "The job you need to do." The magical tendrils that had ensnared him now recede, coiling back into nothingness as if obeying an unseen command. Standing free once more, John Forkenstrong surveys his surroundings with an air of quiet authority. From a short distance away, the hooded figure and the traveler watch the display, a mix of awe and apprehension on their faces. The hooded figure then speaks, their voice carrying a chilling question, asking if he truly understands, addressing him as Wraith King, and wondering if he intends to create a new lich. A dark purple aura flares around John Forkenstrong, his eyes glowing with an ominous light, as he dismisses their concerns, stating that for his own sake, he will harvest their soul. His form is wreathed in the crackling energy, a clear and potent threat hanging in the air. The traveler, witnessing this display, muttering that the man is simply not trustworthy at all. The purple aura around John Forkenstrong then dissipates, leaving him standing calmly as he considers the hooded figure's words. With the tension momentarily eased, the hooded figure suggests they have a private conversation. A foot steps onto the forest floor, as a voice announces the presence of Udud, the elder of the forest, addressing the newcomer as Forkenstrong. Nearby, a sword, known as Slasher and Guide of Light, stands planted in the earth, a silent sentinel in the verdant woods. The cloaked figure, John Forkenstrong, stands with his back to the viewer, a dismissive thought about the lack of manners crossing his mind. Udud, the elder of the forest, a man with a flowing golden beard and piercing blue eyes, regards him with a stern expression. He questions if John truly recognizes him, referring to himself as Nor's sister, Booth Silver, and older, while an elf-like companion stands by his side. The elder then demands to know what John is doing in the strongest area of the forest. John Forkenstrong, in turn, asks how Udud knows his name, before Udud dismisses the question, stating that he is no longer merely the elder, but the guardian of the forest. Udud's declaration is met with a sarcastic remark from John Forkenstrong, who acknowledges his preparedness with a dry "Congrats, man." Without warning, John Forkenstrong launches a sudden, blurring attack, striking the elder with immense force. Without warning, a devastating blow connects, sending the elder of the forest reeling, his body twisting mid-air from the sheer force. He barely has time to register the impact, as another strike follows, a blur of motion and power. Udud is thrown violently through the air, his thoughts racing. He's using formal language. "I've been telling you over and over, but I have felt more pain in these few years than you." He crashes to the ground, a pained grunt escaping him, struggling to comprehend the sudden, brutal assault. "How dare you old man, hit me?" Before he can recover, another strike lands, a sickening impact that sends blood spraying from his mouth. The force of the blow sends him skidding across the forest floor, his body a mere plaything in the hands of his attacker. His face contorts in agony, the relentless assault leaving him no room to breathe or retaliate. As he lies defeated, Udud's mind races, observing the glowing aura around his assailant. "Popping up after so long, you're bringing a flicker of dark magic with you." The elder of the forest stares up at the figure standing over him, a chilling realization dawning. "You've crossed a line." A scarred, muscular hand clenches, as a voice explains that this is merely a mock battle. Yet, even in practice, John Forkenstrong's attack sends his opponent reeling, the unnamed traveler protesting that he was the one who initiated the first strike. Despite the force, the unnamed traveler holds his ground, weapon ready, vowing to protect the forest temple. Unfazed, John Forkenstrong continues his assault, his mace arcing with lethal precision. Another powerful blow connects, sending the unnamed traveler stumbling back as he remarks that John Forkenstrong hasn't changed a bit. He adds that his skill remains exactly the same as well. John Forkenstrong retorts, accusing him of being stuck up all the same. The unnamed traveler's hand, possibly bruised, is shown again as he reiterates his point, emphasizing that he doesn't possess an old man's strength. Finally, John Forkenstrong grabs him by the collar, impatiently asking him to get to the point, while the unnamed traveler explains he's merely trying to remove the torrents from the forest. Sweat beads on his brow as he questions the very essence of the forest, before lunging forward with his axe, confirming his intent to take it. But a swift counterattack sends him reeling, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he curses his opponent. He explains the deep, generational connection the forest folk have to this place, a history he knows intimately. And so, he simply wishes to borrow its essence, just for a little while. The ancient tree pulses with green energy, as his words are dismissed as the rambling of an aging mind. With a surge of power, John Forkenstrong unleashes a glowing blue aura, his opponent questioning how he could have fallen so far. Defeated and on the ground, clutching a glowing green orb, he laments the outcome, suggesting they simply share the good stuff. John Forkenstrong, resolute, insists on a peaceful resolution for both of them. John Forkenstrong's jaw tightens, a hint of challenge in his expression. Meanwhile, the unnamed traveler lunges forward, his voice echoing with a fierce threat. As sharp, green tendrils erupt from his weapon, aiming to tear his opponent apart. Yet, John Forkenstrong stands unmoving, the attack dissolving into harmless red fragments around him. A dismissive thought escaping his lips as he looks down at the defeated figure. The impact of the traveler's fall sends dust scattering across the ground. The unnamed traveler lies amidst the broken foliage, his face contorted in agony and despair. A quiet admission of utter hopelessness escapes him. Before his eyes blaze with a furious blue light, and he screams a desperate question into the void. Responding to the traveler's desperate plea, John Forkenstrong begins to gather a potent, glowing blue-green energy around himself, his form radiating immense power. He declares with unwavering resolve that he cannot simply hand over what he holds, no matter who demands it. The unnamed traveler, his face etched with distress, can only whisper that he is trying to believe. Meanwhile, John Forkenstrong's power surges even further, crackling with raw, untamed energy. The traveler recoils in utter shock, exclaiming at the sheer absurdity of the situation. A powerful force erupts with a deep hum, sending the unnamed traveler violently hurtling backward, his body twisting midair. John Forkenstrong's hand remains extended, still radiating intense, warning energy, the power refusing to dissipate. The traveler screams in agony or disbelief, his eyes now glowing with a vibrant blue light as he is overwhelmed. Long ago, a figure stood as the very center of their world, a powerful presence overlooking a desolate expanse. With a soft thud, a foot lands, marking a journey or a new beginning. John Forkenstrong, clad in resplendent golden armor, appears in a moment of formidable power, his gaze fixed upwards. His light hair, swept back from his neck, reveals the intricate details of his warrior's attire. Yet, this same formidable warrior can be found in moments of profound weariness, seated with his head bowed, the weight of his burdens evident even through his armor. As his eye gazes upward, one might ask, that guy, you know? A hand, marked with dark patterns, grips a crystalline object, which pulses with a soft, internal light. Then, with a deep breath, John Forkenstrong's eyes ignite with a vibrant green glow, and a powerful emerald aura erupts from his chest, signaling a resurgence of his immense power. As his power surges, John Forkenstrong stands transformed, his body now adorned with horns, his white hair flowing, and his eyes burning with an intense green light, radiating an emerald aura. Meanwhile, in a different time or place, gnarled roots twist through the earth, as a voice questions the very nature of creation. A colossal stone face, carved into the landscape, watches with glowing blue eyes, streaks resembling tears running down its ancient cheeks. John Forkenstrong, with his long blonde hair and beard, closes his eyes in contemplation, the realization dawning on him that he had faced a root clone. Amidst shattered remnants, he muses, a quiet escaping his lips. A sigh of relief, or perhaps resignation, escapes him as he reflects on his past struggle. After finding the entity, he had tried to destroy it, but how could one kill something the world itself could not? Looking down, a weariness settles over him as he ponders his enduring quest. He just wants to find a single holy sword, but it seems an impossibly difficult task. A sudden realization dawns on him, a thought that had been lingering just out of reach. He muses, considering the implications, that if his earlier assessment was correct, they should have been caught by now. He wonders about the other, the one known as the Wraith King, hoping he isn't struggling. As blue energy crackles around his hand, a vision of shadowy figures bathed in an eerie green glow confirms his suspicions, a silent affirmation of his internal debate. Seated and contemplative, the blue energy still faintly clinging to him, he lets out a quiet, yet firm declaration, a deep-seated animosity for elves. A hand reaches out, brushing against a dense tangle of green vines and roots that seem to pulse with an unnatural energy. Hidden within the foliage, a complex pattern reveals itself, a reverse mana release restriction magic circle designed to ensnare. Sitting amidst the deceptive greenery, he realizes the cunning of the trap, dug using the tree roots themselves, making it incredibly difficult to notice. The magic circle's effect is insidious. The more mana one releases, the more it reverses, making restraint the only option. He acknowledges the difficulty of using mana under such conditions. His gaze sweeps over the intricate network, searching for any other hidden dangers. His eyes briefly glow with a golden light as he perceives the unseen, realizing he hadn't noticed the thin steel wire connected from tree to tree. The wire itself is coated with a neuroparalytic poison, a substance potent enough to bring down even a giant with just a scratch. He continues to observe the deadly setup, his expression unreadable as he processes the layers of deception. He stands amidst the forest, the unseen voice echoing around him, demanding to know if he understands, then addressing him directly. "You're the Wraith King," the voice asserts, its tone laced with contempt. "Did you really get caught by these simple traps? You good-for-nothing bastard." John Forkenstrong listens, his resolve hardening, knowing there's no other option but to proceed, now that it's come to this. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. He moves with sudden speed, the unseen voice exclaiming in surprise at his rapid approach, realizing he's much closer than anticipated. With a powerful surge, he shatters the obstacle in his path. Finally, he finds a moment to rest, perching on a tree branch and letting out a weary sigh. His respite is short-lived as a cloaked figure, their face obscured by a mask, appears below him, announcing, "Found you, Sir Warrior." A glowing red symbol, intricate and ominous, manifests with a faint, pulsing light. Deep within the holy city, known as the Tree of Origin by the forest tenders, lies the Underroot underground prison, a place of confinement shrouded in ancient roots and stone. Within one of its desolate cells, a new prisoner was about to arrive. A cloaked figure stood outside the bars, commanding, "Get in." Now confined, John Forkenstrong muttered his disdain for the dirty dark mage bastards, while the masked individual chuckled, proclaiming, "I am the king of the dead." The cloaked figure then addressed him directly, "Wraith King, the named one." He continued, revealing deeper knowledge, "The first star of the 7 liches. The 7 resurrected one." A slight pause, then a critical observation. "You look different than I thought. I thought you'd look a bit more grandiose." Finally, the masked figure posed a direct question. "Do you know of myself?" A young man with light blue hair introduces himself, stating, "My name is Adal." He continues, acknowledging the captive's reputation. "I know, as I've well heard of your fame, my dear teacher." Adal then questions the imprisoned man, his voice laced with curiosity. "Ah, you're that John Forkenstrong who was easily captured? So, you got any ideas again, teacher?" As the chains clink around him, John Forkenstrong, looking up from his cell, simply replies, "Not easy." Adal continues to prod, speculating on the nature of his teacher's captors. "Though your disguise is so good, if they know about it, it must be someone special, a scholar, or perhaps a dark mage." Adal admits his own limited knowledge of his teacher. "There isn't much I know about my teacher either, but you're filled with quite the number of secrets. All I know is that they were a lich." He then expresses his disbelief, his gaze fixed on the prisoner. "Among the 12 liches, I have never heard of one who has a human as their disciple. Not to mention a mere soldier, not even a mage at that. I'm a mage." John Forkenstrong, his patience clearly at an end, begins to retort angrily, "Mage? You're just full of sh*t as you open your mouth." Adal dismisses John Forkenstrong's disbelief, stating that his ignorance is obvious. He then reveals the reason for John's lack of knowledge, claiming the existence of a 13th lich. John Forkenstrong, his scarred face etched with confusion, questions the very possibility of a 13th lich, asserting that none were born after the 12th. Adal, unconcerned by John's skepticism, insists the details will be shared once they reach a safe location, before pointedly asking if John is still contemplating escape. He reiterates his own questions for John, his gaze fixed on the bound prisoner. Adal then draws attention to the glowing blue chains binding John's wrists, identifying them as mana restoration restriction binds. A narration explains the insidious nature of the binds. The more mana exerted, the more it's released, effectively neutralizing even an archmage. It notes that even the Wraith King, broken as he is, cannot overcome them without being patched. John Forkenstrong lets out a guttural growl, his teeth gritted in frustration and pain. His eyes blaze with an ominous red glow, and a dark, volatile aura erupts around him, straining against the glowing blue magical restraints. He lets out a guttural roar, his body straining against the glowing blue restraints that bind him. Adal's voice cuts through the struggle, mocking him, asking how he intends to sever the magical bonds with mere strength, reminding him that magic can only be countered by magic. The binds spark and hum, resisting his immense power. Adal observes, a smirk playing on his lips, noting that John's mana remains suppressed by the intricate bindings. He wonders if John is truly fighting with only his physical might. John, still on the ground, questions Adal's earlier statement about being a mage. A fierce determination hardens his gaze as he stares at his bound wrists, a silent challenge in his eyes. Adal considers the situation, acknowledging that this is not the time for a full confrontation or escape, but rather a moment to plan. He finds John an interesting person, recognizing the value of a well-laid plan, but then reveals his own hidden agenda, implying that John's current predicament is part of a larger scheme. He stands tall, his gaze fixed upwards, ready to execute his warrior plan. Meanwhile, the masked prisoner watches, knowing that the warrior's actions will shatter everything, drawing attention directly to their location. Adal, standing beside him, calmly advises the unnamed traveler to conserve his strength, confirming this unfolding chaos is all part of his own intricate design. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as John Forkenstrong's hand bursts through the cell bars. A frantic voice cries out, announcing the unexpected assault. The prison erupts into chaos as an alert blares, signaling armed guards to prepare for combat. Adel simply hums, acknowledging the unfolding events, while the masked prisoner mutters about the devil's work. Armored figures react with disbelief, questioning how the human invaders managed to reach them. With a resounding crack, John Forkenstrong's fist shatters the bars, declaring that it's not bastards, but just a single individual causing the uproar. Outside the castle walls, a massive explosion erupts, tearing through the ancient stone as an old man single-handedly demolishes the formidable defenses. Amidst the crumbling debris, the man stands unfazed, observing the chaos he has wrought. With a casual air, he calls out, demanding to speak with someone in charge. More sections of the wall give way, adding to the growing pile of rubble. He muses on the futility of such defenses, declaring that armies and walls are ultimately useless against true power. Meanwhile, two long-eared guards, clad in ornate armor, exchange worried glances as the destruction continues. Turning his attention to the unseen defenders, the man attempts to reassure them, yet chides their earlier refusal to open the gates. A line of armored guards finally confronts him, one stepping forward to command him to halt, but he merely dismisses them, claiming they are all the same in their attempts to hide. One of the long-eared guards maintains a stern expression, his gaze fixed on the powerful intruder. An armored figure with long, pointed ears confronts John Forkenstrong in a forest clearing, expressing disbelief at the destruction around them and questioning his allegiance, hoping to clarify a misunderstanding. However, before any words can truly be exchanged, the warrior lunges forward, a blade flashing in a swift, decisive strike. The elf warrior's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, a silent challenge in their eyes. John Forkenstrong, deflecting the assault, demands to know the reason for such aggression. He attempts to reason with the warrior, suggesting they adhere to basic etiquette and engage in a proper discussion. But the elf warrior remains resolute, accusing him of aligning with the Wraith King and invading their sacred forest, declaring there is nothing left to discuss. John Forkenstrong, recognizing the warrior from a different time, acknowledges their past but insists on a conversation. Placing a hand on the warrior's shoulder, he reiterates his desire to speak. He then reveals his true objective, explaining his urgent need for the forest's essence and the Wraith King's unexpected involvement. The elf warrior, his face contorted in anger, dismisses John Forkenstrong's previous explanation, grabbing him by the shoulder and declaring that everyone values something more important than their own lives. John Forkenstrong, exasperated, points out the elf's self-righteousness after the warrior questions if anything could be more important than the lives of the forest tenders, which only fuels the elf's rage, prompting him to command the immediate killing of the intruder. A staff, crackling with icy blue energy, swings down with incredible force, catching John Forkenstrong off guard as the elf warrior unleashes his attack. The warrior puts his full weight into the powerful, blurring strike, connecting with John Forkenstrong and sending him sprawling to the ground. Yet, in a shocking reversal, John Forkenstrong is suddenly standing, holding the very staff that just struck him, leaving the elf warrior stunned and questioning the trickery. The elf warrior, having been disarmed, apologizes for interrupting. But John Forkenstrong dismisses the apology, stating he has his own business to attend to. The elf, still reeling, demands to know his identity, questioning if he had insulted him. John Forkenstrong, with a slight smirk, denies any offense, explaining that he is here to meet Sir Warrior. He glances towards a group of armored knights in the distance, acknowledging the need for respect. The elf warrior's eyes widen as he recognizes the insignia of the First Knight Order, realizing John Forkenstrong's true status as a human king. He then extends a hand, demanding the essence from him. John Forkenstrong, however, proposes a deal instead, offering to eliminate the humans for the elf in exchange for the essence. With a final, decisive move, the game concludes in checkmate. John Forkenstrong declares his victory, having won yet again, while the older traveler playfully accuses him of cheating. The traveler admits his inability to ever defeat the Overminder, wondering if his opponent gained some enlightenment during the war. John Forkenstrong dismisses the idea of enlightenment, calling it a mirage, and reflects on the prolonged conflict, sensing its imminent conclusion. He reveals that the king's next knight order has already been deployed, specifically for a mission, prompting the traveler to ask if the rumors have spread. Whatever the reason, the traveler acknowledges that a significant move is being made. John Forkenstrong confirms that it is their highness will to finally bring the war to an end. The traveler questions why they are leisurely enjoying themselves then, and why the army wasn't sent out sooner. John Forkenstrong chuckles, reminding the traveler of the identity of those people, the First Knight Order, to which the traveler affirms his knowledge. The First Knight Order, under the king's command, moves with purpose, John Forkenstrong leading a vanguard that includes the masked prisoner and the elf warrior into a dark, cavernous expanse. He surveys the chaotic scene before him, where soldiers armed with magic weapons are already engaged in a fierce struggle, their numbers far exceeding 1,000 men. He simply states his understanding of the situation. Meanwhile, in a different location, Adel observes the unfolding events. The enemies they face are beings about whom little is known, yet they wear pure white armor. A scoff escapes him as he questions who John is explaining this to, concluding that they can only pray and accept their fate now that the First Night Order has intervened. Back on the battlefield, John Forkenstrong plunges into the enemy ranks, his powerful charge scattering foes with explosive force. He continues his relentless assault, the sheer scale of the battle overwhelming, as if watching a raging fire. Adel, his eyes now glowing with an intense electric blue light, lets out a furious roar. From the depths of the chaos, a towering monster, its body radiating a sickly green aura, bellows a terrifying cry. Undaunted by the new threat, John Forkenstrong continues his relentless advance, delivering another powerful, sweeping blow. A bear-like creature recoils, its body tingling from an unseen force, a surprised sound escaping its maw. Meanwhile, John Forkenstrong leaps into the chaotic fray, his weapon poised, as unseen enemies scream commands to fire and take him down. He continues his rapid descent, his strike imminent. Then, a devastating attack erupts, causing an explosion of light and blood amidst the enemy ranks. The impact reverberates, sending debris and more blood flying with a thunderous crash. From a distant vantage point, an unnamed elf warrior and his companion observe the chaos, their expressions grim. The elf warrior sighs in frustration, lamenting that their attacks are constantly being blocked. Back on the battlefield, a powerful purple energy attack erupts from the ground, causing massive destruction and debris to fly, as someone declares they're about to lose control. Amidst the swirling purple energy, John Forkenstrong continues his relentless assault, wondering if a larger threat is now approaching. With his eyes glowing a vibrant blue, the elf warrior commands everyone to hold still. As dark, swirling energy tendrils continue their relentless assault upon the ancient, gnarled tree-like entity. Nearby, the knight stands, observing the onslaught. A deep, resonant voice echoing through the air, declaring, "The tree of Udud shall not break so easily." John Forkenstrong remains steadfast, his armored form a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. As the black energy surges around him, he deflects the assault with a burst of his own golden power. The impacts resonate with a dull thud as he struggles against the relentless pressure. From a distance, the unnamed traveler watches, musing, "That guy is a little more intense than I thought. Though, is it okay for you not to help?" He sighs in frustration, regretting a past decision. "Oh, so frustrating. Should have stabbed him at the time." As the elf warrior questions his unusual friendliness, John Forkenstrong admits he cannot explain himself, stating it is his first time encountering the elf. Meanwhile, Adel explains his introduction to the masked prisoner, detailing that he is receiving orders from their majesty, the emperor, and mentions Aura, the vice-captain of the imperial order. He stands firm, sword in hand, reiterating his allegiance to the emperor's command. The unnamed traveler continues his somber monologue, reflecting on those who seek guidance to their homeland, and the destiny of consuming the fruit of the light. He declares that the one born of light will now consume the fruit of the dark, and emphasizes that he, born from the dark, will protect himself because of the light. A monstrous roar erupts as Adel confronts the creature, telling it not to call him the Wraith King. The masked prisoner observes the exchange, muttering that the situation is quite unfortunate. Adel's expression hardens, as he speaks of the creature who once was his idol and hero. Elsewhere, John Forkenstrong moves with purpose, his blade ready as he expresses a desire for a proper fight. The masked prisoner's dark eyes narrow, his voice echoing with a chilling question, wondering if they truly understand the implications of their actions, or if they are attempting to create a new lich. Meanwhile, in a desolate, rocky expanse, John Forkenstrong's hand grips his sword, challenging his opponent to reveal the true dignity of a warrior. He presses further, demanding to witness the great power they possess. With a sudden surge of force, his blade meets the blonde warrior's, the impact sending a shockwave through the air and forcing the bearded man back. The blonde warrior's face contorts in a grimace of effort, sweat or blood spraying from his brow as he struggles against the overwhelming pressure. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, and he manages a wry comment, admiring the quality of his opponent's blade and asking where it was acquired. The cloaked warrior responds, promising to reveal his full strength only if his challenger proves worthy. Their blades meet again in a blur of motion, the clash echoing across the desolate landscape. Still reeling from the elf warrior's assault, he finds himself pinned, the warrior's voice echoing with a challenge. "If you can break me, that is." The elf warrior stands poised, his weapon ready. As John Forkenstrong struggles to rise, admitting to himself, "Oh, for this, I can't even smack him either." But a surge of dark, crackling energy erupts from him, pushing the elf warrior back, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. "Ha ha, I'm not done yet." The shadowy tendrils of power coil around him, growing more intense. As he commands the elf warrior to face his true strength, "Do take this on as well." The dark energy swirls, promising pain. "It'll hurt quite a bit." And with a powerful lunge, John Forkenstrong, now a conduit of shadow, sends the elf warrior flying. Still reeling from the dark energy blast, the elf warrior tumbles through the air, a pained grunt escaping him. He crashes hard onto the rocky ground, the impact sending a sharp sting through his body. From above, John Forkenstrong watches him, his expression unreadable as the elf struggles to rise. A cold resolve settles over him. The time for game's now over. With a swift, powerful motion, he unleashes a sweeping arc of pure energy, cutting through the air towards his opponent. The blade hums with raw power, a guttural cry accompanying the attack. Yet, the elf's resilience surprises him, a faint killing aura emanating from the warrior as he prepares to meet the blow. The elf warrior, despite his injuries, stands firm, ready to drag out this fight for as long as necessary. Both combatants lock eyes, their determination burning brightly as the true battle begins. Catching his breath, the dark-haired elf companion asks his comrade if he is tired. He admits, with a hint of grudging respect, that Strong and the others like him are truly monstrous. Each one, he explains, is on the same level or even above that. This holds true especially for the one he personally fought. The companion insists that particular foe was strong enough to have fought the blonde warrior in the past. The blonde warrior, surprised, questions if the power truly reached that level, quickly adding that he wasn't complaining. He confirms, recalling that Strong was among the few who could challenge him in the old days, when they fought alongside their brothers and sisters, and when Strong was still considered normal. He then adds, with a somber expression, that he himself hasn't grown stronger since then. He remains lost in thought, his gaze distant. Meanwhile, John Strong strides purposefully across the desolate landscape, a silent narration suggesting the end of a task. His companion, the unnamed elf companion, grumbles, wishing he could simply strike down their target. The unnamed elf warrior, however, offers a more measured response, conceding to a request. He then echoes his companion's earlier sentiment, a hint of dark amusement in his tone. A subtle, knowing smile spreads across his face as he considers the implications of their next move. Elsewhere, a cloaked attacker violently lifts a guard by his head, the force of the blow sending him airborne. The attacker's grip tightens around the guard's face, silencing his desperate cries. With a swift motion, the attacker seizes the guard's sword, warning him that any resistance will only lead to his demise. A man with greenish-blonde hair, seated at a desk, questions the masked figure before him, asking if he understands, addressing him as the Wraith King. The seated man has heard of the masked figure's extensive experience as Strong. The masked figure responds with a simple affirmation, acknowledging the seated man as captain, as the name of the first knight commander, Commodus, is recalled. The captain recalls an informant, an old man with an extraordinary amount of mana, who once worked for a former captain and possessed the luck of the Wraith King. The captain continues, recounting how Strong once walked out of a lair completely unharmed, prompting the masked figure to question if he is suggesting a flashback. He then mentions their previous failure, having lost Strong at the Forgotten Citadel. But this time, the captain assures him, they are certain, with an informant confirming Strong is headed to the Forest of the Elves, to which the masked figure acknowledges that they have finally found evidence of the warrior. The captain expresses confusion, wondering about the farmer with magical power, finding it strange and questioning its nature, while the masked figure remains silent. The captain then asks why he was called over, whether out of curiosity or something else, but the masked figure clarifies that it was not for curiosity, but to offer some advice. The masked figure warns that Strong will operate on a completely different level than anything the captain has faced before, and if it truly is him, the captain's strength alone may not be enough. The masked figure, his gaze piercing, questions the captain, asking if he truly understands the implications of the Wraith King title. A beat of silence hangs in the air, as the masked man waits for a response. The captain, however, seems to misinterpret the warning, wondering if the masked figure is attempting to create a new lich. He dismisses the masked man's words as mere advice, assuring him there's no need to worry, for the old man in the forest is decrepit and drunk, incapable of landing a blow, and there will be no failure on his part. Before the captain can finish his boast, the masked figure moves with impossible speed, his sword arcing in a deadly blur. The strike connects with brutal force, sending the captain reeling backward through the air. The momentum carries him further. As the masked figure stands over his fallen form, his blade still drawn, the captain's earlier words echoing in the sudden silence. A pained grunt escapes the captain's lips, his face contorted in shock and disbelief at the overwhelming power he just experienced. As the masked figure's blade descends, the captain can only stare in disbelief, his arm already caught in the swift, brutal attack. A sharp impact echoes, as the captain's defenses prove utterly useless against the precise, overwhelming force. In that moment of pain and confusion, the captain's mind flashes back to his companion's warnings, their voices echoing. We shouldn't have let you run off on your own, old man. Another one. The masked figure, meanwhile, seems to think, now is the time to show him what an empty fool he is. His arm gushing blood, the captain can only gasp in shock at the sudden, overwhelming injury. He stumbles backward, barely comprehending, as the masked figure's blade continues its relentless assault. You said you're gonna hit just once, he cries out in disbelief. His face contorted in a mix of anger and humiliation, the captain mutters, just once is too soulless though. The masked figure's eye, cold and calculating, reflects the razor-sharp edge of the blade, a testament to his unwavering precision. With the captain now sprawled on the ground, defeated, the masked figure stands over him, his glowing sword a stark symbol of his victory. The captain, still reeling, can only manage a sarcastic, "Oh, did you surprise me?" Without another glance at his fallen opponent, Strong turns and walks away, a dismissive, "Don't get in my way," echoing in the silence. As John Strong stood over his defeated opponent, another warrior, an elf with a defiant glint in his eyes, rose from the ground, declaring the fight his own, even as John Strong dismissed him, stating he was too busy for such trivialities. He warned the elf warrior not to be so hasty after his defeat. The elf, however, challenged his perception, asking if he truly believed this was being done for his benefit. He insisted that all his efforts were for John Strong's ultimate success. Drawing his sword with a swift motion, John Strong questioned if true seriousness was truly absent within the elf warrior. Still on the ground, the elf warrior challenged him to reveal his true skills. He added that people generally disliked those who took things too seriously. Before the elf warrior could even react to his own words, John Strong's blade flashed, piercing him through with brutal efficiency. He stood over the fallen elf warrior, who lay defeated in a growing pool of blood. He moves with blinding speed, his blade connecting with a brutal impact, sending the elf warrior reeling back as blood splatters across the desolate ground. John Strong looks down at his fallen foe, a cold assessment in his dark eyes, dismissing him as merely the remnant of the past. His form remains unyielding, as he delivers a final, chilling command. The warrior stands victorious, his gaze sweeping over the desolate landscape. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the silence, as an old man with a bow steps forward, challenging his presence. He questions John Strong's identity, mocking him as a remnant of the past who lacks skill, mana, and power. The old man continues his taunts, deriding his methods and perceived weakness, while John Strong simply observes. The old man, his large curved blade glinting, dismisses John Strong's weapon, claiming it is nice, but the wielder is not. He then questions if the sword was even made by him. He raises his weapon, unaware that 90% of the swords at the Forgotten Citadel are crafted from Magic Society-produced steel, a material that has given rise to many fake magic swords. The human king, who once spoke of a new age, simply cannot comprehend the true nature of such blades. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, declaring his attack is far from over. But before his blade can connect, John Strong moves with impossible speed, deflecting the strike and embedding the old man's massive sword deep into the earth, leaving him stunned. The old man stares, his expression unreadable, then asks if his opponent truly feels confident. His sword remains stuck, a testament to the counterattack. As he challenges John Strong directly, asking if he is confident in winning a true sword-on-sword battle against him. John Strong's hand, adorned with a red sash, grips the hilt of his own blade. And with a silent resolve, his sword ignites with a soft, ethereal glow, accepting the challenge. After the intense clash, John Strong stands calmly, his dark cloak draped around him, while his opponent, the unnamed elf warrior, fumes at a nearby knight, reminding him, we were in the middle of a manly one-on-one. A faint smirk plays on John Strong's lips as he looks down, amused by the warrior's outburst. He simply stands there, radiating an aura of calm indifference, as if the chaos around him is merely a minor inconvenience. Meanwhile, the unnamed elf warrior throws his hands up in exasperation, bellowing at his subordinates. "Hey, you morons, I told you to bonk him in the head, not blow up the castle wall. Don't you see the crown on my head?" His frustration is palpable, the ruined wall a testament to his men's overzealousness. John Strong, still unperturbed, casually rests a hand on his sword hilt, retorting, "You're so stingy, man. It gets broken by fists, just build it again." He then muses to himself, a hint of challenge in his tone. How can he be this relaxed? Someone who isn't even a threat, is that it? With a final dismissive sigh, he turns and walks away. Aw man. He finds the elf warrior's attempt to disengage from their confrontation utterly vexing. As the elf warrior, surrounded by a faint purple aura, declares they are withdrawing. His companion, already in motion, questions why they are running away without finishing it. The elf warrior reflects on the sheer power displayed, acknowledging that he has never witnessed a duel capable of destroying a wall, not even from their captain, perhaps even stronger than that. John Strong, however, finds the compliment hollow, asserting that no one leaves without his permission. The elf warrior, now conjuring a glowing purple orb, reveals they had prepared a mass recall spell in advance, and that escaping will be difficult for him now. Before the spell can fully manifest, John Strong closes the distance, a blur of yellow energy, launching a swift, interrupting attack. He presses his assault, challenging the elf warrior to reveal any other tricks, convinced there is nothing left to delay him. A powerful, sweeping strike of yellow energy erupts, engulfing the area. He deflects a barrage of glowing yellow projectiles with his dual swords, the impacts sparking around him. With a determined expression, John Strong continues to parry the onslaught, acknowledging the sheer force behind the attack. The sharp, glowing projectiles fly with incredible speed, a relentless assault. Having repelled the attack, he looks down at his defeated opponent, a taunt escaping his lips. Now clad in menacing horned armor, John Forkenstrong stands over the prone elf warrior, declaring that a single defeat is not enough. The defeated elf warrior lies still, as John Forkenstrong promises to meet him again. Elsewhere, a monstrous bear-like creature roars, its form wreathed in glowing blue energy. With a final, questioning growl, the creature begins to dissipate into shimmering blue particles. Two orc-like figures stare at the empty space, confused by the sudden disappearance, wondering if their efforts were successful. A crimson symbol, pulsing with dark energy, hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the recent clash. As John Forkenstrong stands victorious over his fallen opponent, the desolate landscape bearing witness to his power. Meanwhile, the unnamed elf warrior, his helmet gleaming, struggles to comprehend his defeat, muttering, "This is unexpected, Vice Captain Orn. To think you will fail." His companion, the unnamed elf, observes the damage, noting, "It looked like piercing him was impossible, even with your power. It's because he's a human, he's far." The warrior, still reeling, concedes, "But still, I put some scratches on him, and I cut him pretty deep." He continues his internal monologue, reflecting on the futility of his efforts. "No, even if I could blank them all. Anyway, as the imperfect defense, the first knight whose name has been forgotten is a fool." With their discussion concluded, the two elves turn and begin their journey back. "We will immediately return to our base." The barren, cracked earth stretches into the distance, a silent testament to the raw power unleashed upon it. While elsewhere, the unnamed traveler scratches his head, pondering the strange events unfolding around him. Phew, it's not divine powers, right? Underhanded, tricky bastards. After the recent confrontation, the elf companion approaches John Forkenstrong, inquiring about his well-being, addressing him as Forkenstrong. He assures the human that the promise made will be kept. However, the elf then presses for more information, demanding to know why the essence of the forest is so crucial to him. In a hidden basement, unknown to anyone, a glowing object rests on a pedestal, as a voice questions, "You're going to create a lich?" Lewis, the traveler, confronts Forkenstrong, stating, "You're the only one someone might hear about, Forkenstrong," as the air grows eerily still around the idea of creating a lich. Forken clarifies, "I don't mean to create a lich. It's just," he admits, "it's the same deal every time. Whenever I get curious about something, I'm not satisfied until I've researched it a bit." With a quiet nod, he simply responds, "Yes." All of this, he realizes, is because of the Holy Sword. He explains that no matter how it's named, its true nature remains that of a magic sword. As his eyes glow with a faint yellow light, he adds, "And magic swords eat away at the wielder's mind and body. Don't you feel it as well? That the Holy Sword is encroaching into you?" Lewis confirms, "Yeah, that's why I try to seal it as much as possible and usually keep it in my dimension pouch. Even then, it's not easy, the encroachment just keeps getting worse. I wonder if that's possible even for you." The Holy Sword's influence would continue to encroach upon him, Lewis warned, as Firkin stood before the glowing artifact. He explained that a person with too many mental conflicts, easily broken, could become a Wraith King, and Firkin would simply explode. The Holy Sword's mana, overcharged and injected into his body, was more than he could handle, causing his eyes to glow with an eerie green light as he gasped, questioning the strange sensation. His mind wouldn't be controlled by the sword, but his body would become like a dark lich, Firkin mused, holding the glowing weapon. Yet, he believed if he could understand the sword's mechanism, he could solve the problem of the dark lich, finding the voices it whispered to be so nice. For a lich, every muscle, drop of blood, and bone is controlled by mana, making them immune to mortal wounds. Therefore, if this mechanism could be applied to the Holy Sword, physical damage would be healed instantly. Lewis, amazed by the depth of Firkin's knowledge, asked how he had figured it all out, to which Firkin casually replied that it was nothing much, he had simply dismantled the Wraith King. A wave of distress washed over Lewis as he processed the chilling revelation, muttering about all they had wanted, while Firkin simply uttered the word, "scalpel." Lewis then understood why Firkin had insisted on keeping the Wraith King alive, to which Firkin responded that he couldn't refuse a specimen that wouldn't die. Lewis, lost in thought, wondered how long he and Firkin would continue in this manner, looking like the two of them here. Forkenstrong, his hand glowing with an ethereal purple light, casually remarks that he has grown accustomed to concealing his true appearance from others, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he continues to explain his peculiar habit. He finds it, he admits, rather awkward to present his genuine self. Meanwhile, the Holy Sword, now radiating a dark, ominous energy, pulses with a deep red glow, its intricate carvings seeming to writhe with contained power. As if to punctuate his earlier statements, a thought crosses his mind, revealing a new creation, the Tree of Jaheen, his very first created body. Suddenly, a bearded elf with a crown of leaves, presumably Jaheen, lets out a booming laugh, his eyes gleaming with amusement. His hearty ho-ho-ho echoes, filling the air with mirth. As the three walk through a forest path, Jaheen turns to Lewis, asking if he was on a journey to revive Vindal, to which Lewis simply confirms with a yup. Jaheen then inquires if Lewis brought Forkenstrong into a lich, receiving another simple yup in response, before Jaheen bursts into another round of laughter. As the bearded elf, Jaheen, looks down at Lewis, who lies on a stone slab surrounded by his companions, a low, rumbling laugh escapes him. Meanwhile, the unnamed elf warrior, his face contorted in anger, curses Jaheen's casual disregard for their principles, exclaiming that no matter his strength, such blatant disrespect for their agreement is unacceptable. Jaheen, however, remains unyielding, his gaze sharp as he points out the true gravity of the situation. Lewis isn't merely trying to eliminate a lich, but to create a new one, using the very treasures of the forest, an act they cannot permit. The unnamed elf warrior, shocked by Jaheen's words, can only utter a choked sound as Jaheen firmly reminds him, an agreement is an agreement, and they will uphold their promise. Turning his attention back to Lewis, the unnamed elf warrior questions the timing of his actions, asking why he chooses to revive Vindal now, after 30 long years. Lewis, still lying on the slab, responds with a question of his own, wondering why they would want to break Vindal's slumber and unleash a curse that would prevent him from ever sleeping again, especially if they were once close. Jaheen dismisses the emotional appeal, stating that personal feelings are irrelevant in this matter, and commands them to cease their objections, demanding the treasure so they can proceed with their task. The unnamed elf warrior, still wary, attempts to frame the exchange as a clean trade, but insists on knowing Jaheen's true intentions before proceeding. Jaheen, his expression thoughtful, then poses a question, suggesting that perhaps the reason for their current predicament lies with the holy sword. Jaheen's voice cuts through the silence, demanding if the Wraith King understands the gravity of his situation, then presses further, questioning if he truly intends to raise a new lich. He then shifts the topic, mentioning the holy sword, a legendary artifact he'd heard Firkin Strong had lost, wondering aloud how such a thing could possibly vanish. Jaheen continues, his gaze unwavering, asking if the rumors are true, that Firkin has been desperately searching for the lost holy sword. Looking down at the restrained Firkin Strong, Jaheen questions if he is still unable to move past his obsession. Firkin Strong, his expression grim, confirms his relentless pursuit of the holy sword, cursing his misfortune. He recounts his journey, having searched even the nest of the ancient dragon Gelthianos, a creature dwelling in the Grey Mountains. When asked if he possesses the holy sword, he vehemently denies it, explaining that his search has taken him from the garden of the ancient dragon king all the way to the first iron step underground. His quest has spanned decades, leaving no corner of the world untouched in his 30-year pursuit of the legendary blade. The sheer weight of his failure and the endless search culminates in a tightly clenched fist, a silent testament to his profound frustration. Firkin Strong, still consumed by his decades-long quest, laments that he couldn't find even a single piece of the holy sword, questioning how such a thing could be possible. Jaheen, observing his intense reaction, remarks dryly that it must have been an expensive endeavor. Ignoring the comment, Firkin's gaze hardens as he declares his singular desire to find his sword, believing that with the holy sword, he can accomplish anything. He anticipates Jaheen's judgment, acknowledging that he probably seems crazy, but quickly asserts his high rank, demanding his thoughts be kept to himself. Jaheen, unfazed, raises a hand that begins to glow with a soft blue aura, stating he has only one question, and that Firkin should not interfere, before instructing him to follow. The scene shifts to the entrance of an ancient, vine-choked ruin, its stone archway swallowed by dense, twisting foliage. With a decisive gesture, Jaheen begins to move deeper into the shadowed ruins, declaring he will guide the way, his footsteps echoing softly as he descends. The sound of his boots clanking against the stone floor. Jaheen watches as Firkin Strong, his hands glowing with vibrant purple energy, stands before a prison cell, declaring his plan is proceeding perfectly. He then turns to the elf, asking, "Do you understand?" Jaheen, his expression unreadable, simply states that the Wraith King is no longer bound by his previous contract. The elf warrior, along with his companions, questions why Firkin Strong would release someone who shouldn't have connections with him, but the man dismisses their concerns, stating there's no need to release him manually. Jaheen watches the cell door intently, as Firkin Strong confidently asserts that the prisoner will emerge on his own. The elf warrior, bewildered, asks how the binds could have been broken, to which Firkin Strong calmly replies that he simply left them inside. Jaheen, observing the cell, murmurs in thought, finding the escape magic absurd. Firkin Strong then channels a torrent of dark purple energy, swirling around him with immense power. His hand glowing intensely as he declares, "I think I can." Firkin Strong, the Wraith King, stands enveloped in a dark, menacing aura, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light. As he prepares to unleash his magic, Jaheen challenges him, demanding to know his intentions, while Firkin Strong dismisses his concern with a casual, almost mocking tone. With a sharp, cracking sound, the purple energy shatters an unseen barrier, fragments scattering into the air. He then manifests multiple glowing purple magical circles, promising a nice gift to his captive audience, the vibrant energy swirling around him. The unnamed elf warrior watches, a look of deep concern etched across his face, realizing the true extent of Firkin Strong's current endeavor. Firkin Strong, calm amidst the magical display, simply instructs them to observe the unfolding spectacle. He reminds them that such a display of power is a rare sight, one they are privileged to witness. The Wraith King stands, fully immersed in the surging purple energy, his form radiating immense magical force. Meanwhile, an unnamed traveler contemplates the nature of such potent magic, noting that in a natural space, it would likely be hidden within a tree. Firkenstrong declares his actions are solely to protect the essence from those he deems unworthy, adding that he is, in fact, the more generous one present. Witnessing the spectacle, the elf warrior admits he is seeing such a thing for the very first time. This, a narrator reveals, is the essence of one of the elves' 10,000-year-old trees. Firkenstrong, now standing upon the roots of the ancient tree, muses that the essence would probably be contained within it. The elf warrior begins to respond, confirming his agreement. But his words trail off into a questioning silence. At the edge of a massive pit, filled with countless figures locked in combat, John Firkenstrong issues a command, urging them to proceed, then questions their trust in him. Far from the pit, a robed figure, adorned with a crown and holding a staff, performs a solemn ritual before a colossal tree, beseeching a higher power to embrace the poor young lambs. His hand extends, seemingly channeling authority. Back at the pit, a companion knight voices his frustration, lamenting the ease with which others let the dead fight their battles, and questioning if the fallen will truly rise again. A gasp escapes the observers as a myth begins to take form within the pit, the dead stirring. The knights gathered around the chasm cry out in shock and awe, some hailing it as a miracle, believing their god has finally answered their desperate prayers. The companion knight turns to John Firkenstrong, offering a hand and asking if he is all right. A pained groan escapes him, his body racked with an unknown affliction, as he struggles to speak, requesting water. Blood splatters from his mouth, a sword hilt visible near his face, indicating a sudden, violent turn of events. A cacophony of battle cries and the clash of steel erupts as a horde of grotesque revenants swarms over the defending soldiers, their decaying forms tearing through the ranks. One of the knights, witnessing the carnage, cries out in desperation, realizing the enemy are not mere foes but revenants, far too numerous to handle, and urgently calls for reinforcements. Meanwhile, John Firkenstrong, still incapacitated, attempts to block out the overwhelming sounds of battle, wishing for just a few more minutes of peace. A different knight, equally overwhelmed, echoes his sentiment, his face contorted in a silent scream of despair. The pain and chaos continue to assault John Firkenstrong, his features etched with discomfort. As the sounds intensify, a voice desperately calls out to him from outside his makeshift shelter, informing him that the enemy has surrounded their position at the Forgotten Temple, trapping them. Amidst the burning remnants of their camp, a knight stands with his sword drawn, pleading for orders from his lord. Finally, John Firkenstrong's eyes snap open, a grim realization dawning on him as he questions the fate of his sentinels and the utter disarray of his army. He surveys the burning camp, the devastation of his forces laid bare before him, a single thought echoing in his mind. Is the army truly doomed? His bare feet press against the scorched earth, the heat of the flames a stark reminder of the chaos, as he wonders what kind of swift, hellish force could have wrought such destruction. A dark cloak now envelopes him, and a vibrant blue aura begins to emanate from his form. His hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of a sword, a silent declaration forming in his mind about the presence of an intruder. The blue-green energy swirls around his cloaked figure, a promise of retribution hanging in the air. All will be well. The aura fades, and he looks at his hand, realizing he must step in himself, for there is no one else. He notes that he seems to have taken no damage from the ordeal. A faint yellow glow appears near his head as he considers the immense responsibility that comes with his title. The position of the Western Frontlines commander is not to be taken lightly. A guttural roar escapes the masked figure, his right eye flaring with a malevolent yellow glow. As a dark purple aura erupts around him, pulsating with raw power. Nearby, Jaheen, the blonde elf, observes the spectacle, remarking to his dark-haired companion, "Perhaps you're getting old? What a shame. I'm getting older, but my magical power is only increasing." The companion retorts, "No, I mean, you're getting older, but your face is getting younger. It's a good thing I'm not a woman." The masked figure then reveals a severed head, its grim features frozen in death, explaining, I didn't create a head, but it's the enemy army's head. I've just cut the enemy commander's head and used teleport to teleport it here." He challenges the elves, "You don't even recognize the enemy commander's face?" A closer look at the severed head reveals a distinctive feature. It was wearing a magic-imbued prosthetic eye on its right side. Jaheen holds a glowing orb, musing, "Someone with that rare of a prosthetic eye must be a head soldier. Yes, a rare magic-imbued prosthetic eye." The dark-haired elf expresses awe. "Wow, is something like this possible?" The masked figure chuckles, It is a weak combination of 3 high-level magic and dark magic." With a chilling declaration, the Wraith King asserts his dominion. "Any place with corpses and death is within myself's grasp." John Firkenstrong, now embracing his identity as the Wraith King, muses on the inevitable cycle of death, observing how one corpse inevitably leads to another, creating an endless disaster for the swarming masses of humanity. He reflects on the sheer futility of it all, believing that death and decay are the only fitting end for such a man, for any man. Turning to his companions, Jaheen and the unnamed elf, he asks if his demonstration was sufficient for the director, receiving an enthusiastic affirmation from the elf. Jaheen, however, questions the price of such power, while the unnamed elf companion asks what he is doing. John Forkenstrong simply states his purpose, to perform a wraith count. Jaheen, confused, asks for clarification on the term, telling him to stop inventing nicknames. The unnamed elf companion then speaks of Unho, claiming the barbarians received their just deserts, and that Jaheen is devoted to a lost cause with his weak army, before asking if his words imply the kingdom of hells. Jaheen then inquires about the essence of the spirit, to which John Forkenstrong replies that he has obtained it, eager to display it. He stands tall, his form casting a long shadow in the dim light. A scoff escapes the unnamed elf companion as he stares at the massive, gray form before them, wondering aloud about the nature of this giant mass. Unfazed by the reaction, John Forkenstrong, the Wraith King, simply announces his intention to introduce them to it. A glowing, intricate symbol, pulsating with energy, appears before them. Jaheen and his companion exchange a look of deep concern, a silent ahem passing between them as they process the revelation. The Wraith King, sensing their unease, urges them to calm down, promising to explain the essence of the forest and referencing an ancient legend of a guardian from the kingdom of hells. As Jaheen and his companion listen with growing apprehension, the Wraith King recounts how John died in the Holy War, his soul shattered and scattered across the world. It was then that his split cadaver became the Wraith King, and Jaheen, the elf, became the forest guardian, both tasked with protecting the essence. The unnamed elf companion, clearly losing patience, tells the Wraith King to stop lecturing and get to the point, dismissing the historical details about Forkenstrong as irrelevant. The Wraith King sighs, acknowledging the importance of the history, but conceding to his companion's demand for brevity. He continues his explanation, detailing the legend of the guardian from the kingdom of hells, a tale of a hero who once protected the essence. He emphasizes that no one else, not even the elves, could have guarded the essence for so long, a task that required immense power and unwavering dedication. The unnamed elf companion, however, grows visibly agitated, his patience wearing thin as he interrupts, demanding to know the point of this lengthy history lesson. Undeterred, John Forkenstrong continues, explaining that the guardian's role was to protect the essence from the outside, while the Wraith King's duty was to guard it from within. The unnamed elf companion, still unimpressed, simply asks, "And then what?" Before John Forkenstrong can respond, a sudden, violent burst of green energy erupts, striking him with immense force. The impact sends him hurtling backward, his armored form recoiling from the unexpected assault. The unnamed elf companion stands firm, green energy swirling around his hand, a clear sign that he was the one who initiated the attack. As he recovers from the blow, John Forkenstrong speaks, revealing his true identity, Forkenstrong. Forkenstrong, his expression hardened, reflects on the gravity of the situation, knowing that everything hinges on the choices made in this moment. Meanwhile, the unnamed elf warrior, who had just attacked him, finds himself disoriented and enraged, cursing his unseen assailant with a furious shout. Kneeling in a lush, unfamiliar grassy field, he mutters to himself, "Okay, serf, let's do this." A moment of stunned silence passes as he takes in his surroundings, before a dawning realization prompts a bewildered, "What the?" Looking up at the clear sky, his mind races, questioning the very nature of his location. Where is this place? Sky. Despite the sudden displacement, a strange sense of calm washes over him, as he muses on his newfound state. Also, from being the strongest, kind of feels like I'm being relaxed. Standing now, a wry smile plays on his lips as he accepts his fate. Well, I guess I got a pretty good deal. I'm not complaining. The stylized tree looms behind him, a silent witness to his new beginning, as the ink-like patterns of his new reality begin to solidify around him. A soft, rhythmic sound echoes through the tranquil landscape. He finds himself dwarfed by an immense, tree-like figure, its voice echoing around him, remarking on his pretty eye. As the giant points, a realization dawns on him, and he identifies the colossal entity before him. "Oh, I get it now. It's you, you're the tree giant Udud." He continues, questioning the nature of his new surroundings. "And this is an alternate dimension you created?" A strange, glowing object pulsates nearby, emitting a soft, whirring sound that seems to draw his attention. The tree giant's voice rumbles once more, declaring, "Man, there's already enough here," as the elf warrior processes the implications. With a sudden, intense flash, the glowing object erupts with a powerful burst of light and energy. As the energy washes over him, his eye begins to glow, a vibrant blue light emanating from his iris. A wave of overwhelming sensation hits him, causing him to clutch his head in a pained, guttural cry. Still, the blue glow persists in his eye, as he thoughtfully considers the profound change within himself. A thought echoes through the elf warrior's mind, questioning the nature of the being he had just encountered. A guttural groan escapes him, as a wave of intense pain washes over his body, forcing a pained curse from his lips. He stumbles backward, green energy swirling around him as the transformation continues to rack his form. Regaining his footing, he stares at his hands, a dawning realization crossing his face. The creature he fought was human, despite the impossibility of humans existing in this realm. As he processes this, a towering, muscular figure appears behind him, its presence radiating a quiet power, and a voice suggests that perhaps there had been a slight misunderstanding. John Forkenstrong stands before the towering tree giant Udud, his back to the viewer. Despite his visible wounds, he questions the giant, wondering if there's been a misunderstanding about his supposed demise. Udud simply states that no one truly dies in this place. John Forkenstrong's hand glows with vibrant green energy as he declares that Udud's body shall be complete. He then glances at his own injuries, acknowledging the giant's likely thoughts about his condition. With a finger now crackling with green light, he asserts that even his blood has changed, dismissing the idea that he was merely a defeated foe. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he considers the giant's perspective, finding it a reasonable argument. He then challenges Udud, asking who he truly is, implying that a normal human couldn't have withstood his power. Turning away, his arms still shimmering with green energy, John Forkenstrong reveals his true identity, not as an old man passing by, but as the war. He corrects the giant, stating that he is not war, but merely an old man. The tree giant, Udud, responds calmly, acknowledging the title of war, but adding that he too is just an old man passing by. John Forkenstrong, however, insists that is not his name. Udud simply accepts this, telling him he can be whatever he wishes. A flicker of recognition crosses John Forkenstrong's face as he realizes he knows who the giant is, one of the first humans created by the creator. Udud confirms this, adding that he is referred to as a god by his people. The tree giant, Udud, sits patiently, his ancient form a testament to his words. John Forkenstrong looks thoughtful, muttering that he would have come more prepared had he known he was to meet a god. Udud, the ancient tree giant, explains that while he has been called a god by mortals, he is not truly one, though he has been revered for a very long time, and there is no need for John Forkenstrong to show him such deference. John Forkenstrong, considering this, asks if they can then speak more comfortably, requesting the giant to simply give him the information he seeks. However, Udud replies that he cannot, prompting John to question why. The tree giant admits he doesn't know what John Forkenstrong is talking about, wondering how he could possibly know. John Forkenstrong ponders this, trying to recall a specific concept, thinking, it's like, that thing like. What was it? Udud then muses aloud. Now that I think about it, the essence is the essence of the forest. He continues, life essence, isn't it something like that? A tremendous power, isn't it something like that? He concludes, is the essence of the forest a tremendous power? Well, let's just say that's the case. Still pondering the nature of power, tree giant Udud continues, explaining that he does not possess it in the way one might expect, and that he is a being without power. His massive, ancient form seems to ripple with a subtle, unseen energy. As he clarifies that John Forkenstrong was merely using his palm to interact with something else, a misunderstanding of his true essence. The giant then offers a paradox, reiterating his lack of conventional power, but adding that his power is also infinite. He explains that he can become anything, his form shifting like swirling purple energy, and exist anywhere. This boundless essence allows him to destroy and recreate anything, a truly godlike capability. However, he clarifies that despite this immense power, he is merely a manifestation of skill, and this tremendous power is confined only within his current space. Therefore, the act of passing this power to another being, he concludes, is simply impossible. He then dismisses the common fantasy trope of such encounters, mentioning how usually places like this give you a silver axe and whatnot. The ancient giant explains that he has to make up for the time he's been out, asking if there's anything he can give in return, while John Forkenstrong, still seeking a solution, asks if he has anything to offer. With a deep rumble, Udud replies that he can only give so much. Suddenly, a glowing roe deer appears, letting out a soft cry, as the giant presents it as his offering. The creature quickly bounds away, leaving John Forkenstrong to watch it disappear into the foliage. He murmurs in confusion, questioning the giant about the fleeting gift, who simply confirms that it is all he has left to give a human. The giant elaborates, explaining that the roe deer was the very essence of the forest itself. A wave of frustration washes over John Forkenstrong as he realizes the futility of his quest, muttering that this situation is beyond his comprehension and seemingly without solution. Seeing his disappointment, Udud calmly suggests that if he has nothing further to say, he should return to his original world. The ancient giant then reflects on his own existence as merely an old man, weary of the world. The ancient tree giant Udud clarifies that the power John Forkenstrong seeks is not something that can simply be transferred, explaining that it must not be the power he truly wishes for. He continues, stating that the essence of the forest is not a power to be given, but rather a manifestation of will, and that John Forkenstrong's understanding of it is incorrect. As if to illustrate his point, a small roe deer appears, a gentle creature embodying the very essence he speaks of. Udud reiterates that the deer is nothing more than a manifestation of will, a pure expression of the forest spirit. A flicker of understanding, mixed with profound disappointment, crosses John Forkenstrong's face as he finally grasps the truth. It was Udud's will all along. The giant's gaze is unwavering as he dismisses the warrior, telling him to return to his own world. John Forkenstrong, still reeling from the revelation, questions the nature of the essence of the forest, asking if it is truly Udud's manifestation. Udud confirms this, stating that from his perspective, the deer is indeed the essence of the forest, and reminds John Forkenstrong that he himself said it was a manifestation of will. The warrior's expression hardens as he finally accepts the bitter truth, acknowledging the deer as a manifestation of will. Udud regards John Forkenstrong with an amused expression, acknowledging him as an interesting human, noting that while many have sought him out, he is the first to have truly desired his presence. With a knowing gaze, Udud then dismisses himself, stating, "Sure then. Or no, just an old man passing by." Yet, a deeper resolve settles upon him as he declares, "I shall come." A potent, crimson symbol flares into existence, emphasizing his unwavering will. He stands firm, his ancient profile etched against the light. John Forkenstrong observes the glowing roe deer, a wry thought crossing his mind. The essence of the forest isn't just simple power, but the very soul of a god. He muses on the peculiar nature of this divine will, finding it surprisingly small for a god's soul, yet acknowledging his own limited understanding. Udud, arms crossed, offers a final, contemplative remark on the strangeness of becoming an immortal being, and becoming someone with a body that does not die. How peculiar. As Udud lets out a soft chuckle, John Forkenstrong stands before him, listening intently. He then turns his gaze to the massive, antlered form of the forest's essence, a silent question hanging in the air. How much longer would this struggle continue? Meanwhile, from a high vantage point overlooking a vast forest, Jaheen observes the distant landscape, noting the absence of the warrior they had been tracking, though his companion quickly corrects him. The warrior, he explains, is merely preparing for battle, a stark contrast to his usual attire, as he rarely fights in his own clothes. Jaheen closes his eyes, reflecting on the seemingly endless conflict they've endured for generations, a struggle that often feels utterly pointless. He voices his hope that this time won't end like the last, a sentiment met with a knowing laugh from his companion, who recalls the warrior who was once their castle's finest, yet ultimately rejected. Despite the rejection, that warrior ultimately saved them, prompting Jaheen to wonder if the ordeal is truly over. His brother reminds him that they've only just begun to deal with the aftermath of those past events, warning that if soldiers are deployed by March, they won't be able to prevent the impending invasion. Jaheen, however, remains resolute, declaring that they won't simply stand by, especially with the promise of support from the elves if they can raise their own forces by March. He warns his companion, telling him there is no need for such drastic measures. But the unnamed elf insists, declaring they will leave the forest. Jaheen questions this, remembering that the very reason they protected the forest was to safeguard its essence. Ultimately, all their efforts were for the forest itself. The companion reminds him that in just 3 years, they have lost countless soldiers and trees, and they cannot repeat that mistake. A grim thought settles over them. When the forest's essence lost its power, their protective wall fell, leaving Jaheen to wonder what they could even do. If this is truly the will of the Great Elder, Jaheen commands, then, that all the elves be gathered, for it is a crucial topic. This decision will ultimately determine their future path, as a soft green glow emanates from the heart of the forest. Jaheen runs a hand over his newly shorn hair, finding the shorter length surprisingly refreshing. His boots fall softly on the forest floor as he continues his journey. He walks alongside his companion and an armored elf, discussing the forest state, noting a single essence and a single corpse, while questioning the companion's concern over the current situation. Looking down, he declares that everyone is now present, and it is time to move forward. With a determined gaze upward, they set off towards their next destination. The 3 figures stand together, ready for whatever lies ahead, their forms silhouetted against the forest's soft light. The unnamed elf companion, looking annoyed, questions the armored elf's sudden appearance, who explains he was sent by the Great Elder to provide clothes for their journey. With a soft thud, the armored elf hands over a bundle of garments, which the companion accepts. The companion then relays a message from the Great Elder, expressing gratitude, and the hope that whatever happened, they can now find peace. The armored elf, his gaze firm, asks the young companion if he truly understands the weight of his words. The young elf listens intently, his expression thoughtful. The warrior continues, declaring his own unwavering resolve. The young elf, however, expresses a slight discomfort, finding the intensity a bit much. The armored elf responds with a challenge, urging him to try his best. As the 3 continue their journey down a winding path, Jaheen follows behind the armored elf and his companion. The armored elf's voice echoes with a final, encouraging sentiment, promising to hope for his success. A guttural roar erupts from the charging horde. There forms a chaotic wave of green and gray. Across the desolate plains, an immense army of orc-like warriors surges forward, their war cries echoing across the misty battlefield. One warrior's hand clenches, the fervent chant of war and war, rising from their ranks, a unified thirst for battle. An orc warrior snarls, his face contorted in rage, demanding the annihilation of humans. Another warrior, observing the advance, urges the weaker ones to fall back, declaring it's time to finish the fight. Two orcs exchange words, acknowledging their gathering for this very purpose, a malicious war against humans. The army continues its relentless march, a formidable warrior in the foreground gripping a massive sword, ready for the impending clash. Among them, Grog, the hero of the Stone Shield tribe, lets out a ferocious scream, his face a mask of fearless determination. A powerful warrior, clad in gleaming plate armor, stands ready for battle, his muscular arm tensed as he issues a challenge. A low, resonant sound echoes across the field as he holds his helmet, his gaze fixed on the unseen enemy. His hand instinctively finds the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of the coming clash. Before a vast army of orcs, he stands defiant, unfazed by their murmurs of fighting the human king, and his own declaration that they have no idea what they're up against. His presence alone commands the field, a beacon of unwavering resolve. An orc warrior snarls, his fangs bared, echoing the collective fury of his kind at the mention of the human king. With a determined expression, the warrior declares, "Fight I, the fearless one, Grog." He looks down, a silent HM escaping him, before stating his intention to give the first strike. Then, with a powerful leap, he launches himself into the fray, sword drawn and ready to meet his foes. He lunges forward, a determined warrior throwing himself into the fray, his resolve echoing through the air as he declares, "I won't." But his charge is met with a guttural roar, a massive, tusked orc bracing for the impact. And in an instant, the human king is sent sprawling to the ground, a pained gasp escaping his lips. The towering orc stands over him, a dark silhouette of overwhelming power, as searing pain and the chilling specter of death wash over the fallen king. Other orcs gather around, their murmurs of surprise quickly turning to triumphant shouts as the leader prepares to deliver a final, crushing blow. The orc leader's voice booms, mocking his opponent's chosen identity. "Now, it's your turn, the fearless one, Grog." With a firm grip, the orc presses the human king's head into the dirt, asserting his dominance over the fallen warrior. The orc leader, Grog, stands triumphant over the fallen John Forkenstrong, demanding to know if he comprehends the full extent of his defeat, even as he barks orders to relay the news to other races. Meanwhile, other orcs nearby, perhaps not fully grasping the significance of the moment, murmur their confusion. Back on the battlefield, Grog presses on, taunting John with one of his adopted titles, Wraith King. John, defeated and silent, offers no response. Elsewhere, an armored commander surveys his orc forces, declaring that all is lost. He questions their future leadership and their ability to carry on. A grim truth settles over the battlefield, the enemy leader has fallen. An orc soldier approaches the commander, presenting a report on the case. The report confirms the utter annihilation of the human alliance forces in their camp, a devastating blow delivered by a surprise ambush from the army of the dead. An elven companion relays orders to Jaheen, explaining that 10,000 soldiers are to be handed to the Yi tribe, tasked with reclaiming the forest, a will he will dutifully relay to his highness. But then, the companion pauses, a sudden realization dawning on him, as the human king, in a separate location, questions the news. Wait, came across Firkenstrong. The report confirms that Sir Jargang Orn, who had been tracking the warrior Firkenstrong, had indeed found him in the forest of the elves, and had initiated the guide plan, but the human king receives the grim news that Orn has failed, a report delivered directly to his highness. A thoughtful silence hangs in the air as the human king processes the information, before concluding, "Orn has failed, huh?" Meanwhile, the elven companion informs Jaheen of his intent to visit the touching fairy forest and call upon the elves, asking if his highness is pleased with this course of action. The human king, his hand resting on his armored gauntlet, declares with a determined glint in his eye, "I'll finally see that mug of yours again, Firkenstrong." A massive winged beast soars through the sky, its powerful wings beating the air with a thunderous sound, grappa-parappa-rap. As Grog, the orc leader, rides atop it, his voice booming with a primal cry for vengeance. RRRGH. For Grog. Revenge for the fearless one, Grog. A voice demands to know if the Wraith King understands, then questions if he is attempting to create a new lich. The voice continues, reminding him that he still possesses the pouch. Elsewhere, a monstrous creature warns not to be disappointed again. Firkenstrong stands victorious over the defeated form of a massive, insectoid monster. This is the tale of Firkenstrong. In another location, Grog inquires about the pouch, stating he gave it to his friend. In a lush forest, the tree giant Udud laughs heartily, chiding his elf companion for giving away his precious pocket dimension pouch. The elf companion clarifies that the pouch is indeed precious, explaining he left it with someone more precisely, as he couldn't afford to lose it as well. A determined woman in armor questions the contents of the pouch, wondering aloud what the emperor is chasing after, only to reveal that it contains not much, just standing before a towering, robed statue, Strong muses aloud about the connection between the Dark Lord and the mysterious pouch. His expression shifting to one of surprise, he questions the very mention of the Dark Lord. A single name echoes in his mind, Arel. Turning to his companion, Firkin demands to know what this has to do with the Dark Lord and the pouch, only for the elf to reveal that rumors of Firkin having defeated the Dark Lord have already spread across the land. With a pragmatic shrug, Firkin admits his disinterest in politics, but acknowledges the potential usefulness of such rumors, regardless of their truth or impact on world peace. He then shifts the conversation, inquiring why his companion continues to ask around about various matters while traveling with him. The elf companion explains his personal quest, revealing he is on a long journey to find his teacher, who disappeared some time ago, and believes that accompanying Firkin will aid in his search, having brought him to this very place. He prepares to reveal the name of his teacher. The name hangs unspoken, a silent revelation in his eyes. He finally reveals the name, Halvar, a figure known not only as the warrior's teacher, but also as the one who once called himself the Dark Lord. The elf explains that since Halvar was also famous as the warrior's teacher, he must know him as well. Strong listens, then simply states, that old man is dead. He's dead, but not gone. The elf companion, surprised, asks if Firkin is trying to make a new lich, as according to his information, a lich was used to seal the Dark Lord. He wonders if Firkin is trying to make a new lich. Strong explains that he knows Halvar could be revived with the Holy Sword, but he has no intention of finding him. He then dismisses the idea, calling the old man a complete fraud, while Jaheen watches from the background. Strong declares that the only human who calls Halvar a fraud is him. He firmly tells the elf to shut up, as they are focusing on reviving Arel as planned. The elf companion, undeterred, insists that coming across Halvar, that old man, is part of his journey. Strong, with a slight smirk, asks if he's getting shy around him, then adds, that's why I won't leave you still. Jaheen recounts their recent success, explaining that they have finally obtained the essence of the forest, barely escaping the arduous journey. His companion hums thoughtfully, then asks for clarification on their next objective. Standing beside the stone form of Udud, Jaheen clarifies that the essence of immortality is a sacrifice meant for the soul, a crucial component for forming the dead man's physical body. Udud's stony gaze seems to acknowledge the gravity of the sacrifice. But to complete the ritual, they still require a heart. A surge of raw energy begins to coalesce. As Strong's hand, now glowing with a sinister red aura, reaches out. He grasps the heart of the forest, a massive, crystalline organ said to spill forth infinite mana. And his transformed, skeletal face contorts as he feels the tremendous power surge through him. With this, his ultimate goal draws closer. His transformation complete, the skeletal form of Strong lay amidst the shattered remnants of the chamber, a crimson glow emanating from his eyes as a voice echoed, proclaiming that even the revival of the great Dark Lord would not be far away. A triumphant, echoing cackle then filled the air, signaling the dawn of a new, terrifying era. Meanwhile, in a serene, grassy expanse, Jaheen, the unnamed elf companion, and tree giant Udud stood together, reflecting on the ancient prophecy that sometimes spoke of reviving the great Dark Lord, a notion Jaheen dismissed as utterly useless. In a time long past, a quiet village nestled amidst rolling hills. Its local inn, marked by a simple wooden sign, offered respite to weary travelers. Inside, the warm glow of candlelight illuminated a few patrons, including a burly, bearded man enjoying a drink. A hooded figure, John Strong, sat alone at a table, his presence drawing subtle glances from the other villagers. The large man approached him, a tankard in hand, offering, here's the strongest strawberry milk we have here. The pink, frothy drink sat invitingly in the wooden mug. John Strong remained still, his gaze fixed downwards as the offer was made. The bearded man leaned in, his tone shifting slightly. Hold on. You seem like an outsider. What are you doing in this village? He chuckled, trying to reassure the silent figure. Kiki, don't be scared. We're not such bad people. As the villagers' questions hang in the air, a single, ominous yellow eye glows from the shadows, offering no verbal response. Unaware of the silent threat, the dark-haired villager presses on, asking, huh? Are you deaf? While his bearded companion adds, don't worry. We know signs here as well. From beneath his hood, John Strong finally speaks, his voice laced with disdain. Ingrates are always the cause of even my moment of diversion. Before the villagers can react, a sudden, brutal force strikes, causing the dark-haired man to cry out, what? A hooded hand blurs through the air, delivering a devastating blow. The impact sends the man sprawling, while another villager screams in terror, KYH. The bearded villager, his face contorted in pure horror, can only manage a desperate plea, run. As the hooded figure moves, his true form is revealed, a monstrous creature with bloodied claws, glowing red eyes, and razor-sharp fangs. The horrifying realization dawns on the terrified onlookers. It's a vampire. The air crackles with raw, destructive energy. A crimson force tearing through the space between them. A villager's desperate scream echoes, his last words choked by the overwhelming impact. His face, contorted in pure terror, is splattered with his own blood as life drains from his eyes. The mangled remains of the villager lie still, a gruesome testament to the monster's power. Standing over the fallen body, John Forkenstrong's monstrous form surveys the scene, his glowing red eyes fixed on something beyond the immediate carnage, as if welcoming an arrival. A grim satisfaction crosses his features, though he laments the inability to revisit such a place again. Another towering, bestial figure emerges from the shadows, its glowing eyes meeting John Forkenstrong's as it greets him. "You were missed, brother." The newly arrived monster then instructs John Forkenstrong to gather the remains, ensuring their kin will be fed, a chilling plan for the fallen villager. Still holding the terrified villager aloft, John Forkenstrong's brother continues his brutal assault, the man's desperate cries echoing through the desolate ruins. As the villager begs for his life, the monstrous figure taunts him, asking if he understands, while John Forkenstrong watches on. With a predatory gleam in his glowing eyes, the brother extends his sharp, dark claws, ready to strike, as the villager can only manage a choked save. The villager's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror, his final, desperate plea for me, barely escaping his lips. Moments later, the two monstrous brothers stand side by side, their forms casting long shadows over the desolate landscape. John Forkenstrong, his expression unreadable, remarks that the villager's mana was too weak to be useful. He continues, suggesting that the villager was either too stupid to be useful or simply too weak. His brother, looking at the remains, questions what a normal human could possibly do to a vampire. With a final, guttural laugh, John Forkenstrong's brother takes flight, ascending into the dark sky. John Forkenstrong's brother, still in his monstrous form, grips a victim's hand, his voice a chilling promise. "I shall drink your blood." Meanwhile, John Forkenstrong holds the unnamed elf companion, who lets out a pained sound. With a guttural sound, the monstrous brother launches himself into the air, his massive wings beating against the desolate landscape. The rhythmic flapping of his wings echoes, as he rapidly becomes a smaller figure against the horizon, leaving John Forkenstrong to utter a single, strained word. Even as he flies away, the brother's voice carries back, dripping with disdain. "Didn't you realize? This small." He streaks towards a distant, fiery chaos, his thoughts consumed by urgency. "This shall be. I have to return right away. I can't let it go to waste." John Forkenstrong points a finger at the rapidly disappearing figure, a single word escaping his lips. As his brother becomes a mere speck against the burning sky, John Forkenstrong observes, "That is a wonderful bird." He watches the rapidly receding figure, a question escaping him. "Huh? What did you just throw now?" His brother's monstrous form, with its glowing yellow eyes, glares back for a moment. Before he continues his swift ascent into the sky, a final, frustrated query echoing, "Why do you have to do this far?" John Forkenstrong then turns his gaze downward, pondering their next move. Still, what do we do when the sun goes back down? As they walk through the desolate landscape, death seems to follow their every step. Yet the elf companion remarks, "And yet you know the vampires don't gather up in herds?" He elaborates, "It's common for a vampire to hide in between humans to best hunt them, but it's quite rare for them to gather in groups." John Forkenstrong clenches his fists, confirming, the only times they gather in such strength is when they're protecting their religious leaders' centers. His brother, still soaring through the darkened sky, is a harbinger of the true threat, for this gathering only happens when the master of the vampires has gathered them. He stands over the cowering villagers, demanding to know if one of them is an old colleague, but they only offer a meek confirmation of a past acquaintance. The interrogation continues, as he presses them on why the vampires gathered, but the villagers, trembling, claim ignorance, suggesting the creatures might be hiding something. One villager, offering thanks for some unknown reprieve, is quickly dismissed by the warrior, who has no time for pleasantries. His patience wearing thin, he reiterates his demand for a single, crucial answer, causing one of the villagers to flinch in fear. The villagers' fear seems to stem from a figure they describe as more than human, a being they perceive as a god, as the image of the tree giant Udud flashes in their minds. Overwhelmed by dread, the villagers stammer out the terrifying words, "Dark God." Before the elf companion can finish his defiant declaration, John Forkenstrong's fist connects sharply with his face, silencing him instantly. Turning back to the terrified villagers, John Forkenstrong, calm despite his recent outburst, offers them peace if they simply provide the information he seeks. One villager, still shaken, admits they know little, only that the vampires appeared suddenly one day. He recalls the first time the city was attacked, a memory of countless monsters pouring through the gates, their numbers overwhelming the human and dwarven forces. The slaughter was immense, with countless unnamed people falling, their lives extinguished as if they had been mere fodder for a long time. He remembers the hundreds of thousands who died defending the city, the militia and soldiers, all sacrificed to hold the castle, a place he now realizes was merely a decoy. A scoff escapes him as he stares down at the pathetic creature, thinking the man he seeks is far more obsessed than he had initially believed, wondering if he's merely sowing fields for some unknown purpose. His companion, however, expresses doubt, certain that John Forkenstrong is mistaken, even as he mentions the destination, a place ominously named Lava River. John Forkenstrong dismisses the companion's words, convinced that the man they pursue has never revealed anything of true importance, resolute in his decision to find him and bring him back, no matter the cost. Turning his back, he commands them to hurry, their mission too urgent to waste time. As they walk away, he adds that they cannot allow their objective to be seized by any random individuals. A sharp, metallic sound echoes. A creature, one of the many vassals, lets out a pained grunt as it recoils from an unseen force. Meanwhile, a regal figure seated on a grand throne questions aloud, "My vassals have died?" To a mere human, no less. He rises, his voice laced with disbelief as he continues. "My sincere mosquito hunter mosquito. The scouts have said that they've seen it with their own eyes. That old kingdom died in a single battle." His sharp eyes narrow, the thought of such a defeat by a lesser being sparking a furious denial. A mere human, taking out my vassal in a single strike? Nonsense. Returning to his throne, he holds a small, glowing orb, contemplating the implications of this unexpected turn of events. Whatever it is, it'd be best if the stars of fate for certain. With a decisive sound, he steps down from his throne, realizing it is time for him to take action. His imposing figure now fully revealed, he stands ready to confront this new threat. This formidable being is Noginless Duran. Deep within a cavern, jagged red crystals jut from the earth, their sharp edges reflecting a dim, ominous light, hinting at the lava anvil's presence. The air crackles with unseen energy. As the cavern stretches on, a labyrinth of crimson and shadow. Suddenly, a brutal blow connects, sending John Forkenstrong reeling, a pained gasp escaping his lips. He cries out, realizing the overwhelming force behind the attack. His face contorts in agony, the impact rattling his very bones. Noginless Duran, the demon lord, grips John Forkenstrong's head firmly, his red eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. Lying defeated on the ground, John Forkenstrong struggles to speak, demanding to know who gave Duran permission to attack and why he's being treated like a monster. Noginless Duran simply stares down at him, a heavy wooden club held casually in his hand, a silent, chilling threat. The demon lord stands triumphant over the fallen, including John Forkenstrong and the villagers, declaring that he doesn't care for their pleas or their reasons, as he can no longer tolerate their presence. He stands over the defeated figures, his voice echoing with authority, believing one of the monsters was behind it all, yet admitting he can do nothing right now. John struggles on the ground, a pained grunt escaping him, as Duran glances up, sensing a new presence and wondering what's happening. The knight's eyes widen in recognition, a name escaping his lips, Master Mosquito. The villagers recoil in terror, while John identifies the formidable newcomer as Mosquito-Vladriel, the Mosquito King. Duran, looking up at the towering figure, complains about the intrusion, framing the defeated as mere dwarves infringing on legitimate workers' rights to rest. He continues, explaining that even the ancient Dark Lords don't have the right to rest, implying they must be allowed to take it. John and a villager exchange bewildered glances, surprised by the unexpected offer of rest from such a fearsome being, noting that this mosquito is nicer than they thought. The monstrous Mosquito-Vladriel, his form dominating the cavern, simply commands them to rest. His glowing red eyes fixate on the scene below, a chilling smile revealing rows of sharp teeth. As Noginless Duran stood over the fallen John Forkenstrong, he declared his intent to absorb him, a chilling proposition that caused the defeated warrior to choke in terror. John Forkenstrong, struggling to regain his senses, could only manage a weak protest, while Duran dismissed his need for a physical form, his words echoing with finality. Meanwhile, Mosquito-Vladriel, observing the scene with disdain, berated his subordinates for their inaction, demanding to know if anyone among the defeated desired true rest. His voice, a low growl, promised to grant any such wish, his crimson eyes fixed on the terrified faces before him. Looking upon the huddled villagers and John Forkenstrong's monstrous brother, Mosquito-Vladriel expressed his disappointment, lamenting their age and the brother's constant noise, deeming them useless for his purposes. He then issued a grim decree, declaring that all of them should have been dead by now, their time long past. As the brother groaned in pain, Mosquito-Vladriel challenged them, demanding to know what they intended to do with their remaining, fleeting existence. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the brother's hand, drawing Mosquito-Vladriel's attention. He questioned if it was mana absorption, noting that even sturdy dwarves couldn't withstand such powerful mana. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he offered a deal. If the brother allowed him to absorb the mana, he would spare his life, leaving the unspoken question hanging in the air. John Forkenstrong's brother, still holding the unconscious John, demands to know if he understands the situation, calling him a useless slave. But before he can finish his thought, a sudden, unexpected surge of power causes him to gasp in surprise. The force is enough to make his grip loosen, and John Forkenstrong drops to the ground with a soft thud. Looking down at his fallen brother, he questions why he can't properly consume him, before a new presence makes him pause. A figure with orange hair rushes forward, declaring their intent to treat the injured man. Kneeling beside John Forkenstrong, the newcomer, Kruka, is recognized as a traitor, though he claims to merely be passing by. Kruka offers a drink to the still struggling John Forkenstrong, who weakly protests, unable to accept the aid. As John Forkenstrong's brother watches the scene unfold, a furious red aura erupts around him, his eyes glowing with intense rage. He glares down at Kruka, demanding to know why he disobeyed orders to stay in the laboratory. Still holding the unconscious John Forkenstrong, the monstrous brother glares down at Kruka, demanding to know if he understands the gravity of his actions, then questions his identity as the Wraith King. His voice dripping with menace, he warns Kruka that he was given a single warning, forbidding him from ever appearing in this place again. Meanwhile, in a different realm, Noginless Duran muses on the nature of humanity, acknowledging that these little humans may not be the strongest beings. However, he concludes, to truly complete things, they are of the earth, and if one can grasp this truth, even a mere nugget of humanity can become a source of immense power to be consumed. Back in the ruined chamber, the brother lets out a booming, echoing laugh, his heavy foot thudding against the ground. Kruka, still on the ground, looks up with a pained expression, muttering that the brother's words about kindness are a lie. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy crackles, as the brother stands over a swirling magic circle, inquiring about the whereabouts of his subordinates. His voice echoes through a vast, dark cavern, addressing Master Mosquito Vladriel directly. He revels in the overwhelming power he feels, a force so potent it makes the mountain beasts tremble, knowing that soon, both beasts and humans will learn their place. His gaze sharpens, unable to comprehend the audacity of those who dared to challenge their tribe. They will pay the ultimate price, he vows, and soon. With a dark cloak billowing behind him, John Forkenstrong's brother rides a powerful steed, a vibrant purple aura of energy swirling around him as he moves with purpose. The ground beneath him pulses with arcane energy, a surge of power so immense it feels as though the very world is leveling up, new skills being acquired. A colossal, spiky structure looms in the distance, radiating the same ominous purple glow, as if waiting for someone to arrive. A guttural roar echoes from within the structure, the purple energy intensifying. The energy coalesces into a swirling vortex, tearing at the fabric of reality. Suddenly, John Forkenstrong finds himself in a dark, rocky cavern, his expression one of utter surprise. John Forkenstrong finds himself in a desolate, rocky cavern, reflecting on the recent events, musing that breaking through a barrier means little if one is simply weak, and offering a path to greater strength if others would follow him. His companion, the unnamed elf, looks on as he seems to question his own words, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Stepping out into a vast, broken landscape, he lets out a pained gasp, the sight of the ruined structures before him clearly affecting him. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence, as Kruka appears, remarking on having missed someone. Now clad in a darker, more practical adventurer's attire, John Forkenstrong looks down, admitting he thought he had lost them. Kruka, relieved, acknowledges his survival, adding that it would have been a shame for such a valuable asset to perish. John Forkenstrong questions the notion of self-hunting as the best way to level up, stating it doesn't require genius to understand, but Kruka counters that to overcome the inherent dangers, one needs to be a genius or risk getting killed. As Kruka runs ahead across the desolate terrain, he concedes that John Forkenstrong has a point. John Forkenstrong concludes that ultimately, effort doesn't matter as much as luck, a sentiment Kruka echoes, warning that without luck, all the effort in the world will only make one a disposable spear end. A massive, armored boar-like creature stands stoically amidst a desolate, rocky terrain. From atop the creature, a voice rings out, demanding, "You will not surrender then? How would I know if you're not lying?" John Forkenstrong, now leading a contingent of armored soldiers, declares with conviction, "Wrong. I'm a soldier of the kingdom of Forkenstrong." His gaze then shifts to two unfamiliar figures, one with long, light hair and a staff, the other bald and muscular, as he questions, "Who are you guys? Are you guys our ally?" The long-haired figure, a wizard, responds with a wry smile, "Judging by your looks, I'd say you're a bandit. I'm a wizard." He then adds, with a hint of amusement, "So, you're a filthy demon, right?" "Huh, I'm not filthy though." Beside him, the bald, muscular man, referred to as a monster, simply observes the escalating tension. "Monster? Without further deliberation, John Forkenstrong commands his forces, "Kill them all." As the armored soldiers charge forward, the bald man grins, inviting the assault, while the wizard calmly states, "Oh ho ho, come on. Force is not the only way to solve a problem." He asserts that there is nothing simpler or faster than his chosen path. While one of his armored soldiers, looking out at the desolate landscape, questions aloud, wondering if he's merely imagining things. Another voice from the ranks then hesitantly asks if he is the named one they once knew, questioning his very identity. As he turns, a soldier exclaims, mistaking him for Rarik. John Forkenstrong, clearly annoyed, corrects them, stating he is not Rarik, and demands to know why they have abandoned their search and rescue duties. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure, John Forkenstrong's brother, looms over a vast army, his voice echoing with a mocking laugh as he challenges them, daring them to even reach his foot with their meager height. His glowing eyes narrow with malevolent amusement, a deep, guttural laugh rumbling from his massive form. The ground trembles beneath his armored foot, emphasizing his immense power and unyielding stance. A booming laugh echoes through the space, as an elderly man with a long, golden beard throws his head back in amusement. He stands over a bald, armored figure on the ground, declaring that they've been given fair treatment and won't enter the game without paying the necessary fees. The armored figure, held down by another warrior, is questioned by his captor, who asks the master advisor who this person is. The master advisor reacts with surprise, while the captive warrior, still held, questions the mention of fees. The master advisor reiterates his earlier statement, emphasizing the requirement for payment. He then explains to his subordinate that the young man is a new player, lost to Looper, prompting the subordinate to ask if he is a warrior. The captive warrior, his face contorted in anger, retorts with a scathing insult, calling the master advisor a piece of dwarf. A new voice, filled with disdain, calls master advisor Looper a lunatic. The speaker, a stern bearded man, continues, suggesting that if Looper is truly a warrior, he should forget any past rudeness, before revealing that the one he calls Re-Sick is now serving as his advisor. Looper, taken aback, questions if he has retired, then defensively asks how old the man thinks he is. The bearded man, seemingly ignoring Looper's question, remarks that with his new advisor, his own burdens have become much lighter. Looper, still fixated on his age, repeats his question, demanding to know how old he is perceived to be. He stammers, unable to articulate a clear answer, his words trailing off into an incoherent mumble. The bearded man covers his ear, clearly exasperated by Looper's prolonged struggle to articulate his age, then asks if his claims are true. With a decisive grip, the bearded man tightens his hold on a sturdy staff. The bearded man continues his interrogation, his gaze fixed on master advisor Looper, who appears to shrink under the scrutiny. He presses Looper, now calling him Re-Sick, to reveal his true age, a question that seems to cause the old advisor considerable distress. Re-Sick struggles to formulate an answer, his expression a mix of fear and evasion. The bearded man's patience wears thin, his gaze sharpening as he waits for a truthful response. He reminds Re-Sick that the world is not his to control, and that some truths cannot be hidden forever. Re-Sick offers a vague, dismissive reply, attempting to brush off the inquiry with a forced smile. He continues to deflect, insisting that his age is a trivial matter. Instead, Re-Sick shifts the topic, mentioning Mosquitoevladriel, and an event that transpired last month. The mention of the name conjures an image of the formidable demon lord, Mosquitoevladriel, a being of immense power and malevolence, known for his insatiable hunger for mana. Chieftain Rear's voice rings out, firm and unwavering, reminding his people that he is a man who never speaks twice, especially when addressing cowards. Yet he questions the whereabouts of their tribe's evil knight, certain that such a formidable warrior would not be easily captured. He reflects on their history, how they always protected their lands, growing stronger with each passing conflict, their victories forged in blood. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he declares that only those with the blood of the mountain giant possess such power, a truth that separates him and Nogginless from others not of their direct bloodline. In his hand, a pulsating red orb, the very heart of the earth, glows with immense energy, a testament to their inherent strength. He surveys his assembled army, confident that since acquiring this power, they have never known defeat, always emerging victorious from every battle. From confronting demons and monsters to facing barbarians, everyone who has dared to fight them has ultimately lost. Gripping his massive sword, he turns, demanding an answer from his companion, his expression resolute. The elf companion explains that the situation is complicated by hostages held within, making a direct assault difficult, as a hasty action could jeopardize their safety. The elderly advisor sighs, admitting the situation is becoming unmanageable, and he had considered sending the children away for their safety. A moment of hesitation passes over John Forkenstrong's face, before he firmly offers his aid, insisting he will join the fight not as a subordinate, but as a friend, believing that only he and the advisor can stop the evil knight. The elder, however, cautions against hasty action, while the warrior internally reaffirms his own legendary status as the Wrath of the Holy Sword, and the Named One, confident in his abilities. He then assures the elder that he specializes in assassination and will eliminate any threats without hesitation. Looper, frustrated, mutters an apology to Kruka, before attempting to dissuade the warrior, claiming he is not the only one capable of such a task. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of armored soldiers discovers one of their own groaning in agony, having inexplicably transformed into a zombie. That was the first time anyone had seen him go up against a monster like this, a guttural growl escaping his lips as he braced for impact. But the armored attacker was sent flying backward with a shriek of agony, leaving John Forkenstrong to stare with an intense, focused gaze. The armored figure, however, quickly recovered, shouting a challenge as he lunged back into the fray, only to be met with another grunt of resistance. He lay defeated on the ground, questioning why he had suddenly gone mad. Meanwhile, in a dark, cavernous space, a group of armored soldiers stood, one cradling a small, unconscious pink figure that had fallen with a soft thud. Back with John Forkenstrong, an older companion wondered if the defeated foe had taken drugs, while John Forkenstrong himself glared, asking if he was being challenged. Then, the older man spoke with a grim realization, confirming that that bastard was indeed here, a sentiment John Forkenstrong echoed with equal intensity. The rhythmic thud of hooves echoes across a desolate landscape, as a lone, shadowy figure on horseback approaches a massive, dark form radiating an ominous purple glow. Silhouetted against the swirling, star-dusted purple sky, the rider presses onward, a dark speck against the cosmic backdrop. Their destination is revealed to be the cursed, invisible golem, a towering armored figure with menacing red eyes and sharp horns. Meanwhile, John Forkenstrong, accompanied by his elf companion, approaches the scene, intending to assess the threat, but his companion warns him against looking directly at the entity. As John Forkenstrong attempts to perceive the golem, a powerful mental assault washes over him, his eyes glowing red as a voice questions if he has forgotten its presence, threatening to shatter his mind. Recovering from the initial shock, John Forkenstrong reminds his companion of past struggles, urging him to focus on the current plan, believing that even this bastard might be worth saving. Agreeing to work together, the companion prepares to cast a magic circle, acknowledging John Forkenstrong's resolve. With a swift motion, John Forkenstrong closes his eyes, then snaps them open, his gaze now burning with an intense red glow as powerful energy begins to surge from within him. The transformation deepens, red energy bursting from his eyes and mouth, his skin appearing to crack under the strain of the immense power he now wields. A voice calls out, sharp and clear, piercing through the haze of his activated ability, demanding to know if he understands, addressing him as John Narson. He blinks, a look of utter confusion crossing his face, the unexpected name echoing in his mind. As his vision clears, he finds himself facing a trio of unfamiliar figures, their forms indistinct against a stark, empty backdrop. One of them, a man with a dark beard and earnest eyes, is called Vendal, his gaze fixed on something beyond the hero. Next, a stern-faced man with a dark beard and a golden headband, identified as the King of Human, looks on with a regal intensity. And finally, a silver-haired figure with sharp features appears, his expression unreadable. The bearded man from before, Vendal, is then called Ariel, and he begins to speak, his words trailing off into a whisper. The hero's head drops, a single word escaping his lips, as the fragmented memories or visions swirl around him. He looks up, a new beard framing his face. An awry realization dawns upon him. He is merely caught in a dream. A guttural cry of anguish escapes the warrior, his blue eyes glowing intensely beneath the horned helmet. Suddenly, his vision blurs, and his eyes flash a furious red, as if a different consciousness is fighting for control, hands clutching his face in agony. A hand reaches out, a desperate plea for connection, as a voice calls out in concern. The red glow fades, replaced by the familiar blue, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as he struggles to regain himself. He collapses to the ground, helmet discarded, his eyes once again burning red, as the voices of his loyal warriors echo around him, refusing to become slaves. Head in hands, he groans, the world around him a confusing haze. A wave of nausea washes over him, and he questions his very existence, lost in a fog of forgotten memories. Standing tall once more, his gaze falls upon his warriors, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he acknowledges their plight, unable to fight while still bound. With a renewed sense of purpose, he dons his helmet, his eyes now glowing a vibrant purple, a fierce growl escaping him as he commands his loyal followers to break free from their bonds. Still reeling from a powerful encounter, John Forkenstrong sits hunched, his companion expressing concern over their recent defeat by a formidable monster. As he processes the situation, a thought begins to form in his mind, questioning the true nature of their adversary. Standing up, he realizes the true threat is not the one they just faced, but another figure entirely. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as a name escapes his lips, a name filled with both recognition and a burning resolve. With a renewed surge of determination, he declares his unwavering will to survive, refusing to fall in this place. But before he can act, a swift, powerful kick from the silver-haired figure sends him reeling, catching him completely off guard. The force lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. He crashes hard onto the unforgiving ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. As he lies prone, the silver-haired figure looms over him, their posture radiating cold dominance. He is sent hurtling through the air, a helpless projectile against the unseen force. His armored form tumbles, unable to regain control. Landing with a pained gasp, he hears the silver-haired figure's voice, mocking his lack of support. He's not coming to help you at all, is he? Standing over him, the figure declares, "Then, I have to bring you back to your senses." A sharp, decisive punch connects, the impact resonating with a dull thud. Even in his weakened state, his fist still holds formidable power. Left sitting on the ground, John Forkenstrong concedes, "I guess you got what you're after, huh? You won." As he lies defeated, a soft blue aura begins to emanate from his body, and he laments, "What a pity. This body of mine. Even if it is having lots of hardships, it is still a body that has gone through all the hardships with me. Rindu, I'm here." The silver-haired figure looks down, questioning, "HM, are you being sincere?" Looks like even the legendary Ghost King has become a new leaf, huh? The focus shifts to a familiar blade, John Narson's dagger, now poised to sharpen something more than just its edge. The silver-haired figure holds a dagger, its blade reflecting the dim light, as he proposes a temporary alliance. He admits, with a slight sigh, that he never imagined himself becoming a knight on the opposing side of the Ghost Lord. As his hand glows with a vibrant blue energy, he explains that the Ghost Lord possesses the finest dark magic, even among the most powerful wizards. Yet, despite this immense power, ordinary magic proves ineffective against him, leaving few options for resistance. He continues, detailing the singular method to break the Ghost Lord's control. The sorcerer must be eliminated, as disruption is simply not an option. With a heavy thud, John Forkenstrong collapses, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. He remains on the ground, his gaze fixed downward in defeat. The solution, it seems, lies in delivering the greatest shock, perhaps with the glowing red blade now visible. A monstrous creature lunges from the shadows, its guttural roar echoing through the desolate space. But before it can connect, John Forkenstrong's golden armor flashes as he delivers a decisive blow, sending the beast reeling. His armored fist connects with brutal force, silencing its cries. Standing victorious, his glowing sword held high, he declares his unwavering resolve to fight and win. With a final, determined cry, he charges forward, ready for whatever comes next. As the dust settles, he stands over the defeated foe, the silver-haired figure observing him silently from nearby. A weary sigh escapes him as he reflects on the brief respite, muttering about being forced to fight against mere low-ranked dead things. Still lamenting the triviality of the battle, he turns to his companion, wondering what comes next. A strange sense of unease washes over him, a feeling that something important has been forgotten, as if a crucial detail from a dream has slipped from his grasp. Amidst the chaotic battle, a voice urges, "This isn't the time to play around. Kill him." Yet, John Forkenstrong, fighting alongside his elf companion, muses, "I don't think it's a monster that can be killed at all, though." He then reflects on an unseen figure, acknowledging, "Still, he has good eyes, but with that sharp gaze, he's not the kind of person I'd expect to be a king." Meanwhile, Master Advisor Looper contemplates, "If it weren't for the fact that he has the same face, I'd have thought he was a different person entirely, and so much more powerful." Looper's voice echoes, "Do you really think so?" John Forkenstrong sits upon a grand throne, a regal figure in a moment of quiet contemplation. As the silver-haired figure questions, "John Narson?" He responds, his gaze still sharp. "Still, with that sharp gaze, he's not the kind of person I'd expect to be a king. You alone aren't the person that you're alone, don't go now." Looper, filled with regret, laments, "I am the blind fool. If only you had listened to me when I said you shouldn't have been born." Now clad in dark, menacing armor with eyes glowing red, John Forkenstrong declares, "Wraith King." Standing before the transformed king, Master Advisor Looper's voice carries a heavy weight of accusation, asserting that he is the one who lost him his power, and the one who lost Vindal's deed. Looking up at the silent, imposing figure, Looper continues, insisting that nothing that happened was his fault. His expression etched with a mix of despair and resignation, the advisor declares that everything was because of him, then questions his own existence, wondering if he is truly dead. He reflects on his past, admitting he wasn't powerful in his youth. Looper then laments, wishing Ariel were present, for then the humans would never have discovered the truth about him. With a final, damning conclusion, he reiterates that ultimately, everything points back to him. As the monstrous king's face contorts in a silent snarl, Looper points a finger, declaring, "It's because you." He then warns the king that he is being deceived, letting out a heavy sigh before adding that he still continues his work. Looper expresses his determination to find a solution, but admits he cannot replace him, before a chilling thought crosses his mind. He will be returned to the Holy Sword. Looper's voice rings out, declaring John fit only to be the Holy Sword's weapon, a tool to clear the name of the hero who lost it. He continues, stating John's purpose is to subdue the fallen Dark Lord, and more than that, he is a curse. Looper insists his actions have always been for the Holy Sword, for everyone. Because it is his right. As the only deserved owner of the Holy Sword. John, his face contorted in a sneer, scoffs at Looper's words, accusing him of clinging to his own behavior. Unfazed, Looper commands John to take his hit, Old Warrior. As a brilliant, ethereal blue sword descends from above, its light illuminating the dark space. Looper, now enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, grasps the glowing blade, ready to strike. He lunges forward, his ethereal blue blade glowing intensely, demanding his opponent come to his senses, or face the consequences of his defiance. A torrent of cerulean energy erupts from the weapon, engulfing the space between them. The attack connects with brutal force, and a chilling command echoes through the air, "Die." John lies defeated on the ground, as Looper stands over him, reflecting on his opponent's stupid-looking face, and promising that all who challenge him will meet the same end. With a foot near his head, the advisor muses on the fate of those who don't perish immediately, implying a worse end awaits them. But from the dust, a golden light begins to emanate, and John slowly pushes himself back to his feet. The golden aura expands rapidly, pushing back the lingering blue energy with immense force. Looper's confident expression falters, a look of genuine concern crossing his face as he realizes the true nature of his opponent's power. As a blinding yellow light begins to emanate from an unseen source, a hand slams down, initiating a powerful magical surge that sends sparkling particles flying. A dark-haired companion, caught in the sudden outburst, cries out a desperate warning for everyone to run. Amidst the growing glow, John Forkenstrong stands over the kneeling companion, asking what he's doing, while the very air around them hums with the power of the fortress, a place where no one is allowed to enter and no one is allowed to leave. The power within him surges, and John lets out a guttural scream, his face contorted in either agony or immense exertion. His companion, distressed by the unfolding event, calls out a name, Eric? The blinding yellow light intensifies, enveloping both John and his companion in its raw, overwhelming energy. As the light consumes him, John lets out a pained groan, his eyes squeezed shut. The intense magical energy continues to flare, blurring the very fabric of reality around them. John Forkenstrong's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening his features. Turning his head slightly, he speaks, dismissing any lingering thoughts with a curt, anyways. A moment later, he adds, "You're back." His companion, the unnamed elf, looks at him with a mixture of exasperation and concern, asking if he was just mocked to his face, then muttering, "Shit, I know it." John winces, pressing a hand to his face as if in pain, a soft, pained sound escaping him. He confirms the discomfort, hurts like shits. Nearby, a powerful horse lets out a loud, straining neigh. John Forkenstrong swiftly mounts the creature, preparing for departure. With a final glance back, he rides off, disappearing into the distance. Standing on a desolate, raised platform, John Forkenstrong surveys the landscape below, his back to the viewer. Turning to Rarick, he challenges, "How dare you even come back to your master after my blow?" Rarick, unfazed, calmly replies that it only stung a little. His expression hardening, John Forkenstrong reflects that the encounter felt similar to his past fight with Vendal, though he quickly dismisses it as insignificant, since Vendal had also been present. He then laments his inability to control his vast mana, but Rarick reassures him, confident in his own skill to manage such power. John Forkenstrong turns his gaze once more to the distant horizon, observing a multitude of figures gathered far away. Meanwhile, a dark, armored figure with a single glowing red eye speaks, acknowledging the warrior's presence and stating that his actions were a necessary outcome. John Forkenstrong holds a pulsating purple orb with a red core, musing aloud that no one of lesser stature could ever hope to stop him, then asks if his gift was enjoyed. Rarick looks on with a concerned expression, questioning if John is truly happy to reunite with his old friend, and lamenting the pity of his appearance, suggesting a missed opportunity for freedom. John Forkenstrong's face is resolute, a silent declaration that his adversary would have lived a happier life had they remained in their dream. He listens intently as Rarick questions his understanding, then asks if he is trying to create a new lich. Meanwhile, in a dark, confined space, the red-eyed warrior speaks of Take's brother, then warns someone not to become the Wraith King. As if on cue, the Wraith King, John Forkenstrong, moves with impossible speed, a blur of dark energy leaving a purple trail in his wake. His hand glows with raw, untamed power, the purple mana swirling ominously. He unleashes a sweeping attack, enveloped in a vibrant, dynamic purple aura. John Forkenstrong, wreathed in a furious purple aura, unleashes a devastating blast of energy, tearing through the ranks of armored soldiers. One of them cries out, his body glowing an eerie green as the impact sends him reeling, the mental control he was under momentarily faltering. From a distance, the red-eyed warrior feels the disruption, his own mental grip on his forces slipping, a frustrated, "Where did it go? I can't feel it," escaping him as he struggles to regain control. He quickly adapts, however, barking orders to his ranged units, "For shooters, shoot." But John Forkenstrong is relentless, his purple energy tearing into another armored figure, recognizing him as a master who keeps breaking free from mental control. With a focused strike, he utters, "Take." The purple energy consumes the target, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. John Forkenstrong's gaze sharpens, his intent clear as he declares, "I should handle you first." The red-eyed warrior, now bald and cloaked, observes the chaos, his voice calm despite the setback as he commands, "Okay, reload with the next one." The red-eyed warrior, cloaked and bald, observes something below him with a thoughtful hum, recognizing a distinct presence. His gaze intensifying, a fierce glow emanates from his eyes as he processes the sight before him. Below, a colossal, dark-furred monster stands amidst the grass, its sheer scale causing the ground to crackle with a faint sound. From atop his horse, the warrior gazes down, a strange thought forming in his mind, a flower garden. He ponders the unexpected sensation, wondering why his heart feels so inexplicably at ease in the presence of such a formidable creature. This monster, as vast as a mountain, somehow evokes the feeling of a tranquil flower garden within him, yet he questions its true nature. He had anticipated a beast as terrifying as the Wraith King himself, but this one feels different, prompting him to wonder if it is, in fact, a good entity. The monster's dark form looms below, its presence a stark contrast to the red-eyed warrior's internal peace. Its face, a snarling maw with glowing red eyes, belies the peaceful feeling it inexplicably instills in the observer. A powerful, unseen force strikes with a burst of purple energy, accompanied by a pained neigh and a sharp impact. The dark, flowing garment of a figure is engulfed in the intensifying purple energy, as muffled gasps escape. An armored figure stands over the fallen, purple glowing form, expressing disbelief at the strange sorcery at play. John Forkenstrong, with a thoughtful expression, questions the nature of the entity on the ground, wondering if it is truly human, while the fallen creature continues to gasp. He observes the now skeletal remains of the creature, acknowledging the swiftness of its demise, and a sense of understanding settles over him. Meanwhile, the red-eyed warrior, radiating a fierce red aura, dismisses the sorcery used against the skeletal figures, declaring it useless against his power. His armored hand clenches, surrounded by swirling purple energy, as he asserts his absolute dominance, viewing all others as mere insects. With glowing red eyes and horns, he stands triumphant, proclaiming that no place is beyond the reach of his sight. The red-eyed warrior lets out a chilling chuckle, standing over a defeated armored figure who groans in pain, surrounded by the lingering purple energy. He had already warned them once, and the red-eyed warrior makes good on his word, unleashing a powerful, yellow-glowing punch. The devastating blow connects, sending the armored figure of John Forkenstrong flying amidst a shower of debris. He crashes violently into the ground, leaving a deep crater in his wake. Not content with a single strike, the warrior unleashes a barrage of red, fiery energy spheres, erupting with explosive force. From a distance, Rarick watches the unfolding chaos, his voice strained as he warns, "Help! Be careful not to get caught up." Meanwhile, the red-eyed warrior revels in his display of power, a smug chuckle escaping him. "Ho-ho, I know that feeling well. The satisfaction of winning by a finishing move with 3 frames." John Forkenstrong, still reeling from the previous attack, looks on in shock as a massive purple explosion erupts. What is that? Is that the monster's core exploding? The red-eyed warrior merely scoffs at the spectacle, uttering a dismissive, "Ridiculous." As the purple energy washes over him, he confidently declares, "Even this won't hurt me." A guttural sound escapes the armored figure as purple energy crackles around him, while the red-eyed warrior stands impassively over a glowing purple remnant on the ground. John Forkenstrong's armored hand glows with the same eerie light as he demands to know, "What are you going to do, Wraith King?" The red-eyed warrior simply glances down, dismissing the question with a cold tone. "No business, human. I'm just going." He continues, a purple aura flaring around his masked form. "To borrow your head for a moment." John Forkenstrong surges forward, his form radiating a golden light as he closes the distance. With a swift, powerful strike, he connects with the red-eyed warrior, sending a shockwave through the air. The warrior recoils, a stunned expression on his face, uttering a disbelieving, "How dare you?" As he struggles to regain his footing, the warrior questions his own mind, while John asks if he's in his right mind, after mentioning my memory. Still disoriented, the warrior can only manage a drawn-out, "So," a faint ringing sound accompanying his confusion. Then, a chilling, "Who?" escapes him, a dark laugh echoing in the silence. John grips the warrior by his collar, holding him steady, as the elf companion remarks, "Huh? Look at him. This kid is losing without even rolling the dice." Master Advisor Looper, observing the scene, questions the elf's surprise. "What? Are you looking on in disbelief or something?" The red-eyed warrior continues his unsettling laughter, declaring, "Oh, I don't do those things like that," as Looper sternly advises him, "You better behave." He drifts in an ethereal space, a glowing form surrounded by crimson energy, realizing this is no ordinary dream. Still, the familiar flow of information washes over him, a constant stream he has grown accustomed to, prompting him to decide he must verify it himself, with this very body. As his resolve solidifies, a single, crimson eye flares open, burning with an intense, otherworldly light from the depths of the void. His face contorts in a silent exclamation, a sudden, profound understanding washing over him. He stands, now fully corporeal, a quiet surprise escaping him as he realizes he has succeeded. Clad in a simple cloak, he stands with his back to the room, surrounded by shelves filled with books, the soft light of a window illuminating his form. The warrior finds himself in a dimly lit room, surrounded by countless books, wondering if this was his previous location, recalling how he was once buried in knowledge. As a faint blue energy begins to emanate from his hand, he muses that he is still merely a beginner. A pained expression crosses his face as the energy intensifies. Now surrounded by the blue light, he looks up, sensing its source, struggling to contain the rising power. His struggle continues, a name escaping his lips as he grapples with the transformation. The blue energy erupts violently around him, a searing heat accompanying its release. Fully enveloped in a powerful blue aura, his eyes now glowing with the same light, a voice within him challenges his human form to endure the immense power. The intense blue energy continues to surge from his hand. The warrior stands amidst a vibrant forest, the blue light now coalescing around a magnificent, glowing tree, having successfully channeled the power. As the blue energy pulsed around him, a voice, perhaps his own, urged him to take control of the immense power now coursing through his being. The sheer force of it erupted from his body, blinding light and crackling energy radiating outwards. The intensity was overwhelming, a sudden, shocking surge that made him question if he could contain it. He struggled to comprehend the voice's meaning, a faint whisper amidst the roaring power, urging him to understand. As the energy coalesced in his hand, he pondered the depth of his own knowledge, wondering how much he truly understood about this newfound power. The thought struck him with sudden clarity, a realization of his own limitations and the vastness of the energy he now wielded. The voice returned, guiding him to keep the energy safe, and then a cryptic formula echoed in his mind. P equals VI. With a surge of understanding, the blue energy intensified, exploding upwards in a brilliant column of light. He stood amidst the fading glow, the voice offering a final, practical instruction. Next time, use Watts instead. The raw power of the blue energy surges, manifesting as a brilliant, almost blinding light around him, an impossible display that leaves observers questioning if this is the emergence of a true electric knight. How could such a feat be possible, especially from one so young? From the shadows, a cloaked figure watches, a gasp escaping them as they realize the magnitude of the power. Meanwhile, a gray-haired mage, standing closer to the source, marvels at the awakening power, wondering if this is truly the young man's inherent ability. He can hardly believe that someone could master advanced magic so quickly, especially before reaching the age of 10. Murmuring in disbelief, a wizard. The mage then looks up, addressing an unseen mentor, Master Halvar. Nearby, an elderly man with a long white beard, Rarick, questions his companion, Master Advisor Looper, if this incredible power is what Master Halvar had sought to awaken. Looper, however, scoffs, unable to believe that Halvar could have been so easily deceived, dismissing all his hard work. Unaware of the elder's skepticism, the gray-haired mage, still basking in the afterglow of the energy, proudly declares, "Did you see it? I'm now stronger than anybody else." Kneeling before an unseen figure, an elderly elf with a long white beard proclaims his newfound strength, boasting that he can now defeat even a figurehead summoned by the lightning god. He clarifies that it's merely an artificial construct, but emphasizes his ability to protect himself now. As a younger elf with light blue hair and gray skin looks on, pleading to be released from a prison, reminding the elder of a promise. The elderly elf remains silent for a moment. Before the younger elf, still kneeling, questions his reaction, unimpressed by the boast, and reminding him that the king of human was the one who first made the contract. The light blue-haired elf looks down, correcting him, stating that the scroll explicitly named the king of the elemental as the contractor, and that true power lies in defeating him. The younger elf appears surprised by this revelation, but the elder quickly dismisses his awe at the lightning, urging him to listen carefully. Standing up and turning away, the elder elf instructs him to focus not on the king of the forest or the elemental, but simply to listen. He walks away, glancing back to assert that the distinction is meaningless, reiterating his claim that he can defeat the lightning. The light blue-haired elf looks down, pondering the elder's words. A hooded figure observes, finding it strange that a mere human could defeat the king of the elemental, an old fool who is still alive. Meanwhile, the elder Rarick sits, questioned by his elf companion about why the king would lie, and what king of the forest truly means, to which Rarick simply states that he is home. The hooded figure, still contemplating the impossible feat, finds the entire situation far too suspicious. His thoughts drift to the once powerful being, now nothing more than a spoonful of dust. Gazing down at a glowing, ornate gate, he decides he needs to go further. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he vows to uncover whatever the old fool is hiding. The figure, known as the Ghost King, remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, Rarick stands, a thoughtful expression on his face. The Ghost King continues to gaze at the glowing gate, questioning if the old fool still clings to the foolishness called King of the Dead. John Forkenstrong stands, contemplating the nature of time, a resource not truly possessed, only spent, always moving forward. A frustrated grunt escapes him, a quiet curse under his breath. He considers the stark reality of his existence, a constant struggle where one must either kill or be killed. An unseen presence makes itself known, a chilling declaration echoing in his mind. "I'm watching you." The words materialize, stark and absolute. "Keep my eyes on you." A sudden, invisible force slams into him, sending dust and debris scattering around his form. He lands hard, a surprised sound escaping his lips as he looks up. Observing the ground around him, a grim understanding dawning. Still reeling from the unseen attack, John Forkenstrong finds himself on the ground, a hooded figure looming over him, demanding to know what he was doing, wearing that helmet and flying around. The figure chuckles, then confirms a startling realization. He was right, and something was indeed real, prompting a surprised "What?" from John. With a triumphant laugh, the hooded man reveals that a great race, long forgotten by time, still lives, and that a certain lich, despite his power, is foolish for not knowing how to shed his pride and truly become a lich. John, now sitting up, lets out a small sound of confusion, then asks for an explanation of the bewildering situation. He questions what the hooded figure has done, feeling his mind a mess from all the strange occurrences, before deciding it's time to get back on his feet. The hooded figure simply points, indicating a direction with a simple declaration. It's in there. The mysterious figure stands tall, his dark cloak flowing around him. He concludes with a final, knowing statement. The thing that you want. The forge glows with intense heat, its rhythmic clang echoing through the workshop. With each powerful strike, John Forkenstrong works diligently, hammering a red-hot object on the anvil. Sparks fly from the glowing, crystalline material. Now radiating a powerful red aura, the object is held firmly by tongs, its energy pulsing with an ominous glow. John Forkenstrong observes the intense glow, questioning if this is truly the orb of the heart of the giant, as a swirling vortex of crimson energy forms beneath it. The hammering continues, each impact intensifying the object's fiery radiance. He watches the process, understanding the concept of the orb of the heart of the giant, but the current creation puzzles him, making him wonder if they are attempting to forge a new one, or perhaps something else entirely, like a lich. The red energy surges, expanding violently from the object, threatening to overwhelm the space. A groan escapes him as he clutches his head, realizing this new creation is not what he anticipated. A man's anguished cry echoes through a stone chamber. Meanwhile, a gloved hand carefully holds a small, glowing object, as a voice questions the wisdom of their endeavor, fearing the object's inevitable explosion and the sleepless nights it will cause. Back at the forge, an orange-haired artisan is urged to resume the forging process, aiming to craft a new orb of the heart of the giant. She voices her concern about withstanding the shockwave of a potential explosion, then asks Heck, a bearded man, about their remaining resources. The artisan's thoughts drift to the countless lives sacrificed at the lava mines, acknowledging the immense personal risk they are all undertaking to complete this task. Elsewhere, two weary men, one bearded and the other masked, resign themselves to a prolonged stay, realizing they won't be returning home anytime soon. Back at the forge, the artisan lets out a frustrated sigh, longing for a moment of rest and the comfort of her own home. Suddenly, her expression sharpens, and she snaps, demanding to know who is speaking. Identifying the intruder as nothing more than a nuisance, a mosquito, she challenges them, asking how long they've been observing. The orange-haired artisan, still reeling from the dangerous forging process, confronts the towering, horned figure before him, stating firmly that he had not granted permission for his presence. Looking up at the imposing form, he questions if the Wraith King truly understands the gravity of the situation. The artisan's voice trembles with frustration, lamenting that everything is already in disarray, reminding the figure that this place demands lives for the orb of the heart of the giant, and asking if he is truly unaware of the cost. His resolve hardening, the artisan's primary concern remains the safety of the dwarves. The Wraith King merely offers a subtle, almost mocking smirk, as the artisan recalls his promise of a better home. With a sharp, audible sound, the artisan clenches his fist, his frustration reaching a peak. He reiterates the broken promise, declaring that he will never give up again. Looking up at the imposing figure, the artisan labels his actions as despicable. The Wraith King raises a hand, cutting him off, revealing that outside workers like the artisan are not covered by employment insurance, before pointedly calling him an outsider. A voice calls out, Master Mauchatur, as the artisan lies prone on the cold stone floor, a figure standing over him. Elsewhere, a pale-skinned figure with pointed ears and glowing yellow eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, simply hums, A dark, horse-like creature nearby lets out a guttural, neigh. The pale figure, now revealing a massive, bat-like wing, muses, but it's a bit too much, isn't it? He has already gathered enough mana to open the gate. With horns curving from his head, he questions, but how come it's alone? Did Naganseek get hurt? He considers the implications, stating, unless it's the absolute suppression unit, there are only a few people who can defeat him. We're not talking about common people, do we? A dark aura swirling around him, he commands, we need to prepare for those guys are in the area. So double the security for both the main and secret entrance. Keek, we'll wipe them out accordingly. His yellow eyes gleam with malice as he adds, since the resurrection of the Dark Lord is just around the corner. A powerful, glowing red sword materializes, its presence a stark warning. Anyone who gets in our way will pay for it. A heavy gate clanks open, revealing a dark passage beyond. Stepping into the dimly lit dungeon chamber, John Forkenstrong and Rarik's armored footsteps echo through the cavernous space. From the shadows, a monstrous creature with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs snarls, recognizing the intruders as humans. Already engaged in combat, the warrior curses the vicious bastards as he strikes. Standing over a defeated monster, he dismisses it as a piece of trash bastard, while Rarik observes. John Forkenstrong's gaze hardens, his blue eyes reflecting a grim determination. As they continue through the torchlit corridor, Rarik reminds him that these creatures are responsible for their predicament, emphasizing their need to find the Ghost King. The path ahead stretches into an ominous darkness, leading them deeper into the domain of the Ghost King. He expresses a lack of interest, but Rarick insists that he is the only one capable of wielding a certain power. Controlling a dragon, Rarick explains, is a talent in itself, and he believes John should put those talents to good use. John, however, simply states his usual approach, to attack and destroy everything, just as he always has, before mentioning a hearthstone. Rarick elaborates on the heart of the earth, describing it as a source of immense magical power, and asks if John understands its significance. John asks what he should do, and Rarick emphasizes that they are the only ones capable of utilizing this magic, implying that if they don't act, no one else can. Rarick then offers a deal, promising to retrieve the hearthstone for John in return for his cooperation, to which John responds with a thoughtful hum. John makes a clear demand, stating that he wants someone out of his sight and their soul. The Ghost King, shrouded in darkness, responds, explaining that he cannot directly fulfill such a request. With a satisfied expression, John agrees to grant the Ghost King's dream, but only if he agrees to display as Duran. He stands before Rarick and Looper, listening as Rarick emphasizes the critical nature of their strategy. With a resolute expression, John Forkenstrong confirms his commitment to the deal, agreeing to take the soul and allow the Wraith King to go his way, a careful extraction of power. His instructions are clear. They are to act as if nothing is amiss, joining the queue and entering the gate. Turning his back to his companions, he strides towards a shimmering blue portal, declaring his intent to head straight for the prison and lead their allies first. Standing before the ethereal gateway, he muses on the pace of their advance, a subtle chuckle escaping him as he considers whether to move slowly or act now. Meanwhile, in a different location, the red-eyed warrior recoils in shock, his glowing eyes wide with confusion as he questions an unseen action. Back at the portal, John Forkenstrong has entered, now facing a throng of monstrous figures, ready to lead his allies through the enemy's ranks. The red-eyed warrior's shock turns to dawning horror as he realizes the betrayal, accusing the damned king's enemy, and questioning if Master Mosketer has gone ahead. Before he can fully comprehend, a glowing green object pierces his head, a brutal end to his confusion as the Ghost King's betrayal is complete. His armored hand reaches out, a silent command, or perhaps a gesture of disbelief. Looking down, he murmurs, "Oh, that looks familiar." Rarick, caught off guard, looks up as John asks, "You okay?" Before Rarick can answer, a sudden, brutal force slams into him, his heavy armor cracking under the impact. The Ghost King's dark form emerges, a chilling laugh escaping him as he revels in the chaos he has wrought. He then unleashes a dark energy blast, striking the unnamed elf companion, who barely manages to warn the others to keep up your guard. The elf companion falls, injured, his mind reeling at the betrayal, wondering if such a thing could truly exist. The Ghost King, surrounded by dark energy, mutters in frustration, "I thought I had eliminated him completely," before shrugging off the thought with a resigned, "Oh, fuck it." With a final, ruthless decision, he declares, "Let's just do whatever." Two armored guards stand watch before a grand, arched doorway, their torches casting flickering light across the ancient stone walls. Suddenly, a hushed gasp echoes through the corridor as someone approaches from the darkness. It is Zaluk, striding with purpose down the dimly lit passage, his form silhouetted against the distant light. His eyes, now glowing with an intense golden light, narrow in recognition, a silent curse escaping him as he identifies the threat, an assassin. The assassin, believing their presence unknown, lunges forward, only to be met with a swift, brutal counterattack that sends them reeling. Before the assailant can even recover, Zaluk brings a powerful, crushing blow down upon them. The impact shatters the very ground, sending fragments of stone and dust exploding outwards. The assassin falls, defeated, their blood splattering across the stone, a stark testament to Zaluk's overwhelming power. Standing over the fallen foe, Zaluk surveys the scene, the assassination attempt swiftly and decisively completed. He steps through the ancient archway, his heavy boot echoing the declaration that he is coming in. With a determined gaze, he addresses unseen allies, asking if they are ready. A surge of power erupts around him, the word overload glowing crimson as he activates a potent skill. 30 minutes earlier, a masked figure with intensely glowing eyes stands in a desolate chamber. A malevolent green aura swirls around him as he commands unseen forces, a sinister red orb clutched in his hand. He challenges the Wraith King, expressing disbelief that his target could still be standing after whatever transpired. Meanwhile, in a different location during that same past moment, Zaluk reassures his companions, glad they are by his side. Back in the present, he scans the surroundings, sensing hidden enemies and remarking on their clumsy attempts to conceal themselves, confident he will find them. He demands, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence, "Do you understand, Wraith King?" The masked figure offers no reply, only the unwavering, eerie glow of his yellow-green eyes. Zaluk presses, his tone sharp with accusation, "Are you trying to make a new lich?" The question hangs heavy in the air. He repeats, "Do you understand, Wraith King?" Still, the necromancer remains motionless, his glowing gaze fixed and unblinking. Zaluk's voice hardens, demanding an answer. "Are you trying to make a new lich?" A final time, the challenge rings out. He insists, "Do you understand, Wraith King?" The silence from the masked figure is absolute, a chilling refusal to engage. Xylok's final question is a stark warning. Are you trying to make a new lich? Within the confines of an ancient, stone-walled chamber, the air hung heavy with unspoken questions. As a faint blue aura pulsed around him, he pressed for an update, asking if the source had been found yet. The elder, examining a section of the rough-hewn wall, confirmed he was fairly certain he'd located it, though extracting it remained a challenge. He then mused aloud, considering the possibility that he himself might have been inadvertently spreading misinformation. Xylok, his aura still faintly glowing, dismissed the idea as impossible, demanding to know who could have fed him such lies, insisting on the full truth. Rarick, however, offered a different perspective, suggesting it was more likely that his companion was the one being deceived by someone else. Confused by the implication, Xylok questioned the need for such a move. The elder admitted his uncertainty, speculating that perhaps a vampire base was being established nearby. A sudden realization dawned on Xylok, as he wondered if the enemy had already located them. The grim sight of bloodied orphans lying lifelessly on the cold stone floor fills the chamber. And John Forkenstrong's gaze hardens at the devastation. Another fallen figure lies still, a silent testament to the tragedy, as a voice whispers, "Rest in peace." The masked necromancer observes the scene, his glowing eyes betraying no emotion as he remarks, "So cruel. Are you too late?" He then turns his attention to a figure trapped within a cage, who weakly pleads, "Ugh, help me." The captive gurgles, their voice strained as they beg, "Release me." Reaching into the cage, John Forkenstrong reassures the suffering individual, "Hold on, just for a little while. I'm helping you." He pulls the figure free, their body glowing with an unnatural blue and purple energy, a clear sign of magical corruption. This unfortunate soul is revealed to be a magic addict. The magic addict, whom John Forkenstrong had just pulled from the cage, began to glow with an unstable blue light, his body racked with pain as he muttered, "Ugh, master, I don't feel good." The energy within him surged, swirling violently as a chilling realization dawned. The magic was flowing abnormally, threatening to explode at any moment. From a shadowed vantage point, the masked necromancer observed the volatile display, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he questioned, "Why? What's going on? Is it an explosion?" As a crimson aura flared around him, John Forkenstrong's eyes widened in sudden understanding. It was a trap, and he cried out, "What?" The force of the addict's magical discharge sent him sprawling to the ground, amidst a shower of debris, the unstable figure now gone. Before he could recover, shadowy figures swarmed him from all sides, the masked necromancer watching the ambush unfold from above. A blue aura now enveloped John Forkenstrong as he fought back, the narration confirming that he had indeed been ambushed. Grunting in exertion, he demanded clarification. "Ugh, what are you talking about? Explain properly." As the truth of the trap became clear, they had been lured by using the addicts as bait. The masked necromancer looked down at the chaos he had orchestrated, the narration concluding that once they succeeded in separating them, the ambush could begin. He moves with practiced ease through the ambush, a thought echoing in his mind about how he and his companions have been cast into these dungeons to fend for themselves. For him, it is in such moments of opportunity that the weaknesses of his adversaries become glaringly apparent. As an unseen observer exclaims, he counters with a devastating overhead hook, his movements precise and powerful. His fighting style is a testament to his experience, often employing a simple yet powerful 1-2 combination, as seen in a past encounter where he and Rarick faced a monstrous horned creature. He effortlessly avoids an attack, and the moment his opponent lets out a grunt of effort, he follows up with a swift Brazilian head kick. The creature falls, and he finishes it off with a decisive blow, its struggle proving futile. Returning to the present, his hand glows with latent power as he considers, I'm a king, right? He carefully holds the unconscious magic addict, their small form cradled in his large hand. The flashback concludes with him and Rarick standing triumphant over a pile of defeated monsters, including the horned creature, a testament to their combined strength. His gaze sharpens, and he commands with unwavering authority, "Let go." A monstrous growl echoes through the cavern, signaling a formidable foe. He observes the creature, realizing this is becoming more difficult. Their ranking seems to have increased. The monster's massive hand looms, forcing John to acknowledge that he's going to have to use his full power to slay these monsters. Confronting another grotesque creature, he taunts, "Ah, you're so fragile. How is it there?" A faint glow emanates from the monster as John demands, "Guide me to the treasure. I'll let you live if it's there." Later, carrying the unconscious magic addict, he sighs in frustration, "Ah, I was trying to finish my business here, but ended up saving this fella. Damn it." His hand begins to glow with a vibrant blue energy, a determined expression settling on his face. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing a towering, winged demon with glowing red eyes and sharp horns, its massive form casting a long shadow over a smaller, cloaked figure standing far below in a dark, cavernous hall. The cloaked figure looks up, seemingly dwarfed by the monstrous presence. A biting wind whipped through the desolate, snow-covered ruins, its mournful howl echoing through the skeletal remains of a once grand structure. Amidst the frozen landscape, John Forkenstrong scanned the horizon, his hand instinctively rising to shield his eyes from the glare, searching for any sign of life or movement. His armored companions huddled nearby, one of them checking a device with growing concern, wondering if their signal was still lost, before greeting their leader with a respectful, if hushed, tone. The morning skies were brightening, yet no sign of life or signal had been found, prompting Rarick to advise a quieter approach, knowing the master's mood could sour quickly. The elder mused, considering it unlikely that someone of their master's caliber would be needed for such a simple task. Suddenly, a distant wall exploded inward, shattering with a burst of glowing yellow energy, a voice remarking on its unexpected sturdiness. John Forkenstrong's expression hardened, his command sharp and clear for his men to remain at the ready. Standing beside him, Rarick added that if they hoped to safely retrieve their comrades, their own side must be prepared to draw attention at any moment. A sudden, unexpected sound from off-panel drew their attention, causing both men to react with a surprised, questioning huh. He surveys the desolate, snow-covered ruins, his armored companions arrayed behind him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding, "Please put your blade away." The masked figure stands before them, skeletal features visible beneath his hood, calmly stating, "I am not suspicious." One of the armored guards mutters, "Wearing a mask alone makes you quite suspicious. That is rather suspicious, isn't it? Or is it cosplay?" The necromancer explains his choice. "My face might be a bit unpleasant, so I wear this. If you wish to have me take it off, I will. But you must put away your weapons. Yes, I am talking to all of you." Before anyone can react, a powerful purple aura erupts from the masked figure, eyes glowing intensely as the ground around him begins to crack under an unseen force. The pressure intensifies, a crushing weight of 100 times gravity bearing down on them. John Forkenstrong and Rarick groan, struggling against the sudden, overwhelming force, barely able to remain upright. The necromancer looks down at their struggle, a mocking tone in his voice as he asks, "But gravity? What is gravity?" "Ah, he. There is no such concept in this world. I mean he." The masked necromancer's glowing eyes fixate on his victims, a chilling question hanging in the air. He explains his cruel greeting, revealing that the crushing force they feel is merely his way of saying hello, a casual manipulation of gravity 3 times its normal strength. One of them, struggling under the immense pressure, manages to ask for a moment, pleading not to be mocked for his current predicament. Later, walking along a path with his companions, John Forkenstrong assures someone that they are not suspicious individuals. The masked necromancer, observing them from a distance, considers them to be typical mercenaries. As they continue their journey, the elf companion states that no one can enter the fortress, but Rarick clarifies that he is not seeking their lord, but rather a friend. John Forkenstrong then introduces himself, stating his name is John Narson and that he understands his friend came this way. Rarick then asks if they would be able to tell him where his friend is at this very moment. Deep within a forgotten, brick-lined passage, chains hang silently from the ceiling, hinting at a history of confinement. Then, a towering, muscular figure with massive horns and leathery wings comes into view, his imposing form casting a long shadow. Each heavy step echoes through the ancient halls, his clawed feet moving with deliberate power across the stone floor. His sharp, glowing yellow eyes betray a deep, ancient weariness, yet also an undeniable, simmering power. The masked necromancer stands before him, a cloaked figure seemingly unfazed by the immense presence, as the towering being grumbles, "Huh, so annoying." The necromancer simply asks, "What?" Before the powerful creature, the Wraith King, continues, "I have to wonder what kind of tricks you've been up to since I last saw you." The air around the ancient monarch vibrates with a subtle, wicked communication, as if tiny, irritating insects, mosquitoes, buzz around him, their presence a mere nuisance to his immense power. Though unseen by most, other individuals are present in the chamber, a group of people vying for the ancient king's favor, their struggles for position unfolding in the shadows. Suddenly, the powerful being lashes out, his immense strength sending an unknown mercenary flying through the air, a swift and brutal display of his dominance. A monstrous entity, all shadow and claw, lunges with devastating force, its attack tearing through the very air as a warrior struggles to defend himself. A dark, purple energy emanates from the creature's hand, signaling an attack of immense power. The warrior, battered and weary, can only reflect on the relentless assault, knowing that if he continues to be overwhelmed, his fate is sealed. Ultimately, the outdated warrior falls, defeated amidst the shattered remnants of his defense. The masked necromancer, observing the scene, questions the fallen warrior's choices, wondering why the great Zilu, who once ruled the entire continent, would align himself with such an antiquated group. A horned figure, the true Wraith King, responds with a low chuckle, recalling another who held similar misguided thoughts. The necromancer warns the Wraith King to reconsider his path, before he suffers a similar fate. With a piercing red gaze, the Wraith King dismisses the necromancer's words, challenging his perception of an outdated warrior, and implying a deeper, unknown truth. As purple energy crackles around him, and a spectral dragon manifests, the Wraith King reveals that the outdated warrior is, in fact, himself, the very entity they have been searching for over the past 3 decades. John Forkenstrong, now fully manifested in his monstrous, horned form, looms large, a testament to a figure who once passed beyond life and death, subduing the entire continent, a secret story of the demonic army. His imposing presence fills the space, as a voice from the past demands utter submission, questioning if any could ever stand against such a demon. In a memory, Rarick observes, explaining that the most powerful magician serves as the demon king's magic instrument, not as a slave, but as the very source of his strength. Another figure from the past, a gaunt general with a metal plate on his forehead, scoffs at the perceived weakness of his king, urging him to reclaim his warrior's strength and embrace his role as their demon king. Back in the present, the masked necromancer processes these words, his glowing eyes fixed on the horned entity before him. The Wraith King, in his towering form, offers to retrieve a member of the demon king's army for the necromancer. The gaunt general's voice echoes from the past, declaring that insubordination and wickedness are the core tenets of the demon king's army, a state he considers normal. The necromancer challenges the Wraith King's power, asserting that even with his might, he couldn't defeat the righteous, before conceding that there might be some truth to the claim. The Wraith King lowers his gaze, inviting his opponent to try once more, as the narrative hints at a profound betrayal involving the warrior and the demon king's army. The Wraith King scoffs, dismissing the notion that betrayal requires meaning, questioning why he should act for an enraged warrior. The masked figure finds his words utterly foolish, asserting that the demon king's army is far from a simple organization, then challenges him on whether that is truly his final response. In a stark flashback, a demonic general with glowing yellow eyes and prominent horns declares that if his plans succeed, the demon king's army will soon be his, reveling in the power of a place overflowing with countless sacrificed souls. The Wraith King then asks if his opponent truly comprehends the gravity of his words, explaining that through the sacrifices of countless phantoms, the demon king will inevitably resurface as a lich. He emphasizes the shocking truth that the demon king had, in fact, died. The demonic general, taken aback by this revelation, can only manage a confused, questioning sound. He then presses for more information, asking if the speaker had encountered the demon king, inquiring about his magic instrument, and wondering if the demon king's army itself had betrayed him. His glowing yellow eyes narrow in fury as he vehemently shouts for the speaker to silence themselves. Still enraged, he demands to know what they are trying to imply, specifically if they mean to suggest that the demon king is still alive. A demonic general, with long black hair and pale skin, scoffs, admitting he wouldn't have believed it until he witnessed it himself, as another dreadlock commander suggests the entity they speak of could be called the Demon King. His eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, the general questions the other's audacity, revealing he had intended to test their magical prowess and their pact beforehand. A horned demon commander, radiating a menacing red aura, cuts the conversation short, declaring it useless. As blue energy begins to gather in his hand, the general reminds them that opinions have always been divided on who truly stands as the strongest among the four commanders. With a soft thump, the energy intensifies, and he agrees, suggesting they finally put the matter to the test. A powerful blue aura erupts around him, as he manifests a glowing blue scythe, ready for battle. His eyes now glowing a vibrant blue, he challenges them to determine who among them is truly stronger. The scene shifts to a simple brick wall. Amidst the chaos of battle, John Forkenstrong moves with practiced ease, his form a blur as he evades an unseen attack, the air around him thick with the scent of dust and conflict. The demonic general, however, remains unimpressed, his voice dripping with contempt as he dismisses the efforts of his opponent, declaring that he will no longer tolerate mere empty threats. Undeterred, the warrior gathers his strength, a fierce, fiery aura igniting around him, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. With a powerful surge, he unleashes a sweeping wave of force, the impact reverberating through the very structure of the ancient ruins. Three lesser demonic figures recoil in terror, their faces contorted in shock at the sheer brutality and unexpected power of the attack, questioning how such force could exist without the presence of fire magic. The blonde warrior then turns his attention back to the general, critiquing his fighting style and asserting that with such incompetence, the Demon King's ambition to conquer the human world will forever remain a pipe dream. As the confrontation escalates, he swiftly retrieves a glowing blue potion, its contents shimmering with potent energy, and brings it to his lips. The demonic general, enraged by the taunts, retaliates with a furious torrent of fire, spewing flames from his mouth as he mocks his opponent's boring skills. Meeting the fiery assault with an unwavering gaze, John Forkenstrong simply declares that the fight needs more flavor, his eyes burning with renewed determination. As the general's fiery breath engulfed him, John Forkenstrong remained unfazed, a vibrant blue aura already forming around him, deflecting the intense heat and scattering debris. The protective energy pulsed, and he calmly stated that the heat was not affecting him at all. The demonic general let out a frustrated grunt, advising his opponent to be careful. But John Forkenstrong ignored the warning, his hand beginning to glow with an intense blue light, as his eyes ignited with the same powerful, ethereal hue. A massive blue aura now enveloped his entire form, and he declared that it had been a while since he'd unleashed such power, warning that he wouldn't be able to control it. Rarick questions the nature of the magic before him, asking if John Forkenstrong, the Wraith King, truly understands its implications. As a blue aura flares around his hands, John Forkenstrong explains that his magic is merely temporary, destined to disappear, as he initiates a reverse magic spell. Rarick observes the floating blue orb, noting the spell's effectiveness, but also its dangerous nature, calling it a killer spell if used to block his own magic. A look of concern crosses John Forkenstrong's face as he wonders what options remain for him. His hand glows with a vibrant blue energy. As he holds a glowing blue book, considering the path of physical training, a concept Rarick suggests he should embrace once more. Now clad in more rugged attire and holding a staff, John Forkenstrong listens as Rarick explains the difference between using magic with a weapon versus the body, warning that a body-based surprise attack, without proper training, would only harm himself. However, Rarick assures him that with physical training, he could indeed learn to wield magic through his own body. John Forkenstrong considers this, pondering the implication. If he cannot use magic within his body, then he might be unable to use it externally either. Rarick explains that John Forkenstrong's external magic would have remained temporary if he hadn't used his own body as a magic circuit, clarifying that when a magic flow is blocked, it naturally seeks a new path, breaking through to form a new circuit. He then scoffs, calling John Forkenstrong an idiot, and admits there was a reason he hadn't taught him magic before, but now that the deed was done, there was no turning back. He warns that if one cannot properly use magic within their body, the circuit will break through, and they will inevitably transform into a monster. As John Forkenstrong looks at his glowing hand, he asks if there's nothing he can do, while Rarick reaches out to grasp his hand. Blue magical energy flows from Rarick into John Forkenstrong's hand, and Rarick gasps in disbelief, questioning if John Forkenstrong just managed to do this. His surprise turns to astonishment as he exclaims that magic is flowing in, a phenomenon he's never witnessed before, wondering how this kid formed a magic circuit in such a short time. A blue aura now surrounds John Forkenstrong as he looks at his hand, realizing with a mix of shock and relief that it actually worked. A glowing red sword, intricately detailed, appears as a vision, symbolizing the power now accessible. However, the image of a monstrous, clawed hand follows, hinting at the dark potential or lingering danger of his new abilities. It has been a long time since she last used magic to heal herself, but the light blue-haired mage feels as though she has regained her strength from days long past. Still, a flicker of uncertainty crosses her mind, wondering how exactly she is supposed to wield magic again. As if in answer, a burst of blue energy erupts from her, striking a nearby horned monster with concussive force. Drawing the attention of its kin, one of whom scoffs, dismissing her magic as a mere trivial skill. Ignoring the taunt, she unleashes a massive, sweeping wave of blue energy, questioning if this is the correct way to use her power as it engulfs the surrounding monsters. One of the horned creatures cries out in agony, recoiling from the sheer force of the magical blast. Another is sent flying by the explosive impact, cursing her for the pain she inflicted. The ground trembles as a defeated monster lies prone, its body quivering from the magical assault. From the chaos, a larger, more formidable horned monster emerges, its voice laced with fury, vowing to personally kill the mage for daring to use such a trivial skill. Deep within a shadowed, cavernous space, a grotesque, multi-eyed monster stirs, its sharp teeth glinting in the gloom. Meanwhile, bathed in a brilliant blue aura, the light blue-haired mage channels her power, a hint of uncertainty in her voice as she admits this is her first time truly wielding magic. The vibrant energy pulses around her, and she wonders aloud if her efforts are sufficient. Her expression hardens, however, as she vows to stop the crazy bastards who dare to break the rules. With a surge of power, she unleashes a devastating wave of blue magic, tearing through the environment. The immense effort leaves her visibly drained, sweat beading on her brow as the magical glow around her begins to fade. Unbeknownst to her, a cloaked figure watches the entire spectacle from a distant rooftop, their presence a silent mystery. Below, a massive horned monster reacts with shock and anger, realizing the extent of her magical abilities and questioning the sheer number of enemies he must now face. Standing amidst the defeated forms of her adversaries, the light blue-haired mage looks up, her voice unwavering as she declares her readiness to face every single one of them. A grotesque, horned monster recoils in utter disbelief, its mind reeling from an impossible assault. The air around it crackles with raw, blue energy, a hand conjuring the very essence of earth, fire, wind, water, and spirit. The monster's face contorts in agony and confusion, unable to comprehend the sheer power it faces. From the chaos, Captain Pa emerges, his light blue hair swept back, one eye glowing with the same intense azure energy that now engulfs his foe. A dark-haired man watches the spectacle, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise stoic features. The monster, now visibly disoriented, struggles to process the overwhelming assault. Its form begins to warp and shrink, its clothing tearing as the magical pressure forces a transformation. Enraged and utterly bewildered, the creature lashes out, accusing its attacker of deliberately confusing it. The dark-haired man approaches the now diminished monster, offering a chilling response to its final, desperate plea. As a brilliant blue energy erupts, tearing through the air, the light blue-haired mage declares her intent to kill. Meanwhile, a hand grips a glowing blue cube, as Captain Pa identifies himself as a physical scholar. Amidst the chaos, a red-haired demon, engulfed in crimson energy, cries out in defiance, questioning how anyone dares to speak to him as an equal, even mentioning Lord Soy. A towering horned demon, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, stands as a formidable presence. Around them, a pile of defeated demons lies broken, one of them weakly asking why they are being killed. Another demon, its face contorted in fear, pleads for its life as glowing red magical symbols swirl around it. The magical assault intensifies, consuming a demon in a fiery explosion, its last cry a terrified, I'm scared. Two more demonic faces are etched with pure terror, witnessing the brutal efficiency of their attackers. Finally, the horned demon looks down at the carnage, a strange declaration escaping its lips. I'm parched. A low grunt escapes John Forkenstrong as he surveys the devastation around him. His eyes widen slightly, a silent exclamation of surprise or realization passing through him. Turning from the wreckage, he begins to move through the debris-strewn landscape. He had been drawn by the commotion, wondering what could cause such a disturbance, but the sight before him still makes him question the situation. Amidst the shattered stone and twisted metal, a small, defeated demon lies broken. Its body is twisted, and a voice echoes, mocking its inability to even stand on its own 2 feet. The small demon is sent flying through the air. A deep, rumbling laugh emanates from the shadows as the horned demon steps forward, observing the defeated creature and remarking on the weakness of its opponent. His gaze sharpens, a single word of contempt escaping his lips. The masked necromancer, seemingly unconcerned, dismisses the question about the demon's lost arm, stating it's a trivial matter. He continues, his voice laced with disdain, reminding his unseen interlocutor that the demon's arm fell off first, and it will simply grow back soon. Standing beside him, the red-haired demon observes the scene. A monstrous horned demon addresses its subordinate, acknowledging their understanding of the situation. It continues, explaining that the Grand Corridor is not the only location where sacrifices are being held, as a low growl emanates from the armored figure. John Forkenstrong listens intently, his expression grim. The demon then presses him, demanding he make a choice. With blue energy flaring around his hands, John Forkenstrong identifies the target of their discussion as a human. He makes his decision, a pained expression on his face, declaring he will go to the Grand Corridor. The demon, looking down, asks if they should begin the ritual, reminding him that if he leaves for the Grand Corridor, the other sacrifices will be held elsewhere. John Forkenstrong questions the specific location, pondering the nature of the sacrifices. The demon's eye glows with malevolent intent, as it reveals the pitiful lives are meant to resurrect a supreme being and grant it new life. A surge of blue lightning crackles around the elf, who cries out in pain, while John, looking on, admits he might have been better off staying home. He glares at the struggling companion, calling him a demon, as the elf lets out another pained gasp. Yet, John reassures him, reminding him that despite being in a demon's lair, things are still going well. He then reflects on their progress, having secured most of the essentials they came for. Their true objective, the heart of the earth, weighs on the elf's mind, as he voices his concern about the dangers of their current location. He reveals a dangerous magic he can use when overwhelmed, but implies it comes with a cost. John, ever pragmatic, simply notes the high cost of potions. As the elf asks for further motivation, John urges him to just go and do it, unaware of the masked necromancer observing them from the shadows, shrouded in a faint purple aura. With renewed determination, the elf agrees, ready to save the sacrificed. As the elf companion considers his options, John Forkenstrong presses him, asking if he truly understands the gravity of their situation, questioning his resolve as the Wraith King. His hand glows with a faint, ethereal light as John continues, explaining that even if their enemy is protected by divine power, their subordinates are not invincible. The glowing energy pulses through the cavernous space, as he insists there's no way mere mortals could have brought down such powerful foes. The elf companion, overwhelmed by the pressure, admits he feels like he's losing his mind. John then shifts his focus to the human king, musing that if he doesn't have a plan, he's merely a pawn, but quickly reassures himself that the king will be fine. A monstrous, scaled leg looms into view, its sheer size hinting at the formidable creatures lurking within the demon's lair. As they continue their ascent up a winding spiral staircase, John states their immediate goal, to reach the next floor. He then turns to his companion, casually asking if he happens to possess the ability to teleport. Deep within the lair, a powerful, ornate sword, glowing with an ominous red energy, awaits its wielder, its presence a silent promise of impending conflict. A guttural roar echoes through the demon's lair as he unleashes a swirling orb of dark purple energy from his outstretched hand, his eyes glowing with the same ominous hue. Yet, the horned demon, surprisingly agile, manages to evade the attack, prompting him to remark on its swiftness. With a snarl, the monstrous creature prepares its own assault, its form tensing for a strike. It lunges forward, its powerful body a blur of motion, accompanied by a sharp, metallic clang. But before the demon can connect, a sudden, crimson barrier erupts from his hand, intercepting the charge with a violent impact. The force of the barrier pushes the demon back, its form distorting against the glowing red energy. Violently repelled, the creature is thrown backward, its wings flailing in disarray. The red energy then erupts in a blinding flash, engulfing the demon in a powerful explosion. As the crimson light fades, he stands alone, his eyes now burning a fierce red, a powerful aura of the same color radiating from his form. A guttural roar echoes through the dark as a horned demon snarls, its yellow eyes gleaming with malice. Elsewhere, a masked figure holds a small, struggling creature, its voice a desperate plea. Now what? Ho, hold me. The creature, Bogasator, cries out in revulsion. Gah! Why disgusting? What disgusting one is this? Ignoring its pleas, the masked necromancer channels vibrant blue energy into the struggling form, declaring, "That's a present for you, Bogasator. This is a present." With a blinding flash, the creature detonates, erupting into a violent explosion of azure light and debris. The necromancer watches the chaos, calmly commanding, "Corpse explosion. Go." A dismissive sound escapes the masked figure, whose eyes glow with an intense, eerie yellow-green light. The blue magical detonation continues to expand, engulfing the area in its destructive force. Finally, a powerful impact reverberates, marking the culmination of the spell. As the masked necromancer's power surged, a brilliant blue energy blast erupted, colliding with a defensive burst of red and white light. The necromancer's azure magic continued its relentless push, overwhelming the resistance with sheer force. In the chaotic aftermath, a towering, skeletal-horned demon emerged from the shadows, its form a grim testament to the necromancer's dark arts. The masked necromancer, cloaked in shadow, lunged forward, his hand extended to unleash another wave of destructive energy. He paused, a faint tack sound accompanying his movement, and addressed his opponent, asking how long the Count intended to play around. The Count, his expression unreadable, retorted, questioning if the necromancer was truly using his full power, or if his other half had already given up. With a langy sound, the necromancer's hand began to glow with intense blue energy, as he mirrored the Count's sentiment, suggesting the same could be said for his opponent's own power. The blue aura around the masked figure intensified, his eyes glowing with an eerie light as he prepared his next move. Observing the necromancer's actions, the Count mused that it was as if he was trying to buy some time. John Forkenstrong questions the masked figure, asking if he truly understands the implications of his actions, or if he is attempting to create a new lich, while internally asserting that he has no intention of using his full power here. The necromancer's glowing eyes narrow slightly, as he calmly replies that the ritual must be completed, and he sees no reason to rush. His gloved hands reach for a pulsating red crystal, confirming that the heart of the earth will soon be complete. Holding the now intensely glowing artifact, he taunts his opponent, suggesting he should be well aware of what that truly signifies. Behind him, the horned demon grimaces in pain, the ritual's energy clearly taking its toll. John Forkenstrong's expression shifts to one of concern, as the necromancer declares that magic will soon be within reach, prompting him to question if that is all the necromancer intends. The horned demon, still suffering, laments that both his body and mind have taken a hit. He questions the perceived strength of the old man, frustrated that his opponent simply stands there, doing nothing. As red energy swirls violently around him, the demon mutters about the pathetic inaction, seemingly directed at himself or John Forkenstrong. The horned demon's face contorts in a mix of pain and disbelief, his thoughts racing as he struggles to comprehend the situation, wondering why John Forkenstrong still holds back his true power. Red energy crackles around his armored form, as he clutches a massive, ornate sword, its presence radiating an ominous power. His gaze falls upon the blade, a weapon known as the demon's sword Godslayer, and a wave of confusion washes over him. How could this human possess the Demon King's own sword? He questions its authenticity, but the undeniable aura emanating from it confirms his fears. It is indeed the genuine article, the very sword of the Demon King. A memory surfaces, recalling the hidden blade in the cave where he last battled, a place he thought was secure. The sword now glows with a fierce, fiery light, as he realizes the blacksmith Vulcan had taken it and reforged it into this new, more potent weapon. This reforged blade, now imbued with a new life, is the true sword of the Demon King, and the horrifying realization dawns on him. This is the sole cause of the great calamity, the very key to the Demon King's resurrection. His yellow eyes gleam with a terrifying ambition, as the horned demon considers the implications of the Demon King's sword, believing that with such power, he might finally ascend to become the new Demon King himself. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, observing from the shadows, offers a quiet, almost amused, assessment of the unfolding events, finding them increasingly intriguing. With a pale hand clenched, the figure declares their intent to resurrect the Demon King once more into this world. Suddenly, a massive blue monster, its body glowing with an eerie light, cries out in agony as an invisible force begins to crush it. The hooded figure, along with two nearby guards, struggles against the same oppressive pressure, their bodies straining under the sudden, immense weight. With a surge of blue energy emanating from their hands, the hooded figure reveals the source of the power, declaring it to be gravity magic. Looking down at the struggling blue monster, the mage apologizes for the interruption, finding the monster's predicament rather interesting. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals the hilt of a sword, glowing with a sinister red light, confirming that the demon's sword has indeed been reforged. In a dimly lit, stone-walled chamber, a horned demon grips a large, ornate sword, facing a red-haired man. A flicker of surprise crosses the horned demon's face as he questions, "Ugh, why you? How did you know?" With a confident smirk, Rarick suggests he should be the one asking what is truly happening. He muses about finding strong warriors, finding the current situation interesting, and expresses disbelief at encountering two demon lords in this place. Rarick, a level 999 swordmaster, wonders aloud if the demon lords are merely playing some kind of game. He acknowledges the abundance of formidable opponents here, but his gaze sharpens with a new focus. Rarick's hand reaches out, effortlessly closing around the hilt of the sword still clutched by the horned demon, asserting that something else is more important right now. The horned demon's eyes widen in utter shock and disbelief, his grip on the weapon failing as he protests the impossible feat. With a decisive pull, Rarick wrenches the sword free, declaring that there is no weapon he cannot lift. From the shadows, a masked figure's voice echoes, questioning if they truly understand the implications of their actions, and if they are attempting to create a new lich. Meanwhile, a red-haired demon strains against the hilt of a sword, grunting in frustration as it refuses to budge, muttering that he cannot move a single finger. He scoffs, realizing he's been completely outmaneuvered, finding the situation utterly ridiculous. Then, with a surge of demonic power, he ignites his fist with a fierce, orange flame. Lunging forward with a fiery strike, he declares that it would be perfectly fine for the sword's true owner to remain in an eternal slumber. But before his attack can land, the sword itself springs to life, glowing with a vibrant purple aura as it spins and strikes with impossible speed. The red-haired demon recoils in utter disbelief, while the horned demon watches, aghast, at a sword that moves entirely by itself. The red-haired demon watches in disbelief as the sword, which had been stubbornly immovable, now floats freely in the air. Then, with a sudden burst of purple energy, it streaks forward, a blur of deadly intent. Before he can react, the blade slams into the red-haired demon, sending a shockwave of fire through the air. He collapses to the ground, the sword hovering menacingly above him, its power undeniable. The demon can only stare, utterly bewildered by the item's self-willed might. Seeing the sudden turn of events, the masked necromancer begins to channel a spell, blue runes swirling around his hands as he offers assistance. Nearby, the horned demon watches the sword's aggression, a flicker of anger and surprise crossing his face as he questions its audacity. The masked necromancer continues his incantation, the blue magical energy around him growing more intense with each passing moment. His focus remains unbroken, the intricate patterns of light weaving around him as he prepares his counter. A quiet exclamation of frustration or surprise escapes him, the blue aura flaring brightly as his spell reaches its peak. As the masked necromancer prepares his spell, a sharp sound echoes, and a deeper understanding of spectral entities is revealed. Even ghosts possess a physical presence. This means that general physics apply to them, confirming that ghosts have mass and are affected by gravity. With this knowledge, the masked necromancer begins to weave a complex spell, his hands glowing with blue energy as a magical array forms around him, seemingly manipulating gravity itself. The intricate patterns of the array expand, pulsating with vibrant purple and blue energy, as particles swirl around the necromancer, intensifying the ritual. Finally, a perfect circular field of blue light solidifies, and the necromancer declares his intention to proceed, stepping forward into the unknown. He ponders the nature of the ghost-like entity that vanished into a wave, questioning if it was a true ghost or some form of quantum mechanical anomaly, or perhaps just a glitch. Suddenly, the horned demon confronts the necromancer, his voice laced with fury as he accuses the masked figure of abandoning everything, calling him a young boy. But before the demon can press his attack, the necromancer's spell takes hold, enveloping the horned demon in purple energy, eliciting a pained scream. Watching the chaos unfold, the red-haired demon, his hand crackling with fiery energy, expresses his frustration, offering to step in if needed. The necromancer's spell binds the horned demon's hand, purple energy crackling around him. The demon struggles, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, desperately crying out for help. The masked figure recalls the betrayal of Mahul, a ghost who once resisted control, understanding that even spirits weaken under a necromancer's will and mana. He observes the magical entities he's summoning, their forms coalescing from purple energy. These are no ordinary things, he muses, as the blue energy of his spell pulses around his waist. Nearby, the red-haired demon lets out a frustrated grunt, his body enveloped in a fiery red aura. He finds himself inexplicably pulled towards the purple energy, questioning the sudden, involuntary movement. The horned demon, still bound and unable to lift his sword, can only watch, trying to gauge the necromancer's immense power. The red-haired demon, now closer, vows to kill the necromancer upon his return to his own world, but the masked figure merely asks if he's good, finding amusement in the demon's predicament. Having observed the escalating situation, the elf companion declares, "It looks like I have no choice but to use the holy sword." He continues, his voice tinged with frustration, "You are completely unreasonable. I thought I could reason with you, but you simply won't listen." The red-haired demon, however, merely smirks, challenging him. "So, warrior or not?" His eyes gleaming with anticipation. "How could I possibly miss such an opportunity for an interesting fight?" The elf companion sighs, a hint of regret in his voice. "It seems I should have brought a letter of apology instead." As a purple aura flares around his blade, he states, "I tried to refrain from using the holy sword, but you just keep pressing my buttons." In response, a tremendous, glowing energy erupts from the red-haired demon, a power so vast it should have been noticed much sooner. His eyes glowing red, he conjures a pulsating blue orb in his hand, finding the situation quite interesting. Holding the orb aloft, the demon challenges, "Let's take this outside." The red-haired demon lets out a booming laugh, his form crackling with raw power. A dark purple aura flares around him, as he declares his ability to wipe out all his foes in one swift motion. Yet, a smirk plays on his lips as he adds, he isn't in the mood for such a quick resolution right now. His gaze then falls upon a smaller figure, addressing them as Ghost Vassal. With a knowing look and a slight tilt of his head, he tells the vassal to know themselves out. The small, red-haired Ghost Vassal, startled by the command, scurries away through a torchlit corridor. A look of sheer terror crosses the vassal's face as they glance back over their shoulder. They continue their frantic escape, calling out to someone unseen, only to realize the demon is already gone. Meanwhile, in a different, dimly lit chamber, a masked figure with long black hair and a wide, unsettling smile comments on the demon lord's grumpy demeanor. The red-haired demon, his expression one of disdain, finds the situation utterly disappointing, demanding accountability for whatever transgression has occurred. Meanwhile, the masked necromancer, his glowing eyes fixed on the demon, challenges him, suggesting that the demon has his own matters to attend to first, before he can deal with the necromancer. With a decisive gesture, the masked figure turns, inviting the demon to follow him, promising to guide the way. The path leads past a roaring forge, its embers casting a fiery glow, where a towering winged demon stands, questioning the masked necromancer's presence, demanding to know who he is and why he has come. As the masked figure continues to move away, the winged demon lets out a frustrated growl, confused by the necromancer's sudden departure after what seemed like a mere diversion. Elsewhere, a small, furry creature with glowing hands, Bogasator, vehemently denies an accusation, protesting his innocence with fierce indignation. The masked necromancer, still moving, dismisses the winged demon's concerns, stating he has no time for such trivialities, before posing a grave question about the heart of the earth. Bogasator looks down, his small form contemplating the masked figure's words, repeating the ominous phrase with a sense of unease. As the masked necromancer's cryptic words hang in the air, the horned demon, holding a glowing lantern, challenges him, demanding to know if he's referring to the heart of the earth. Before he can finish his thought, the necromancer unleashes a devastating electric attack, a surge of crackling energy shattering against the demon's form. The force of the blow sends the horned demon reeling, a pained groan escaping him as his body convulses from the shock. His mouth hangs open, teeth bared in pain, as the masked figure coldly declares him fully done and utterly useless. Standing tall and imposing, the masked necromancer looms over the now-defeated horned demon, his power undeniable. Nearby, Bogasator watches the brutal display, his eyes wide with terror as he gasps in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The horned demon lies broken on the ground, a low, defeated groan his only response. The heavy boot of the warrior steps forward, echoing faintly in the stone corridor. He continues his journey through the ancient passageway, his purple cloak swaying with each stride. Turning to his companion, the warrior asks, "Where did you learn such spells?" "This one." The elf replies simply, "I learned it by seeing him do it." A slight frown crosses the warrior's face as he muses, "I thought you were at least level 90, but you were only level 80 back then." The elf, seemingly unconcerned with the discrepancy, asks, "When should I stop?" Considering their current predicament, the warrior wonders aloud. Level 97 is the unnamed staircase. Aren't we actually circling around the same place? I heard that the unnamed staircase is a dungeon with no end. Do they go back and forth like this? He continues his ascent up the seemingly endless stone staircase, questioning the duration of their journey. His companion, however, expresses a growing impatience, curious about their destination and when they might finally reach the top. Turning to face the elf, John presses him for the true motives behind his unwavering loyalty, asking why he has followed him to such an extent. The elf hesitates, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features, before offering a simple, almost flippant excuse. Yet, he quickly admits the superficiality of his own words, acknowledging that such a trivial reason couldn't possibly explain his deep commitment or John's own formidable strength. Suddenly, a grotesque figure with a wide, unsettling smile appears, holding a simple bowl, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he speaks of John's reputation, his statues, and countless tales of achievement. The figure's gaze then falls upon an ornate, glowing book, revealing a devastating secret. No one knows of the Holy Sword's loss, only that it vanished with John. As the elf recoils in shock, the grotesque man continues his taunts, questioning if the elf is playing a solitary game and if he's ever felt shame for loving someone. John stands silent, his expression grim, absorbing the shocking revelations and the unsettling implications of the stranger's words. His companion's voice cuts through the air, acknowledging John's persistent sentimentality, a dangerous and foolish belief. John's eye glows with fierce resolve, unable to fathom anyone else possessing what he seeks. The elf continues, explaining his own efforts to guard it, not as a physical object, but as a profound belief. A silent struggle plays across John's face. He walks away, a realization dawning that his companion's words hold a deeper truth. Still walking ahead, the elf turns slightly, pressing John for his true objective. John's expression hardens, dismissing the questions as mere noise that threatens to sour his mood. As they continue through the brick corridor, a faint purple aura emanating from him, John repeats his inquiry. His companion looks down, admitting his own uncertainty about the truth. Reflecting on the recent conversation, John Forkenstrong recalls the sheer madness and despair he briefly witnessed, a chilling memory that still lingers in his mind, perhaps connected to the warrior he once was. Suddenly, a guttural sound echoes through the cavern, as a monstrous entity with glowing yellow eyes and jagged teeth emerges from the shadows, observing its surroundings. Without hesitation, John Forkenstrong launches himself into the fray, a dark aura swirling around him as he declares his intent to bring hell upon his foe. His fist connects with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the monster's rocky form, which lets out a surprised grunt. The creature's glowing eyes narrow in fury, its sharp fangs bared as it roars a challenge back at its attacker. Ignoring the monster's defiance, John channels his inner strength, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura as he prepares for another devastating blow. With a powerful surge of purple energy, his fist flies forward, aimed directly at the monster. The impact reverberates through the air as the monster's massive form visibly recoils from the force of the blow. A low grunt escapes him, his form wreathed in a golden glow as if recoiling from an unseen force. Meanwhile, a hulking, purple-skinned demon with glowing yellow eyes speaks, a dark aura radiating from its powerful frame, its words carrying a chilling weight. Back in the chamber, a young woman with orange hair looks on as John Forkenstrong stands beside her, a question hanging in the air. Had they truly defeated Monty and Emperor? A sudden, terrified scream echoes through a dark, chain-filled space, as someone cries out in horror at an unseen monster. Back with the group, the orange-haired woman, John, and a bald, dark-skinned man with a beard look on, the woman asking with wide eyes who he truly is. The bald, dark-skinned man responds with a thoughtful expression, suggesting they should discuss the matter further. Another bald, light-skinned man with a beard joins the group, looking at John with recognition, as if about to reveal his identity. The two bald men exchange a glance, the dark-skinned man continuing that the matter is connected to the two hands of the kingdom, something they couldn't fully comprehend. The orange-haired woman, now identified as Anru, looks on with a concerned expression, her name called out in the tense moment. Anru, still processing her discovery, explains that while confined, she found a small bug. She questions her own words, wondering if such a small creature could be significant. Rarick, however, remains unconvinced, his trust wavering as he finds her explanation too weak to accept. Andrew's face contorts in surprise, taken aback by his blunt disbelief. Rarick apologizes for his skepticism, but insists he cannot believe her story, while John Forkenstrong expresses his fury, demanding to know how a mere monster could have pierced his formidable barrier. Taking a moment to compose himself, John Forkenstrong reassures them that everything will be all right. A light blue-haired mage, her eyes glowing with an inner light, clarifies the situation, explaining that the bug is actually a Lucarus beetle, a shining beetle, and the only one of its kind. Rarick, now understanding the gravity of the revelation, admits the shock but acknowledges that he now comprehends the situation. John Forkenstrong expresses his profound gratitude to the mage for her timely intervention, while Anru adds that she is also relieved by the presence of Lord Forkenstrong. He listens as Anru asks if there is enough room for him, explaining that this is the only way they can proceed. Meanwhile, the light blue-haired mage's hands glow with a soft blue light, and he looks up, surprised, asking her to wait a moment as he has something to ask. Anru confirms that she heard him. She then comments on his short neck, but he quickly corrects her, pointing to a distinct mark on his shoulder and explaining it is the mark of slavery. The mage, her hands still glowing, explains that anyone bearing such a mark is under a monster's control, clarifying that her own neck is not short. She adds that killing the monster is the only way to break the mark, and she cannot simply stand by while these creatures destroy the world. Anru, in turn, comments on her own long neck, while he, contemplating the gravity of the situation, asks what he can do. His eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, he declares that he always lends his power to someone, asserting that if one possesses strength, then anything is possible. Surrounded by a faint blue aura, the mage states her clear objective, to eliminate the big bugs. He then tells her to do as she wishes, before asking for her name. A monstrous figure, with glowing yellow eyes and sharp fangs, lets out a low, guttural sound of contemplation. Then, its voice rasps out, "So, are you inviting me to a duel, or are you trying to fight me?" As the challenge hangs in the air, John Forkenstrong stands ready, a faint purple aura beginning to shimmer around his form. The monster, however, doesn't wait for an answer, lunging forward with a furious roar, "I will kill all of you." But before its attack can connect, a sudden, glowing red force erupts, deflecting the monstrous hand with ease. The monster's yellow eye widens in disbelief, realizing its magic sword has been deflected. It recoils, clutching its arm in pain and fury. "Ugh! How dare you?" John Forkenstrong calmly observes the creature, a small, glowing cube held in his hand, as he deduces, You seem to be under mind control." A red energy now pulses around his legs as he further clarifies, "Just for a slave pet control." John Forkenstrong unleashes a furious barrage of blows, his fist a blur of motion. The horned demon reels back, his massive body struggling to absorb the impact. But the assault doesn't stop, John Forkenstrong's glowing fist already winding up for another strike. A sickening crunch echoes as the blow connects, sending a spray of blood across the demon's face. The horned demon's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sheer power of his opponent. With a final, contemptuous strike, John Forkenstrong sends the demon flying, dismissing his strength as utterly pathetic. He observes the Monster King critically, noting that the demon, reborn as a monster, relies solely on brute physical power, lacking weapons or magic. Meanwhile, the horned demon struggles to process the situation, perceiving his opponent as generic yet undeniably strong, but ultimately a monster who doesn't understand how to properly wield his own power. He can't reconcile the seemingly ordinary appearance with the overwhelming strength, concluding there must be some hidden power at play, but he has no time to figure it out and must finish the fight quickly. He struggles, ensnared by the glowing purple chains that bind him. As the magical restraints tighten their grip, his face distorts under the immense pressure, the crushing force eliciting a guttural sound of agony. "These bastards," he roars, his eyes burning with fury and desperation. "Now, he declares, a dark resolve hardening his features, "finish him." With a surge of crimson energy, the horned demon unleashes his own chain-like attack. But John Forkenstrong meets it head-on, his fist glowing with an equally potent, fiery aura. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, causing the elderly Rarick and his companion to flinch. As the dust settled from the previous impact, Rarick and his companion watched, the elder knight remarking on the sheer power displayed, wondering if the named one truly understood the implications of his strength. Meanwhile, John Forkenstrong stood firm, his muscles rippling as a crimson aura pulsed around him, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. A sharp, tearing sound echoed through the cavern, as a glowing red sword, forged from pure energy, materialized before him. Debris scattered from a powerful, unseen impact, and the companion, still observing, voiced his concern, asking if the warrior was trying to create a new lich with his methods. Rarick, deep in thought, could only acknowledge the raw power at play. Suddenly, a torrent of dark purple energy erupted from John Forkenstrong, engulfing the horned demon in its malevolent glow, a guttural sound escaping the demon, as the creature screamed in pure agony. As the dark purple energy continued to consume the horned demon, Rarick and his elf companion watched, questioning the brutality of the attack. Meanwhile, the light blue-haired mage observed the unfolding chaos, sensing a power that felt entirely unfamiliar to her. Engulfed completely, the horned demon's screams echoed through the air. Yet, John Forkenstrong stood unyielding, the raw power emanating from him a truly wild sight. He then manifested a glowing red energy hammer, declaring his intent to save them with his own strength. The horned demon roared in defiance as the hammer struck, its armor cracking under the immense force. Its face contorted in pure agony. Rarick questioned how he could wield such power with one hand, while the elf companion worried about the unknown warrior's fate. Another impact landed, leaving the demon's eyes wide with pain and disbelief. He unleashes a focused burst of green energy, striking the horned demon with a sharp impact. As the demon is engulfed in dark purple energy, screaming in agony, Rarick questions if this is the hidden power, while the unnamed elf companion can barely believe what he's witnessing. The light blue-haired mage, equally stunned, echoes the question, wondering if this truly is the hidden power. The horned demon's scream rips through the air, a raw sound of torment. Yet, as its armor cracks and it falls to its knees, the demon's agony twists into maniacal laughter, echoing through the cavern. Tears stream down its face as it continues to laugh, leaving the elf companion bewildered by the unsettling display. Unfazed by the demon's bizarre reaction, he begins to manifest a new weapon, a glowing red energy hammer, as if asking if anyone else is enjoying the show. With a decisive motion, he brings the red hammer down. Enru watches, wide-eyed, her voice filled with a plea for caution. He continues his relentless assault, a pillar of dark purple energy erupting from his form and piercing the heavens. The force of his blows has already taken its toll, leaving the demon's blade cracked and splattered with its own dark blood. Yet, the warrior remains unfazed, his gaze fixed with unwavering resolve. From a distance, Enru watches the brutal exchange, her voice laced with growing concern, wondering if the demon's strange reaction is a sign of something more. The horned demon, despite its wounds, lets out a chilling laugh, taunting him with a question about his understanding. Its arm, still clutching its weapon, is a grotesque mess of cracks and flowing blood, a testament to the sheer power it has endured. With a maniacal grin, the demon continues its unsettling monologue, accusing the warrior of trying to create a new lich. Ignoring the taunts, John Forkenstrong reveals a small, glowing red gem in his palm, its light pulsating with an unknown power. Enru, witnessing the sudden appearance of the gem, gasps, her voice filled with a mix of surprise and apprehension. The horned demon, still radiating dark energy, issues a chilling command, urging everyone to prepare. He continues, his voice laced with a sinister amusement. With a cruel smile, he promises to show them mercy. His maniacal laughter echoes through the space. He holds up a glowing red gem, with a sharp, decisive sound. Meanwhile, Enru questions the elf companion, wondering why he isn't looking at the demon. Before them stands a colossal, ancient structure. John Forkenstrong gazes upon the imposing architecture. As they step further into the ancient dwarven stronghold, Rarik's voice breaks the silence, noting the absence of any living monsters, yet an undeniable, metallic scent of blood hangs heavy in the air. A soft, unsettling rustle echoes through the cavernous space. Before the full horror of the massacre unfolds before them, countless bodies strewn across the stone floor.